mean, I don't know for anyone else, but even though I don't want to have children, I do imagine, like, oh, if I did have a child,
it'd be shiny.
Said that.
Go.
Napstar State, man. Napstar. I'll say this about Napstar. He hates down the middle. He's an objective hater. I like it.
He is.
He doesn't give a fuck about nobody. I don't think he gives a fuck about himself.
Objective hater. At least you're objective.
He's literally just like 50-50. He's not on anybody's side, but he'll literally hate on whoever.
He is a premium hater. You gotta respect that.
So we can't be having him on the softball team, Lolo.
No, but he has to be there. He has to hate on everything at the game.
Yeah, you gotta be the guy that's good
umpire, because he's not giving a fuck.
No, we're not meaning he's literally like a hater, but if he's like talking shit about something, like he doesn't matter.
He got a wardrobe change.
Okay.
Hello, Napstars.
What up, Reinforcement? How you doing, Napstar? Good to see you, man.
No, don't ban me, Anita Bong yet.
Napster says, what's up, Napster? Salute to you. Positivity is coming your way at the speed of light. Now, you probably closed a couple clubs there.
Hey, Napstar, welcome. Yeah, we can see you, Napstar. You're good. Can somebody link Napstar's channel in the chat, please? It's literally not coming up when I search it. Oh my god, because it's fucking Nap Town. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Where is Napstar in the chat? Fuck you, Napstar, for your fucking username. That will forever throw me the fuck off. I will never not get them mixed up. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, baby, I'm going to have fun covering this. Yes. Oh, yeah. He makes the. It's got Napstar, right?
Oh, Napstar.
Doesn't Napstar?
Naptown.
Yes. Napstar. Oh, maybe I have the names confused. Napstar, Naptown. I don't know. I got them confused. Sounds like we bastards. Yeah, no worries. No, oh, that's a different Naps. Okay, I got to confuse Napstar, Naptown. Yeah, get correct. Yeah. Then you make it really good, I suppose.
Oh, I'm back on Super Chat. Real quick. Napster says Bob definitely plays with himself at night to see. Oh, shut up. Deborah says, oh my.
The connection is okay. It's alright. It's like, with the reflection, I'm gonna have to look back at a lot of the chats. Your zipper's down? Oops, thank you. Alright, see, Napstar's a real one. Also, check out Napstar's been doing some streaming on their channel, too. Napstar, it's okay. She's not bagging. How you know I'm bagging?
I mean, I don't know for anyone else, but even though I don't want to have children, I do imagine, like, oh, if I did have a child,
It'd be shiny.
Said that.
Go.
Napstar State, man. Napstar. I'll say this about Napstar. He hates down the middle. He's an objective hater. I like it.
He is.
He doesn't give a fuck about nobody. I don't think he gives a fuck about himself.
Objective hater. At least you're objective.
He's literally just like 50-50. He's not on anybody's side, but he'll literally hate on whoever.
He is a premium hater. You gotta respect that.
So we can't be having him on the softball team, Lolo.
No, but he has to be there. He has to hate on everything at the game.
Yeah, he got to be the. He got to be the guy.
He's a good umpire because he's not giving a fuck.
No, we're not meaning he's literally like a hater, but if he's like talking shit about something, like he doesn't matter.
He
Like,
got a wardrobe change.
okay.
Hello, Napstars.
What up, Radio Fortune? How you doing, Napstar? Good to see you, man.
No, don't ban me, Anita Bong yet.
Napster says, what's up, Napster? Salute to you. Positivity is coming your way at the speed of light. Now, you probably closed a couple clubs there.
Hey, Napstar, welcome. Yeah, we can see you, Napstar. You're good. Okay. Can somebody link Napstar's channel in the chat, please? It's literally not coming up when I search it. Oh my god, because it's fucking Nap Town. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Where is Napstar in the chat? Fuck you, Napstar, for your fucking username. That will forever throw me the fuck off. I will never not get them mixed up. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, baby, I'm going to have fun covering this. Yes. Oh, yeah. He makes the this guy Napstar, right?
Oh, he does?
Doesn't Napstar?
Naptown.
Yes. Napstar. Oh, maybe I have the names confused. Napstar, Naptown. I don't know. I got them confused. Sounds like we bastards. Yeah, no worry. No, oh, that's a different Naps. Okay, I got it confused. Napstar, Naptown. Yeah, get cracked. Yeah. Then you make everything the best noise.
Oh, I'm back on Super Chat. Real quick. Napster says Bob definitely plays with himself at night to see. Oh, shut up. Deborah says, oh my.
The connection is okay. Sorry, it's like with the reflection, I'm gonna have to look back at a lot of the chats. Your zipper's down? Oops, thank you. Alright, see, Napstar's a real one. Also, check out Napstar's been doing some streaming on their channel too. Napstar, it's okay. She's not packing. Oh, you know I'm packing.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Sorry, I'm just taking care of some things. Good evening, everybody. I hope you all can hear me. I had something pretty much planned. So if anybody can type in the chat if you can hear me. Who do we have in the chat? We have Springtime Doge, who says lube it up. Shout out to Doge. I got him in the chat. We have Springtime Doge also saying, I still remember when Mulder got probed in the X-Files. It was wild hearing him scream. So if you all are UFO fanatics or people who like the extraterrestrial, the X-Files is a good show. Shout out to Gary and Gar's topics. Have it anyway. We got the Prawn says in the chat. Shout out to Prawn. If you all want to follow Prawn says content, if you want to put something on to go to sleep to, or kind of see how a middle-aged man kind of plays the game of dating, you guys should definitely subscribe to the Process. He's a longtime fan of mine. Um, so yeah, sub to Prawn, check him out. Give him a few pointers here and there. Who else we got? We got Game Over. Shout out to Game Over AO. Let's see here. Game Over also says the Earth is not completely flat. It's like my breastises, more like a dome. Okay, interesting, interesting. 5x5. Okay, use some visual aids, some visualization there. Shout out to the Brown Man, Alex Moore. Sounds good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I had something going off in the back, and I didn't want people to hear it. It was a fan, and it's getting hot out here in the Southwest. In the next few weeks, it's about to be 100 and something degrees with the dry heat. So we got to have our fans out. So I didn't want that to be buzzing in the background. So yeah. Game Over also says X Files. Yep, X Files, Mueller and Mulder, and I can't remember the woman's name. The hell was her name? I think it was starts with the S. I think. Game Over is a girl. Yeah, at Gar's Topics confirmed. Game Over is a girl, not an alien. A chick with a brain. A chick with a brain. There we go. Shout out to Springtime Doge, Scully. Springtime Doge, I know I owe you some airtime because the last few days or last few streams we've been going over some fuckery on the internet, and I was kind of thinking about going into a little bit of some of the conspiracy theories, particularly about extraterrestrial life. Are we the only beings in the universe? Are we alone in the universe? Some flat earthers, some flat earth conspiracies, thoughts, ideas, and also talking a little bit about a little guy named God, Jesus. Just getting into that sort of getting into some of those topics that are somewhat controversial in other um shows. So I thought I'd figured out something that's a little bit away from some incest or watching fat people argue all the time. Oblate spheroid. Alex Moore says oblate spheroid. Jesus, my N word. Yes, Jesus. Um and I also was thinking about this topic of extraterrestrial life because um I am a nerd, and I don't know if anybody else is a nerd out there. There's a new Superman movie coming out, and um, we kind of get into this like in superhero movies, their backstory and where they come from. Superman always just kind of kind of is a symbol of different things, but no one really remembers that he's an alien. He's not actually from the Earth. Um, and so it's kind of wild to think about if we were um, on Earth and actually going to uh, where he was born in Krypton. How would what would that be like, right? Because we're always trying to visit these planets. We haven't found life yet, um, and so the whole thought of Superman coming to Earth, he's this alien dude, and he already has strength and all this stuff. And then a lot of the political stuff gets caught into it, but most importantly, I always like to think about the his origins and where he comes from as someone who is a um extraterrestrial person, alien. Princess says, I saw the Thunderbolts. Yeah, the Thunderbolts is another movie. um I always find it funny that it's always something about Earth that these like folks from different universes, galaxies, planets that they want something from Earth when we have shitty everything is shitty here. Nothing really is that great about Earth. Just because how badly we fucked it up. So it's always funny to see these movies kind of or they want to conquer the Earth or they want to like take its resources or some shit. So it's always funny to like, oh man, here we go again. So let me I will drop the link. So shout out to the chat, shout out to the folks that are watching. Um so today, like I said, I wanted to kind of talk a little bit about some conspiracies, some things. Now, another thing too, because I I do live in a state where um I do live in a state where back in 1994 there was a UFO sighting. And it's to this day it's never been really explained by the government. So this happened in my state, and it's one of the most reported UFO sightings, um, as far as we know, as of today. I was doing a little bit of research, and um, I thought that was pretty cool. So many people have reported UFO sightings in the area that I live in, um, than any other state, any other country. And I don't know if anybody else knows this, but when you do actually see, there's actually a website that you can report um, any type of sightings you may see, um, that may be unidentified flying objects, or they do call it something. They do call it something else. Now I think it's like UAF or something like that. So I thought it was pretty interesting. I was doing some research, and as far as like the last 10 years, the findings on UFO research has kind of gone up, compared to the 90s and to today. And as far as sightings goes, along with people that work in the government that are part of the military, or sort of like the CIA, different departments within the government have also come out and whistleblown on a lot of the um, a lot of unidentified, whether that's something in the air that they've seen, or if it's something that they've encountered while on duty. So there's a lot of great stories that have come out in the last 10 years that the government is finally getting called out for. So it's pretty cool. They call it EAE now. Yeah, they probably call it EAE because I don't know if anybody knows of EAE's lore, but yeah, he's a little bit of outside of this world. And that's also because no one's really heard him speak or anything like that. He kind of just has pictures of women to goon where no man has gooned before. Yeah, it's stuff they experiment and fuck with, not extraterrestrials. So that's a good debatable statement. I mean, what are these folks who actually work within the government or are part of the military are lying, or you know but I like that it's up to us as the people who actually seen and report these things to kind of um to kind of let us wonder what the fuck was that, right? um so that's what I put in this little thumbnail here, is like you see these uh people here that are kind of looking at the sky, and you see the UFOs taking the people, and then you're like, Dad, what the fuck is that? And then kids are running after their mom. So when I put this together, I was thinking about a few different people from different channels about conspiracy. um conspiracy theories and stuff like that, but also folks I know who've kind of talked about flat Earth before, and then also some of the things that I wanted to talk about outside of that. All women, huh? Brown man, you got me. You got me, Brown man, because I couldn't. Um they didn't have men. They didn't have men. Oh, sorry. They didn't have men that were shaped like this. Like I typed in like floating people who were flying. Uh all women, huh? That's gonna be debatable. I might get canceled. I might get canceled on that by somebody. But when I was typing in like figures and stuff, uh there was none that looked like they were being abducted or getting taken. So I'm sorry that this depicts probably just um women being taken. It might be a good thing that aliens will want to take the women, um, because of obviously they're smarter, stronger than men. So that's my whole theory about it, and it's nothing bad. So don't even start with that. Um, and that's why we have the dad stuck with the kids now. Um, but it also could be a blessing in disguise. You don't know. Let's see. Are you on Discord? Game over. Oh, Doge is spitting game right now. Um, they're all virgins too. Yeah, I didn't put any extra kids in there because I thought that would be weird. All the men getting rid of us on Earth. That's funny. I am at Springtime Doge, but not Napstars if he has a server. Hopefully they're black single moms gotta go. Um I don't know if aliens did um take a specific group of people, who would most likely be the ones to go. Um that's a good question. Will they take uh virgins, black people, native people, Chinese, Asians? Who do you all think they would take? That's kind of a good question. Oof. Yeah, Naps got one. I'll talk to him about it at Springtime Doge. Link. Yeah, let me drop this link in here. So anybody's welcome to come up. I do have a video because Springtime Doge posted that um Molder from X Files, he screamed when he got probed. So I was looking up the video and I found it. But it wasn't the one where he's getting probed. It's the one where he kind of finds the alien and then they're looking at it and he screams. So let me pull that clip up real quick. For those of you who don't follow or who haven't seen the X Files, it's a really good show. Highly recommend it. It's hilarious. Um, and I think in the last couple of years they did they bring back the show. I think so. If you haven't seen it from the 90s or 2000s, they have an updated show now. So let me share screen. Yo, Garen, you there?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Okay.
All right, let me pull up this clip real quick. I don't know which episode this was, but it was. I just found it. All right, so
I've read every book ever written about UFOs and aliens, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. And I should have known to just go get my video camera then instead of notifying the proper authorities. What was wrong with doing that? Because the proper authority showed up with a couple of men in black. One of them was disguised as a woman, but wasn't pulling it off. Like her hair was red, but it was a little too red, you know? And the other one, the tall, lanky one, his face was so blank and expressionless. He didn't even seem human. I think he was an android. The only time he reacted was when he saw the dead body.
Yeah, that's a bleeping dead alien body if I ever bleeping saw one.
So,
Spook.
what was that?
I said that's pretty spooky.
That is pretty spooky. What's up, Springtime Doge? How you been?
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Howdy, Doge.
Hey.
Salute to Garion. Salute, yeah. Salute,
Howdy,
Brown Man.
Brown Man.
Howdy, Brown Man. Let's see here. What's up, Garion? I haven't even said what's up. My bad.
Oh no, you're fine. I want to answer your question about who you think would get abducted first. I believe that it would be anyone who lives in a rural area.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it would have a race or a country. I think if any location wise, it would just basically be which is the least defended.
Oh, I see what you mean.
But if they want to aliens want to exterminate humanity, you don't even need to touch down on Earth. I remember watching this video that if an alien civilization was smart enough to create travel where they can go between planets, they could also develop technology similar enough to where they can just launch a rocket us at light speed and blow up half the planet.
That's a good point. Yeah, that could also be. We wouldn't even know what the fuck happened if some shit like that was to. Do you think that people were saying that some of the documentaries I've seen that there is possibly, if there is aliens, that they're just testing to see, kind of just checking in, just kind of how we go to the moon every now and then, but maybe there are parts of the other planets we haven't really explored to see where there is extraterrestrial life.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. I don't know if there's enough evidence to suggest that there's extraterrestrial life out there. If there is, then they're just really good at hiding it. And then you got stuff like you ever heard of the Fermi paradox?
No.
The Fermi paradox is a theoretical involvement to where it's supposed to solve the problem of where aliens come from and why can't we see them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole bunch of theories on it, but my favorite one has to be the dark forest theory. It basically just means every group of aliens is just extremely hostile and they're all hiding from one another.
Oh, I see. Nice. Redhead, but a little too red. Oh yeah, what he was saying about Scully.
Yeah.
They could be aliens themselves. I mean, who else would know how to hunt an alien than an alien, right? So that's pretty funny. Shout out to Speak Radio. We haven't been to the moon, my dude. Here we go. Yep, my dude. So do y'all think we've been to the moon? Have we been to the moon?
Doesn't each state have their own moon rock in America? I remember hearing something about that.
A moon rock?
Yeah, each state has their own classified moon rock. It's hung up in the mayor's office in every state.
Really?
Yes.
Let's see. They're called moon rocks?
I think so, yes.
Let's see.
Shit, I've smoked moon rocks. I mean,
not those type of moon rocks, bro.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what pulled up. God damn it, Brown Man. Jesus Christ.
My bad.
It's out here.
So, let's see. So did you all oh shit, here comes Speak. What up, Speak?
We're talking about aliens.
What's good?
Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. So I was doing some research, and today I found this this is one of the data websites where some of the most seen places that have seen some sort of aircraft or whatnot. So you got a lot in the UK, and some Europe. So if you actually look at them, like the dots, you can actually see. Like if you click on it, you'll see one sighting on 6/6 of 2003. So these are a little bit older. So the greener dots are more new. So let's see, so this one was last year in December, and you could just view the details, and it'll tell you like what they saw, if they have an image towards it.
There's
But
a there's a
Sorry?
surprising. Oh, I was going to say there's a surprisingly large amount in like the United Kingdom and
but guess
Sri,
what?
Sri
Guess
Lanka.
what? Fucking Honolulu.
What
But
the?
look, I think Gary, and you're right, because this is a very, when you're saying rural areas, um, this is out just their islands. So how the fuck?
You know what I think it has to do with their
What?
proximity to being surrounded by a lot of water.
Right. Okay. It's a lot of the resources.
Do you think there's a correlation between fish and aliens?
No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying though is a lot of sightings have been seen over bodies of water.
And then once you get into the good old United States,
Dang,
you
the
gotta-
South is insane. The South is crazy.
The South is crazy, isn't it? Fucking look at that. So if y'all are from the South, y'all are pretty wild. I don't know if y'all
And
really
then
seen what
I
you
think the
seen.
most has got to be like New York.
Oh man, yeah, most on the East Coast, it's pretty intense. So you got
This is like every air traffic controller's worst nightmare.
oh, for sure, because they got a. Let me see, what is it? Florida, the Bahamas, Cuba. So we get down.
Puerto Rico. Look at Puerto Rico.
So Puerto Rico, you got. I think there was one that went back. So you got from 1998, 1970s, 2007. Oh, this was actually on my birthday. What the heck? So if you click on the details, are you able to see that? No, huh?
No, not yet.
Okay, not the details. All right, let me see.
Speak might have a point when it comes to these sightings and them being on near bodies of water.
No, and the reason why I brought that up is because like a lot of people, like especially guys on boats and shit, they always report that they've seen UFOs, ascending and descending into the bodies of water.
So number of observers, there was 2. It was the shape of a cigar, light yellow, viewed from land. Characteristics, aura or haze around object. Stared, trying to figure out what I was seeing. I was sitting outside of my house talking to my husband when I saw towards my 10 o'clock in the sky an object in the sky. I continued to look for a few seconds until I finally asked my husband, "What is that?" and repeated it a few times. He got up to look, since from where he was sitting, he was out his view. He started without answering me as I continued to look and ask, "What is it?" He finally said, "I don't know." All of a sudden, as it started to move, it disappeared as if when invisible. He looked around and everywhere to try to locate it, but it had disappeared. My husband described it as a Medusa because right before it disappeared, there was something radiating from the object. Not sure what it was, but it wasn't a plane because first it wasn't moving. It wasn't a star because stars are super bright, and this was not bright at all. We didn't witness any blinking lights either. Just a yellow object. It seemed to be far, but even then, it seemed to be big. So, yeah, you got
Sound like they saw an eye floater. Those little things in your eye.
in your eyes. Yeah,
Things in your eyes.
like those things floating around in your eyes, and you're like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Yeah, I think they just saw an eye floater together.
Yeah, that's in Puerto Rico. So
We need to see one from New York because New York's got to be crazy.
All right, let me see here. Because the one that is in Arizona, that one was pretty crazy. They even had to have the governor at the time speak on it, and he just fucking he made a mockery of them because he had an alien actually in a suit come out and just like he was like, "This is as serious as I'm gonna get," and then he fucking alien came out, so he just basically said, "Fuck y'all, stop making hypotheticals up." So it was pretty messed up. Everyone was raged at that time, I guess. So we got New York right here. God dang, even recently. Whoa, does this say 297 people? So this was from 4/18/1933 to February 4th,
2025.
God. So some people from 1933 have seen this. Hold up, let me share this screen real quick. Game Over says lay off the moonshine, my dudes.
You tell Puerto Rico to do that.
No, he said Southerners, and Southerners
Oh,
don't drink
Southerners.
moonshine. We don't drink moonshine in the South. That's something in the Midwest.
Dang.
So you got
nigga, come on now.
God dang. Circle Light Bright. Does any of them have any? Let me see. Does anybody have any media? Let's see. Where's the media? Because some of them had pictures. Oh, here we go. So looked up to see a bunch of circle orbs in the sky appear to be higher than the plane traffic. Let's see this. Oh shit. So they
it just looks like stars.
Yeah, they just look like three. Yeah.
It just look like stars with them.
So you saw this at the Lower East Side of Manhattan.
Boy, saw some stars. It was like aliens.
Circle bright light on the top of the Empire State Building. Let's take a look here.
A balloon.
That doesn't look. Yeah. It's still blurry.
Oh wait, this is a video. I think that one right there.
Yeah, not much to work with there. I'm not convinced. Oh, let's see this one.
Not much to work with.
Not much to work with right there. Let's see this one.
Looks like it's about to rain.
Okay.
Some Hispanic lady.
Dude, she sounded Asian, dude. What?
No, that was Hispanic. She was speaking Spanish.
Was she?
Yeah. An Asian lady speaking Spanish.
So we got cubes. We got other.
Yo, cubes.
Strange square object with the smaller one nearby it. Let's see here. What? That just looks like a. No, that's a plane with holding like a little banner or whatever. I don't think that's a aircraft. Come on now. I noticed a weird possible square-like object with that looks like two pointers in front of along with the smaller object nearby while on the Staten Island ferry heading towards Manhattan. It was moving slowly over the Staten Island Bridge.
It's probably a advertising banner behind private aircraft.
Yeah, there's no several minutes of observers.
That's a no right there.
You know what's funny? It's got the thing disproven, and yet it's got the it's on the site anyway.
All right, let's see. There's something glowing of same blue object in the sky. Just noticed 2 years ago.
I want to see something fucking spurging out and warping reality in the sky for it to
Yeah,
be
there has to be something that is 2 orbs, orb-looking object. I took 4 pics of the Empire State Building while waiting for a green light. Next day, I noticed 6 orbs, 2 pics in different positions. Let's see what this shit is. Okay, there's the Empire State Building. Is he talking about those dots right there?
Yeah.
Okay. The orbs is still there. That's a horrible picture. Goddamn.
Oh, those just look like stars.
Yeah, I don't think those are. Time mission 20 seconds. So this is the picture 1. And then picture 2, he sees, oh, look, there's the fucking, there they are. 3, boom, they're gone. Oh, okay, I see what he means.
Spooky.
Duration of 20 seconds. Okay.
Wait, hold on. There's one that says triangle.
Triangle.
No, you missed it. You can scroll up.
Rectangle?
No. It said triangle. I think you gotta scroll down. I thought you were lower. One of them said triangle. That seemed kind of interesting. And the one, or flash.
All right. Let's see this one. Oh, here we go. Finally, some fucking video. Okay.
You can barely see the.
Is it still going? Let me see.
Yeah. That's just a plane. That's just a plane.
Bro, what are y'all looking at?
That's just a plane. You can't see.
You don't
No
see
one,
it? You can't really see it.
You can barely see it.
Barely see it. Yeah, it's very small.
It's a plane. That's a plane. It's doing that thing, you know, where the wingtips glow in order to indicate which for like air traffic control and stuff like that. That's what that was.
Starlight. Oh,
Another daggum white dot.
Another daggum white dot. Yeah. All right. New York City's wild.
They'd be thinking stars and dots or spacecrafts.
Let's see. Shout out to Low. They were advertising UFOs, probably. Salute Nap, panel and chat. Awesome. So the term nowadays is UAP, right? Unidentified aircraft,
alien.
something. I can remember the P was. Doge, do you know by any chance?
Penis.
Pause. Unidentified.
All right, let's see. Where's Low from? So Low is in what? The Carolinas?
She's in South Carolina.
Let's see. We got Mississippi. So that's
now go more to the right.
It's like right here, isn't it?
It's like right on the coast. It's right there. No, go down. That's Tennessee. That is Georgia. South Carolina
to the right of Tennessee.
It is to the right.
There's Georgia.
Go north.
Yeah.
Go north. No, keep going right. You're right there. You're right there.
It's right there. Keep going right.
Oh, South Carolina. Here we go.
Yeah. All right. Now, Lo, we need you to get on this map, and we need you to point where the closest place to where you live. You don't gotta dox yourself. Just put it somewhere near. We'll see if we can find it.
So we got an airport here, another airport here. Not many. 1967 was the earliest. Okay. recently as 2023. Let's check it out. Oh shit. We got 72 sightings from 1968 to 2023. Is this a city? Main Street District? I'm guessing that's a main.
Lowe said go to the green dot closest to the airport.
To the CV?
airport.
This one?
I think so. She just said at the airport.
Or is it this bigger one, the Columbia Metropolitan Airport? I think that might be the biggest one, right?
Yeah. I guess that green dot right there. Oh, she says no. She needs to come up here. Lowe needs to come up here and try to tell
Lowe,
us.
I need your direction. By the green light and the airport. No. So there is 3 major airports. So MMT, McIntyre Joint Naval Base.
Okay, she said that one.
This one?
Yeah,
she said go to the green dot right here.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's that one, yeah.
Let's check it out. So there's been 2 sightings here from 2022 to 2024. And this is sort of by, what is this, a little town? Main Street. Chain Gang Road. Is that where you live?
Oh, she said no, the other one. What other one?
Oh my god.
Hold on, go zoom out and then go up because I think that's what the one, that one right there.
This one? Or
no, that green dot. That one right there, that one.
So next to Yorkshire.
I'll come up in a bit. Yeah, she's gonna have to.
Eastwood, Pennington Acres, Brandon Arcs, Garner's Ferry.
It's Where's Waldo?
Where's Waldo?
Facts.
All right. Hold on.
Does it open a new tab every time you click it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
That's why it's annoying. I'm like, God damn it. Hold on. And this location, we got Columbia, South Carolina. Fortunate, experiencing 3 sightings in the early 70s and in 1966, and believe I saw one last night. Color white light. Man, it's frustrating because they never post the pictures, right? It's like
I saw it in my nightmares.
Because the one thing that you do have on you at all times is usually your phone. So let's see what he says. I usually always look in the night into the sky, hoping for a 4th sighting day and night. Last night, I witnessed a light moving oddly slow for an aircraft. What got my attention was there were no required port and starboard colored light, just a white light. Then watched the light dim slowly and disappear. My first 3 sightings were obviously UAPs, a parallelogram inverting itself green to blue, repeating itself for what I believe was propulsion system, Aiken, South Carolina in 1973. Then with a friend caught an orb speeding from horizon to disappearing within 1 possible 2 seconds. My first one, 1966, got my attention because I was an unfamiliar sound causing me to look up and watch a luminous disc relatively low in altitude pass almost directly overhead. Okay, so it was just about the size of an aircraft headlight, little faster than normal speed, duration of 45 seconds. So yeah, I guess not many sightings in the south right there in South Carolina. So, and then you got a lot in wow, look at this bubble here in Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, Texas. All my exes live in Texas.
88 sightings from 1952. And as recent as December 2024. Hold on, let me click on. Let me make sure. Let me see if they have any images. Oh, there was an image in Arlington. Hold on, maybe this might be a good one. Oh wait, never mind. It says there's a media. What the fuck? No. No. Let's see. Yeah, none of them have like an actual video with it.
That's gay.
That is so lame. All right. So here's what I'll here's another video I wanted to show. So this is I'm in Arizona for those of you who don't know. I won't say where particularly because of purposes. Let's see here. So this is sort of a snippet of what happened that particular day.
Henderson, Nevada, March 13th, 1997. At 6:55 p.m., police in this small city received reports of a massive V-shaped, unidentified flying object in the night sky. Over the next 3 hours, the craft is witnessed by thousands of people as it journeys southeast into the state of Arizona. Because most of the sightings were reported by the residents of Phoenix, the incident is known as the lights.
For me, it was just another night. I was at home. I was upstairs in our bedroom, and I'm lying in bed. I see 3 lights pop up. I grab my video camera. I run outside on the balcony, and I did capture video of formations of these lights or actual craft.
And this was on my fucking birthday.
Arranged in a V or triangle. We're talking mile to 8 miles wide, gliding silently, some at a distance, but most at rooftop level. Some people said they could have thrown a rock at it. It was that close.
Phoenix is a city of about 5 million people. And
Now, Nat, did you witness this personally?
seeing this immense
No, I was still a youngling.
At fairly low altitude, quite slowly. This was a sighting on almost unprecedented scale.
The giant V-shaped object reportedly hovered above Phoenix for 3 hours before it finally disappeared over the horizon. The Phoenix Lights incident made headlines across the country. Many eyewitnesses were convinced that what they saw was not a man-made airplane, but rather an extraterrestrial spacecraft.
Holy shit.
Lots of people saw this. You have a lot of general consistency with how this was reported. But you had skeptics saying, well, the thing that people saw going down the state was actually just aircraft. And then a spokesperson from the National Guard made an announcement and said, yeah, those lights that people saw over the city, that was actually flares that we dropped by A-10 Warthog aircraft. Not if you talk to the witnesses. There were a number of witnesses who were quite adamant that this was extraterrestrial. And one of the witnesses, turns out, was actually the governor of the state, Fife Symington.
As a pilot and a former Air Force officer, I can definitively say that this craft did not resemble any man-made object that I'd ever seen.
With the Phoenix Lights phenomenon, what's really exciting is that more and more credible people have come forward. All I knew is that it was so beyond anything I ever imagined being here on this earth. To date, the Phoenix Lights phenomenon has never been recreated or explained.
While the Phoenix Lights is one of the most extraordinary UFO encounters in history, it is just one of many mysterious sightings that have taken place in the state of Arizona. According to the National UFO Reporting Center, there have been approximately 5,000 UFO reports in Arizona, going all the way back to the 1940s.
On July 7, 1947, William A. Rhodes, an amateur photographer, saw an elliptical metallic object. He managed to capture 2 excellent photographs of this object at very low altitude. and he sent them into the Arizona Republic newspaper, which published them on the front page. And if you look at these photographs, you can see that they show a very solid-looking metallic gray object at low altitude. These photographs have never been debunked, so this is a very important case.
There was what I believe is a genuine UFO crash that occurred in Kingman, Arizona in May of 1953. This was apparently the recovery of a virtually intact downed flying saucer. The witnesses came out, and this was quite a significant case. And then probably the most famous of the many UFO sightings Arizona has had is the Travis Walton abduction experience from 1975 that took place in November of that year and made national news. And so Arizona has its own long history of anomalous activity, for sure.
So pretty interesting stuff. When that happened, there was like a video of like people coming up and saying, I think there was, I can't remember how many people actually came by. How many people actually came out and started reporting a lot of it. What is the date of that video? Shit. Let me see. This was a year ago. All UFOs or UAPs are probably drones. Drones have been around for a long time, used by the military.
Hey, have you seen that fire in the sky about that Travis Walton incident? It's pretty fucking creepy.
Oh yeah, that's what I was. Hold on. That's what So I was supposed to have a guest. Okay, so I was supposed to have a damn guest, and they were telling me all about this stuff. But the fire in the sky, was one of the things that they recommended to me.
Yeah, it's pretty creepy. If you ever get a chance to check it out.
Yeah, is it a movie?
Yeah, they made a movie about it.
What name of man says? Oh, there was another thing too. There was I can't remember the documentary. So use my man. Oh, okay. I've seen that already. So I couldn't when I was looking on the actual UFO sightings for Phoenix during that time. There was pretty good images. Because some of them are so spread out that they've seen it was that big when they saw it, but it's hard to find the actual like a good image of when someone was like directly under it. Hold on, let me see. Share screen real quick. So here's Phoenix. Here's one that is about 785, but these are just 2 sightings. And those are the amount of people that have seen it. So I was trying to look to see where that might have had a good image. So here's one from 1966. So this might actually be one that has some have a okay. So there is one with media. Hold up. Let me share this screen real quick. Good Lord. I hate having to do this. Is there an easier way to do like more than one screen share? Or do you have to do it individually?
No, you can't. You can do it. You can't do it. You gotta do it individually. But what you can do is you can highlight the link whenever you before you click it. Like you right click and say copy link, or it'll say copy address, and then go to your search bar or whatever, and then paste it there, and then click go.
Oh, gotcha. So here's the 3. I believe the 3. What was this day? He was. Oh, this is last few years ago.
I got it right here. I got all 3 of them right here. Yeah, I know. It's him too. No blinky lights on this motherfucker. Wow. These phones suck. Oh, I don't have my camera out. Damn it.
I'm about to mute Doge.
Camera.
That's not
No, my
me.
camera.
Oh, that's that guy. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it was the guy.
Ah. Yeah, he's screwed. It's nice that he got that fire image though.
Yeah, Chinese lantern, probable. 4 crafts in Glendale. So Glendale is sort of rural. Not really. It's kind of rural, but not really. Let's see. We have some stargazing. Let me get to the media. How the fuckers not have media? What the fuck? All right, let's go to the second page. That is so wild. Then this probably isn't the one that has So Gary, if I just click and copy on here,
Yeah.
it'll go back to the map.
Any link you go to, right click on. Yeah, there you go.
All right. So back to because and I don't know if you all know, but for the viewers out there, New Mexico also has the Roswell. They also have the little the fuck is it called?
Area 51.
Area 51, right. 2 sightings from 1947 to 2025. Parts of New Mexico. Albuquerque. Albuquerque is a popular city. See, not much from there. So here is Tucson. Tucson is pretty rural as well. That's where that guy was from. And fun fact, Tucson is where if you all been keeping up with the Thorpes and all that, this is where Lalo is from. So he's not that far away. 474 sightings from 1960 to 2024. Hold on.
Maybe Lalo's an alien.
That's a good point. Hold on. There's some images on here.
It's possible.
Possible. Would it
Like
be go ahead?
Like 1%, maybe, at least.
So would it be a straight or a kind of interesting other alien?
You mean the Greys?
Yeah, like the Greys from oh shit.
From that video game?
I thought it was from have you all seen that movie? That show called Resident Alien?
No.
You haven't seen that show yet? Okay. Hold on. Getting confused here. Wait, let me see if Lowe's backstage. No. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Military doesn't use lights. That is kind of wild. Those are kind of wild, anyways. Yeah, because there are lights that are kind of not explained, so it makes it a little bit confusing on how when people say that it was flares or whatnot, because they don't. The flares that I've seen don't really stay out that long. They kind of just probably 2 or 3 seconds and they're gone. So not too sure how they would explain that. All right, so we have some from Tucson that actually have some good stuff on there, an actual image. Let's see. So this is the one Looks like a missile or space junk burning up and going south. It looked like a large missile entering the atmosphere. It left multiple traits and was extremely bright. So I've actually seen this happen before. But it wasn't really anything that I was like, "Oh wow, that's a extra." I didn't think it was anything other than just like maybe something was debris was flying from space or some shit. 3 to 4 minutes going south. Um, let's see what's going on. Oval, unknown. It looked like a missile, or that's the one we just saw. Completely dark at first. Let's see this video. Uh, just blue dots. Sphere. Oh, I think this is the one. What the fuck? No. That does not look real. Speedway, First Street. I witnessed a huge V formation, 5 lights silently moving. Nah. 2 objects hovering in the back of a hotel. Not really. Huh. Let's see. I'm going back and forth on sharing the screen. I'm gonna try to come up soon. My stomach hurts, kind of, so I'm just listening for now. That's all right, Lo. Maybe all this alien talk is making your stomach hurt. I actually wanted to talk to Lo about something else though too, but um, I don't know if you're up to still talking about what we discussed, Lo. Um, that would be cool. But if you're not, that's fine. So this is another rural area in Arizona. Wickenburg is pretty rural. So we look across California. There's been a lot of sightings. Nevada, Oregon, Washington. Doge, you're in Texas, right? Or are you somewhere in the south? In the
What? No, I'm not even close to Texas.
uh
Why did you think that?
I don't know. Are you in Arkansas?
Speaks from Texas.
Oh, speaks from Texas. Yeah, speaks from Texas. Houston, San Antonio. File a UFO report. Let's look at the gallery here. Oh shit.
What the hell is this?
I don't know. Whoa. Looks like some,
Okay. Looks like some kid doodles.
okay. Multicolor. Pyramid shaped. This is Nashville, Tennessee. We got British Columbia, Farmington, Peoria, Reno, Nevada. Oh, that actually looks like something right there. Oops. Pueblo, Colorado. San Quentin. Las Vegas. We got something that looks like the fucking Death Star. Chapman. Yeah, these are all so weird. They're not really. Anna, Texas. Hmm. Okay. So Rita, Arizona. Okay, I can see that being something weird. That's an awesome deserted area.
So it's just some freaky looking triangles and some orange slices.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, people. I mean, the definitive what an actual a sighting would look like is just kind of like all over the place. What the fuck? Okay, that's not. While detailed photos of UFOs remain stubbornly elusive, many witnesses have submitted drawings or computer renderings of strange craft they have seen. Below is a collection of some of the more interesting images we have received over the years. The images are presented in the order they were received, with the most recent being the top. Each image can be clicked to see a larger version, first-hand reported incident. So this is the current one, 2013. What was the earliest one? 1994. Okay. 1995. 97. The Phoenix Lights. Phoenix Lights. Phoenix Lights. Phoenix Lights. Canada. Green Bay. Green Belt. Seattle, Washington. Yeah, these are all just different, I guess, kid drawings. What's the data bank say? Pilot reports, latest investigations. UFO detecting use of passive radar technology. Wait, Garion, what? Wait, was it you, or was it Give Crack that was
What?
talking about something last week? On another stream about something about you're like, oh, you can't really say it on the internet or whatever on a live stream.
Oh, that was yeah.
That was Crack, huh?
We were mentioning something. I forgot what it was.
Um,
I think Low thinks aliens are man-made.
Whoa! How so, Low? Oh, DW, yeah. Game Over was also talking about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I was like, because that's what kind of also made me interested. I was like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? So what is that? What is DEW? Wait, let me before you say anything, let me look it up.
No, I'll just tell you.
All right.
Well, he just put it in the chat. Direct energy weapons.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What they hit Hawaii with and California.
Yeah, the thing that was used to start the fires. They're basically like satellites that beam down radiation and light in order to artificially create fires and such.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they tell the rich people to paint their ceilings blue because for some reason, direct energy weapons don't heat up anything painted blue. They can't burn things that are painted blue.
Huh. What the fuck? Okay. Or the GAO. Was that another thing too they were talking about? Why does this matter? The surge directed energy weapons. So what we're talking about, they control weather too with them. Okay.
You think those are the same thing? You think weather manipulation technology and direct energy weapons are a direct cause of all these alien sightings?
Hold on. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Let me show it. Okay. I'm gonna share this. Oh no, I don't know about that. I think Lowe's I think they've created aliens over time to basically scare us and to control. And when it comes to the end times, they'll use them to fake the rapture, in my opinion. Lola, you're talking about Project Blue Beam. I think they've created aliens over time. How would you create something like, okay, so another thing too is like how would you discredit people who are actually like been in the air seeing these objects? Like I don't know, in the last like 2 or 3 years, especially when COVID, there was a lot of things coming out about that. So low, hit the streamer link. That's part of it, yes, but they'll use the aliens as a fake Jesus, basically. Huh? As a fake Jesus. Let's see.
Hold on. I got the perfect video for low.
The summer of the burning buildings, all the looted stores, and an overall lack of legal consequences for crimes committed by rioters. However, in a Blaze exclusive, Blaze investigative journalists Steve Baker and Joe Hanneman revealed that the Pentagon approved the use of directed energy weapons on rioters in June of that year. Here to discuss with me is editor-in-chief of Blaze News and Steve himself. Steve, your article makes some pretty bold claims. So what exactly did you and Joe uncover, and how did you guys verify it?
Well, before I answer that question specifically, let me just say that this is not really the culmination of 4 years of work. This is finally the reveal, the very beginning of us revealing 4 years worth of work. And it began with our investigations into what was going on the day on January 6th. And then as a result of that, the contacts that we made, it began with contacts through the law enforcement agencies that were on the ground that day, but also because in that process, I was also at the same time investigating the reports that I had received that military were on the ground that day. United States military operatives were on the ground. Now, not necessarily for nefarious reasons. I don't know. I just know that I had special operatives who I've had a long-term relationship and who are connected. And they were telling me that they had boots on the ground there at the Capitol that day. So my curiosity began to just lead me down a number of rabbit holes, and I began to pull a lot of threads. And throughout that process, I began to discover that there were new types of systems that I was not aware of that possibly could be used to both control crowds as riot control, but also had other uses to move people in ways that maybe the American public are not aware of. We've heard about the Havana syndrome. That's been around for years. Catherine Herridge, just a week or so ago, had a big reveal. She had a CIA whistleblower come forward. We had looked at congressional testimonies about the Havana syndrome and the types of directed energy weapons that were used or possibly used to create those anomalous health incidences that they talk about. And I began to study on my own the difference between what they call the RF or microwave weapons and then the audio weapons itself. Now, that led me to go back to the intelligence community, contacts that I have, back to the special forces military community that I have sources with. And through that, we began to learn a lot more about what's really available to our government right now when it comes to crowd control.
Steve, I think it's important because none of us really have a clear idea of what we're talking about when you say systems or directed energy weapons. So go a little bit into what kind of weaponry we're talking about, what kind of devices we're talking about.
Well, we have to go all the way back to the 1950s. The Soviets were very active in developing what they called psychotronic weapons at that time.
Psychotronic.
Now, this is open source information. As a matter of fact, everything that I know about it, I've pulled directly from the CIA website. I mean, the CIA.gov website has thousands and thousands of articles and that have been declassified that go back to their own intelligence sourcing of what the Soviets were up to back then. Then we fast forward many years. If I'm skipping over a lot, which we will get to with the Blaze and through our series of articles on this subject. But if we jump to 1991, then we find out when the Soviet Union fell that many of their scientists were selling their information and selling their science to our government and other buyers as well. And through that, we were able to purchase. When I say we, elements of our government were able to purchase advanced technology in what they call the directed energy weapons space. And some of that was much more advanced technology than what we even talk about when we're talking about Havana syndrome. We're talking about now not just truck mounted riot control weapons where they have the big arrays mounted on.
All right, what's the shenanigans going on in the chat? Hold on. This is a good let's see. Fake Jesus to get people to abandon their faith and follow blindly. Could be holograms, but it all goes back to technology or drones. Yeah, there are a lot of conspiracies like the aliens or AI that could definitely happen. I just don't know which one. So you're saying they scripted the Bible, or they playing out the Bible script?
Well, part of that plot, that Project Bluebeam, is for them to fake a alien invasion so they can create martial law, and then we come under that new world order.
Hey,
I
got something to share. I think this might clear up Lowe's little conundrum.
You believe Jesus was an alien? Yeah.
Yahweh is Enlil from the Sumerian tablets. Same person, right?
Come
Go
on,
by
Gary.
the
Come on,
text
Gary.
and the tablets, and you realize the description of the person is identically the same. When you realize that the biblical version of Yahweh is copied word for word from older Sumerian tablets. We know the Bible was written 100 AD to 900 AD. So let's go back 6,000 to 8,000 years, and all of a sudden you see the same story, but the person's name is Enlil from ancient Sumeria, from Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates River. Jesus, his real name is actually Yeshua. Jesus is actually not a real name. The J wasn't even invented until, I forget what year it was, 1800 and something or whatever. J is a new letter.
Yeah.
What they're saying is Isus. And what does Isus mean? It means Hail Zeus. And who is Zeus? Enlil from the Sumerian tablets.
So let me play God's advocate on this one.
I'm 19 keys, and this is high level coming.
Yeah, I think they'll do it.
Wow.
I used to rock with Billy Carson until he got cooked by that Christian philosopher guy. I was like, yeah, I can't rock with this guy no more.
So hold on. Let me see what else to say. So you're saying they scripted the Bible, or are they playing it out? Yes, they have been using this stuff for a long time. Havana syndrome is a good example, but it is way older than that. Okay, they have voice to skull technology. What he's talking about controlling crowds is with sound and sonar. It's all open source. That's how I know this shit. I think that they are playing from the Bible, trying to use the lack of context to fill in the gaps, because they know what's really true, since they have all those hidden passages and shit. So, damn, Lo, they just want us to be so off track and know that's true. Yeah, he's a lot right, but Jesus was not an alien. I don't know if he's an alien, LMAO, based off the human definition, but sure.
Ooh.
Damn, Lo. Fucking Lowe's going hardcore. So another person that I saw that did a lot of research back in the day. This woman named her name was Leslie something, but she talks a little bit about some of the this book.
Something unidentified in the sky. And they, of course, were the ones that created that term for it. I also became to learn more and more about the level of secrecy and denial that was going on in our government. There really has been a cover-up of information. That's a big topic. And I got to know some of the insiders, especially after it came out. People with a lot.
So there was this Costa Rica
so that it just automatically took pictures of the terrain and these very large negatives. And in one of these images, this disc showed up. And it's crystal clear. It was not supposed to be there. The disc has been, this image has been studied by numerous scientists who we're able to learn a lot about it. It's direct, its size, its speed, and all kinds of things. There's a lot of technical papers that have been written about it, but it's clearly something unexplained. As a peace officer in 1987, actually off of Route 84 in Connecticut, which many of you may be familiar with, there was a wave of sightings in the 1980s in the Hudson Valley in New York. For a couple of years, hundreds of people saw these recurring objects, and they pull over along the Taconic Parkway in their cars and stop and look at these gigantic objects that were hovering or silently passing by. And in those days, people didn't have cell phones, but this police officer had a camera and he took this picture. I find it really quite beautiful because you can see the lights, but assumedly there's some kind of an object there in the darkness. So anyway, I persevered. I did a lot of about and correspondent at the New York Times, wrote this front page story for the New York Times. And the way it happened was that I was called into a meeting in October of that year to meet the former head of this Pentagon program that Bear mentioned. This program had been operating in secret for about a decade, a little less than a decade, and it was headed up by a man named Luis Elizondo, who I've come to know very well. And he has been part of the articles Ralph and I have done for the New York Times for years. And he was resigning his job because he felt that he had a national security problem on his hands and nobody was paying attention within the Department of Defense. He couldn't get it up the chain of command. There were people blocking his ability to do his work. So he decided to go out into the public arena and try to reach Congress and use the media and try to talk to members of Congress and be more public about it. And so I was able to go to this meeting. I was shown all these incredible documents about the program. I was shown Harry Reid's letters. Harry Reid, the former Senate Majority Leader, was the person who made this program possible in the beginning. The letter of resignation that Elizondo wrote to Secretary of James Mattis, the Secretary of Defense. None of this had been made. The advance this document to 5-year vet as later.
She plays the video. I'm trying to find it.
This was a case recent, and they witnessed the water below them. They went right to where they.
So the appearance of this that made you believe it wasn't from this world, as opposed to something else.
Well, the first thing is it had no wings, so you think, okay, it's a helicopter. Well, there's no rotor wash in the water. There's no rotors. And when helicopters move side to side, they kind of slow and then they pick up speed going the other way. This was extremely abrupt, like a ping pong ball bouncing off a wall. It would hit and go the other way and change directions at will. And then the ability to hover over the water and then start a vertical climb from basically zero up towards about 12,000 feet and then accelerate in less than 2 seconds and disappear is something I had never seen in my life.
Yeah, and the other thing that was really important about the article, of course, was that Ralph and Helene and I included 2 videos, which are now everywhere. And I just want to show you one of them. These are our official Navy videos. This one was taken off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida in 2015. And there is some swearing in this video, but I think everybody can handle that.
I can't handle it.
No, go ahead against the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west. A little thing, dude. That's not how that's is it? It's not. Well, if there's another thing, it's rotated.
And you might have heard them say there's a whole fleet of them. Well, there was a whole fleet of them, but that part of the video was not provided to us, the public, but it exists. And so that I'm curious, are there people, how many people in this room have never seen a video? Have not seen it before? Yeah, see, I didn't even need to show it. Anyway, I'm just, yeah, okay. It's just everywhere, this video. Anyway, so I got to move along here because I know we need to get to the question. So Ralph and I stayed on this. We did our second story in 2019 for the New York Times about pilot sightings. And this is when Lieutenant Ryan Graves came forward. He was an active duty pilot at the time, involved with a Navy squadron that were having lots and lots of incidents with these objects. And he was extremely courageous to come forward because most pilots wait until they're retired if they're going to say anything at all. He has become a major player in the universe of UAP work. He's set up organizations. He's worked with members of Congress to write legislation. He's just a very, very become a real figure in the UFO world or UAP world. And he described incidents such as a pilot and his wingman who were flying in tandem. They were about 100 feet apart over the east coast of the Atlantic Ocean, and something flew right between them, right past their cockpit. And dangerous. It was a near miss. And the pilots described it as looking like this. a sphere with a cube inside. And objects like this are just being seen almost daily by these off the coast of the United States. There are reports coming in on them all the time. One more video to show you, which is also really fun to watch. This we also released through the Times, and this was taken in the area around 2015 where Ryan Graves and his squadron were operating.
Okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow.
Clearly something very unusual and thrilling for these pilots to see. And these videos are also part of the universe of data that we have. And these videos were acknowledged by the Navy to be authentic Navy videos of unexplained objects. So eventually, members of Congress started to get a lot of briefings that pilots were going in to talk to them, the people from the Department of Defense, from the intelligence community, and the Congress became more and more interested, and they wanted to know more, and they wanted to know why this information had been withheld from them for so long. In 2021, a very important report was released, which Congress requested. And what was important about this report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence was not only it really established absolutely 100% that UFOs are real objects. I mean, that was basically written in this report. Nobody could argue with that anymore. But what I found particularly interesting about it was there was the question of, well, if they're real, could they be Russian, Chinese, or could they be secret American technology? Those seemed to be the possibilities that people were holding at that time. And this report basically said that we have no data to indicate that they are technology from any of our adversaries, which would be China or Russia. So they kind of ruled out that. And then they also said that we don't have any data that they're high-level technology from America either. So this question became sort of bubbled up more and more about, are they Russian or Chinese? We don't think they are, and we don't think they're American either. And the Congress people began to become more outspoken about this over time as they received more and more briefings. Here is Senator Mitt Romney in 2021 who said, I don't believe they're coming from foreign adversaries. If they were, why, that would suggest that they have a technology which is in a whole different sphere than anything we understand. And frankly, China and Russia just aren't there, and neither are we, by the way. And so these are, again, Mitt Romney and others were people who were briefed at very high levels and knew a lot more than any of us did. So things were snowballing at this point. Scientists became involved. Avi Loeb set up the Galileo project, which was a window of opportunity for many scientists to jump in this. And Tim's going to talk about this project because he's involved with it. NASA set up a study group. Actually, NASA, who had never wanted anything to do with this topic before, would set up an independent study group, and in 2023 they issued a report which basically said that they felt that this was something that needed for.
All right, so there was a whole documentary on that, on her research and stuff. Her book is, I looked kind of at it. It looks pretty good. Some things are explained. There's some people who do testimonies from like the Navy and also the Air Force. Let's see. I think Lowe says, I don't know if he's an alien based off human definition. I think we read that already. So the point is that all open source by the CIA means that it's declassified and old. Imagine what all they are doing now. There are a lot of psychological operations. So I would say that's kind of what Lowe is trying to verbalize, maybe. Yes, games. Sorry, LOL. I'm not the best at articulating. No, you're great. I can't articulate it well either. It's mind-boggling.
All the ladies are gassing each other up.
Yeah, they're gassing each other. Lo, are you still there?
You go, Queens.
Yeah, go Queens. It's all based off the. It's interesting to me because like Lo, I was gonna ask Lo about some basic questions, and it's funny because she actually brought it up herself. Hold on, where is it?
Well, flat. What are we gonna ask about flat Earth?
That was part of it, but how does she think that it relates to religion? Because I was doing some research, and there really isn't any particular sayings in the Bible that it is that the Earth is flat. There's just different. I guess you would say, like a theory that it is, but it doesn't specifically.
Where do you get that from?
Huh?
I said, where did you come up with that?
Just some of the quotes. I was looking up some quotes.
I mean, did you read Genesis?
No.
I mean, oh yeah, I forgot. Speak's real big into that flat Earth.
Oh, are you big in the flat Earth?
Hey, I'm not saying we don't have proof of either.
Okay.
None of us have actually gone up into space and looked down and said, "Oh yeah, the Earth is round or it's flat." I could go either way on it, but I'm open to either. But there's just some things about a round Earth that I just don't subscribe to.
The Bible talks about a firmament.
A firmament.
A firmament.
Yeah, we live in a closed system basically.
Even if the Earth isn't flat, there's still a firmament.
Yeah.
So what is that? What is a firmament?
The firmament basically protects. I mean, it basically is a cover. It separates the waters above and below. That's why people subscribe to the flat Earth theory. It's like a dome, basically. Like when you look at rocket ships go up, what do? They go straight up and then they curve. You don't ever see them actually leave the atmosphere.
I always thought rocket ships actually go out of space.
Well, based on how high up this firmament is, yeah. I mean, they go out where we can't see them anymore. So you would think that they went into outer space. There's a lot of people that subscribe to actually being in outer space is the ocean.
So that's why you say it's more like a slow snow globe. Is that a good depiction of it? Of Earth is a snow globe?
Yeah. I mean, you could say that with the firmament. Let me get you the verse. Give me a second.
Gary, have you heard of the firmament?
I have. It's basically this big old bubble made out of insert material here, because they never really describe what the firmament is actually made out of. Some people think it's like ice or something. Some people think it's ice. Some people think it's like energy. It's like a force field or whatever.
All right,
This is chapter 1, verses 6 to 8. Then God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." Thus God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. So the evening and the morning were the second day. Thank you for continuing to watch this video. Please don't forget to subscribe and support my channel. This will also help in taking
Jesus didn't say all that.
This world. On the second day of creation, God made something called the firmament, or a big space, which split the huge amount of water that was there from the start into two parts.
Wait, hold on. Pause
The
it.
waters above the firmament.
Hold on. If the firmament is just a big space that splits the heaven and the sea, how do y'all know it's not just, the atmosphere?
What do you mean? How do you not know it's the atmosphere?
Because the firmament is literally described as a big space. Space, by its definition, is just an empty void of nothing where no physical element is actually, in it. So how the firmament isn't just the atmosphere, which is just empty space?
We don't know what it is. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. This is him explaining it. Now, this could be all in theory, but I mean, this is the word of God, which so many people want to subscribe to until it doesn't fit their narrative.
Okay.
This is him basically saying he divided the waters. It says so above as below.
You know what else divides the waters?
What's that?
Steam.
True. But like I said, this is in the word, so you take it up with him.
All right.
Yeah, this is so. And if it was a dome,
people think it's like a dome or something.
Then where is wouldn't you hit a particular stopping point of a dome? Like if it's glass or whatever.
Yeah, how come when the Apollo went up into space, it didn't hit something that just immediately explode on impact?
Bro, that's what they showed you. You think that Apollo mission actually made it to the moon?
I mean, we got a rover up there.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. Even if that were the case, there is a planet that used to be called Tiamat. Well, I don't even need to show you that anymore since you played that video.
Wait, what?
I said I don't even need to show you this anymore since you played that video. It
Oh
just
no, go
basically-
ahead, go ahead. I want to see.
No, I mean it was just saying, and God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. I mean, it's basically what he's talking about in this video.
Okay, let me see. I want to continue on.
Are thought to be water vapor. Back when the Earth was newly made, the weather was a lot nicer than it is now. Scientists have found that places in the far north, which are now frozen, used to have warm tropical forests. This suggests that the whole Earth used to have a really pleasant climate where
Yeah.
it wasn't too hot or too cold, unlike today, where some places can be very hard to live in because of extreme temperatures. God made the firmament. Its function was to separate the water on the ground from the water above in the sky. Nowadays, we call it the sky and understand it as the atmosphere around us and the space beyond where the sun, moon, and stars are.
Called it.
It helps move water from the ground up into the air.
Okay.
Water can turn into vapor, go up into the atmosphere, move anywhere on Earth, and then come back down as mist or rain. God named the sky heaven, just like he named the light on the first day. In the Bible, heaven can mean where God lives or the sky above us. Here it's about the sky we see above the Earth, which looks like a big dome covering everything. This heaven doesn't mean the place where God lives, nor does it mean the vast space with all the stars and galaxies. It's talking about the air or atmosphere around the Earth. This creating of the atmosphere happened on the second day, which means another day had passed on Earth. There's been a lot of talk about the word firmament. In Hebrew, rakia means something like a thin, hammered-out sheet of metal, which is why firmament was used to describe it. Some people think that the ancient Hebrews believed there was a solid layer above the Earth because of this term. They say that since there's no such solid layer, the story in the Bible can't be right. But that's not a good argument. The word firmament really just refers to the sky above us, including both the air around our planet and the space beyond it. We can tell what it means from the context in the Bible itself. For example, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 20, it talks about birds flying on the face of the firmament. And also in verse 14, it also mentions the sun and moon being in the firmament. Clearly, the birds aren't flying where the sun and moon are, showing that rakia simply means the sky and space above us, not a solid dome. These verses explain how the air or atmosphere was separated from the solid parts of the Earth.
Well, they got
The
birds
term
in the
waters
firmament.
above
That's
the
crazy.
firmament suggests there might have been a lot more water vapor higher up in the sky than we have now. This could have made the sunlight spread out more softly across the Earth, keeping the temperature more even by holding heat in and stopping it from escaping too quickly into space. The layer of water vapor around the Earth spread out the sun's warmth and light, making the winds move and spread this warmth all over in a good way. When a part of the Earth faced the sun, it got warm, and water would evaporate. Then, as the Earth turned away from the sun, that part would cool down, and dew would form, watering the ground. The Bible mentions in Genesis chapter 2, verse 6 that a mist or vapor rose from the earth and watered the whole surface of the ground. This extra vapor could have spread out the sunlight more evenly and kept the Earth's temperature more stable by holding in heat. We know from Genesis chapter 7, verse 11, that everything changed with the flood during Noah's time, when the windows of heaven were opened. After that, Earth wasn't the perfect paradise it once was. The oceans were created to keep nations apart and to help control the climate, making Earth a place where humans could live. Most people live near the big oceans because the oceans provide food, help with trade, and make the climate nicer by absorbing heat in the summer and releasing it in the winter, making life better for everyone. The great rivers within the oceans show how amazing and thoughtful the Creator was. Scientists are still trying to fully understand how things like the Gulf Stream can move from the Gulf of Mexico, bringing warmth to places like the British Isles and Norway, or how the Japan Current heats up the west coast of America, or the Humboldt Current brings cooler water to the equator. God naming the sky shows he is in charge of it. Naming it means God has control over space, and space doesn't limit what God can do because he made it and controls it. Just like turning on the lights on the first day, making the sky was finished before the second day ended with a period of darkness and then light. The air around us is really amazing and carefully made. It not only gives us the oxygen we need to breathe, but also protects us from harmful sunlight. For example, even though there's only a tiny bit of ozone in the air, it's super important because it stops us from getting seriously sunburned in just one day. The air we breathe is a marvel of God's love and wisdom. It is no mere accident that it contains exactly the
Hey,
right
Nat, pause that real quick.
to sustain life in man and animal.
All right. So with that being said, like, so basically when we have this firmament created, right? And so this technical Jesus, I'm sorry, not Jesus, but God created the world in, 7 days. I basically don't believe that the 7 days is like we think it is. Because, in the Bible, it does state that in God's eye, a day could be 1,000 years. And basically humans understanding. So like basically, so how in the Bible, how they talk about how, certain people live very long lifespans. So, so anything that happened before the flood of Noah is called the antediluvian age. Meaning, before the flood, antediluvian, deluge.
Yeah.
And so because of that firmament, the atmosphere had higher oxygen content, which allowed animals to grow bigger and people to live longer based on the high oxygen content. After the flood waters were released onto the earth, that changed everything. Shorter lifespans, creatures growing smaller. They don't grow as big because there's less oxygen in the atmosphere. Just wanted to throw that out there.
And how do they explain how gravity works?
You talking about in the Bible or just in that story?
Maybe in that story.
Well, gravity's never even talked about. It's never even.
Like, how are we able to stay within the dome? Like, how can it keep? How does everything stay placed within the dome? You know what I mean? Because wouldn't we like end up like floating and shit? Like, if there was.
It's kind of hard to explain, and there's like several books you have to go into. Like, you just can't stick with the Bible because, of course, the Bible's been chopped and screwed. So you gotta take a look at books like the Book of Noah. He breaks it down how these are different. There's different levels of heaven, and like, so let's say the stars, the moon, and shit that you see in the sky, those are a level of heaven. The earth is a level. Like, all this shit's different levels. There's like 10 levels, if I remember correctly in reading that. Like, but it's a closed system. Basically, the earth is a plane of existence. It's not a planet per se. It's
I see.
A realm. Now, that's not saying that these planets don't exist. They're just different realms.
So like Jupiter, Uranus, all those are different realms of something.
Yeah, of planes of existence. So there could be actually other beings. I think there were. And I need to stop bullshitting and do this show because I really want to talk about that, because there's a lot of shit in the Bible that I have questions about. So, like, for instance, like with Cain, that was going to be the show. It's going to be talking about the antediluvian age / the mark of Cain, right? So you know about the story of Cain and Abel, right? How he killed his brother.
Yeah.
And God gave him a mark, right? Because he said, if the people see me, they will kill me. And God's like, no, I'm going to mark you so they know not to touch you. Who are these people? Because according to the Bible, there's nobody else on this planet but Adam and Eve and their descendants, their kids. So when he says these people will see me and know what I've done and they will kill me, who are these people?
Oh, okay. So you're trying to trace back to where that kind of concept kind of came about.
Yeah,
The people that just started it.
I believe that the Adam and Eve lineage of humans weren't the first quote unquote beings that God created.
Okay, that's interesting. So, as someone like me, I've never dived deep into the Bible. You know, I have friends who are strong Christians and friends who are strong that read the Quran. You know, and then they're like, what do you call them again? Born again Christians or whatever. So, a lot of those concepts I want to understand a little bit just to see where others are. That's why I wanted to talk to Lo, because she says that she's not religious. Does she always say she's not? She believes in the Bible, but she's not religious. Is that what she always says?
I don't think she subscribes to religion in like the sense that she got to be going to church and doing all that type of stuff, but she does believe in a creator and that type of deal.
I know she believes in a Christian creator because she mentions the Christian Bible a lot.
Yeah.
Right. What's that dude's channel link? Which dude? Garion?
Mine?
Game over. You got to be specific. Is it Garion?
He showed like 3 videos.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the dude. This guy, it's a biblical timeline. So as far as as far as planets go or galaxies, there is no like as far as like matter and everything that is in the universe. There's no nothing pushing things further away from where we are, right? Like, you know how they say the universe is expanding?
Yeah.
So from what you're telling me, that everything it's a plane of existence, even other galaxies too, right?
Yeah, but I mean, there's actually, I mean, if you want to call it space, there is space in between everything.
Okay.
And like, you ever notice when you see like a spaceship traveling in the sky, if you really just watch the video, it does look like it's treading through water. If you just ever watch a spaceship launching up into quote unquote space, it looks like it's traveling through water.
Huh. Okay. And let me see. There was another question. So as far as airplane travel, how does that work?
Well, I think, okay, so here's my theory, but you know, hey, I could be wrong, but I think
No, it's a theory. It's good. It's good. You're good.
So, I mean, if you look at ancient navigators' maps, they never used a globe map to navigate the globe, the planet, per se. They used a flat Earth map,
right?
Until recently.
That's a good point. Mm-hmm.
And I think, like, I mean, this can be a big conspiracy. Like I said, nobody really knows whether it's one way or the other. But have you ever looked at flight patterns? Let's say somebody goes from LA to France, and you look at the flight pattern that they take, it makes no goddamn sense.
Flight patterns? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the flight pattern, like the path that they travel on a quote unquote globe map, that the flight pattern that they take to go from basically the west coast of the United States to Europe is fucking asinine. Like, it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. And then people are like, oh, when you look out the distance, you can see a curvature. That's bullshit. It's just your eyes fucking playing tricks on you.
They don't fly direct when they fly.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
They go all the way around.
Yeah, they make to make it look like, you know, that they're flying like a globe. Like, it doesn't make no sense, because if you look at it from a flat Earth perspective, they shouldn't even fly like that. Like, you would have to pull up like a flight pattern of saying, like, let's say I'm leaving LAX and I'm going to France or somewhere like that, and just look at the flight pattern that they take. It makes no goddamn sense whatsoever.
So okay, all right. Let me ask you this then. So with that being said, how does time work then? Because if we were supposed to travel from LAX to the East Coast, it should be direct, right? There shouldn't be that should be the same time. You should be getting to the East Coast at the same time as going anywhere else, right?
I always thought time was a man-made thing, something we
Oh.
just use to measure the stars in the sky.
Yeah, I think time is a construct that that's all we've ever known, so we don't know any different.
I think a lot of people get the two concepts mixed up, and that's the concept of time and the concept of causality. I think when people talk about time, they think of like, you know how movies depict it, and it's like time flowing. Like, let's say you knock over a chair, and then you rewind time, and the chair's back in its place. That's not time.
Right.
That's like causality. Me moving my hand to push the chair over, and then the effect, which is the chair falling over. That's causality. You know, the cause and then the effect. People get that mixed up a lot for some reason. Probably because of like fiction and entertainment doing it.
Yeah, because ever since you were born, you've been on a time schedule, right? So I'm gonna blow your mind with this, Nat. What if you didn't live by the constructs of time? Like, let's just say you had no concept of time. Would you age?
Because yeah, probably still. I mean, I wouldn't call it age because then that's still a definition of how.
Yeah, because you're still living in time. You're basically still living by the constraints of time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, because all you've ever known since you came into existence is time, what time you were born. You live by a time clock now. You have a schedule. Everything is governed by time, which is a construct. But let's say, for instance, if you had no concept of time, would you age?
Probably.
I mean, maybe still because I would have to go by the seasons and then also the sun rising and the sun setting.
Yeah, but all you know, all you know is that it goes from night to dark, but you still have no concept of time. You just know it's light for this amount of time, and then bam, it goes dark.
So just because you don't know what time is a concept, does that mean that time is just not real? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe it isn't.
I don't know if I agree with that, me personally, but that's fair.
Because you don't know any better. We don't know. None of us know any better because we've all been governed by time.
Yeah, we don't know any other perspective besides time.
Yeah.
So what would all of a sudden you start growing up? Then what would you explain? How would you explain that if there was no such thing as what you're mentioning time?
Well, I mean that's one of those the slippery slopes in that whole concept. Like if you didn't, I mean, of course you probably mature, but aging would probably be different. Like you probably would be governed by the same. Oh yeah, this human gets 0 to 100 years. Like you could probably. I don't know. This is like crazy shit I be thinking about because like one of the hardest lines I ever heard in any TV show is like on Invincible. Now, Gary, and you watched Invincible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember when fucking Omni-Man and his son, before they got into that epic fight, and he was telling them about do you know how long we really live? And he starts breaking that shit down to him. That shit fucked with my head for like weeks. That whole conversation that he had with his son about, how long they live.
Gary, you there?
Yeah, I am.
Gary is thinking about that shit. Like he's like, I'm gonna go back and look at that scene. Like that scene just blew my mind. I mean, you could probably pull it up, Nap. I don't know if you'll get a copyright strike.
Just try to watch the music or.
Is it the one? Let me break it down to you. Is it the one where
you can probably type in Omni-Man? Do you realize how long we really live? I think you wouldn't get a copyright strike if you just play like the sound.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you can, as long as there's no music playing. I think that's the main thing.
Is that what it is? Because I don't know these fucking YouTube guidelines.
Me neither. And plus, they keep changing them. They do it every year.
It's like 1 minute they're cool with you reacting to shit, and the next
Is it
minute
is it the finale? Or I still have you?
It's in that part, but that might be like after he whooped his ass. So that's a little bit after that.
There's one that says the full argument, Invincible season 1 finale.
Oh, you can probably pull that up.
All right, let me
see what they got.
Let's see. So this one? Let's see, I see what you mean. So the anatomy of the human body would be your time. Would be I think your body would replace the concept of time, because what he's saying, I mean, he already has that, longevity of life, right? And for us, it sucks because our body has to go through age in a different way, right?
Yeah, so basically, like, okay, so there's this thing on our DNA called telomere caps, right? And after the flood or whatever, they were capped off, so that basically keeps it to where it says man is supposed to live no longer than 120 years, which now that you rarely see anybody that lives that long. It's a rarity. But but prior to that, people were living, like Methuselah is supposed to have been the oldest man to ever live, and he lived to be like 962.
Damn, when was that traced?
Well, it's in the Bible. Like, they give like ages of different people.
Yeah, not gonna lie, there's a lot of really old people in the Bible that live up to like 800, 900, 500.
Hell, Adam lived to be 932 years old before he died. You got long lifespans.
Oh, those got something about the ice wall.
With fair use, you just have to stop it a bit and make it transformative for education. Oh yeah, yo.
Oh, so we gotta talk over it. Okay.
Yeah. 969 Methuselah.
Methuselah.
Yeah, that numbers play with. They say 969, some say 962. However, we know is damn near 1,000 years.
Yeah, he was an old nigga. That's right.
He's old.
You almost up there too. You almost up there with him, brown man. You better get that verse.
Yeah, I got 23 years. I'm counting facts. Let's go.
So shit, that makes me think. Okay, so if we were to interpret time as much as how they are describing it in the Bible, because wouldn't it be like how we try to transfer like human years to dog years? Like maybe back then they didn't really know how to really say that, maybe they say he's like 900, but really he was like, 25 or something. Because that seems kind of absurd. Like if you tell someone, yeah, he lived to be like 969, but what if he was really only like 30?
Well, man,
why in the world would they lie about something like that? That's kind of crazy.
I will say, man, the Jews have been recording this shit for a very, very, very long time. And they've,
what flavor of juice?
They've been consistent with their Sabbaths for, since they can remember, since their ancestors have been alive. They've been consistently keeping the Sabbath as a calendar. So, I mean, it is what it is. But like, when Speak does say that the Bible does mention God's day is like 1,000 years, that is in a prophetic sense correct. But when it comes to the creation of the world, I think it's kind of dangerous when we come into it with a prophetic perspective. That's just my personal opinion. But yeah.
Could you expand a little bit more on the prophetic? What do you mean by
prophetic perspective?
Yeah, what does that mean?
That's the tongue twister right there.
So there's a couple places in the Bible where you can use this one day to be 1,000 years. I think it's in Daniel 12, where the dream of Nebuchadnezzar's statue is like mentioned. And so you can use the years of those countries that were represented by the materials used within the statue to find out exactly the countries that ruled over the world, like the main countries that ruled over the world prophetically. And yeah, that's just the whole thing. But at the end of the day, when it comes to like, okay, the world being created in 7 days, why are we like putting God in a box and saying, oh well, you know, it might have taken him a lot of time to do this? Like, what are we talking about? He's God, you know what I mean? So like, I just don't really know like why we're trying to like put some limiters on this. Me personally,
It's not limiters. I mean, it's just saying there could have been a lot of shit created in that time, and that's just a allegory. Sorry, my little niece is talking to me.
Your uncle's talking about aliens, sweetie, and God.
no, yeah. I mean, who's to say that God can't do that like in a day, in a minute? Because like, you know, God's word actually provides power, it provides life. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, like, who are we to like say, oh, like it might have taken more than a day or more than 7 days? You know what I mean?
I mean, it depends on what God sees as a day. Most people think it's like 700 or something years. Some people say it's a literal 24 hours.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we can't live 1,000 years, so it's just for us, you know, 7 days, you know. Hey, calm down.
What's wrong with her?
She just want to make noise.
Oh, okay.
You know, these little kids.
Feed that poor baby, bro.
Bro, she's been eating since
she's
been eating since I got home. She had a burger from McDonald's.
Do what all kids do. Just throw chicken wing in.
A fucking bunch of cheese balls. I'm like, this girl won't stop eating. No, she never sits down. So yeah.
Oh, I see. She's got ADHD.
Maybe.
I don't know. A lot of every kid under the sun is diagnosed with ADHD nowadays.
Yeah, it's the fucking shots they give them.
Yeah. I wonder if Lo is like. I wonder if Lo's an anti-vaxxer.
Lowe's definitely vaccinated. There's no way now.
Nah, we gotta find out.
Yeah.
Why she be like, I don't take no needle. That's not me, guys. I don't take needles.
I heard about cows being abducted and udders removed.
On aliens? Yeah, that's crazy.
That ain't food, yo.
Yeah, he's talking about McDonald's. Yeah, we're probably, according to the rabbi, I forgot what that dude's name is, but he said they feed us human parts in McDonald's food.
Well, yeah. Did you not know that the McNuggets are? I heard some people say that McNuggets are like gator meat or something.
It ain't chicken.
Yeah.
What is? Okay. I'm not too sure.
Well, you got to be specific when you say, "Are we against the jab?" Because I wasn't getting that COVID-19 jab, the C-19 jab. I don't know if that's still a sensitive topic for YouTube purposes.
Probably,
but I didn't get stuck with that shit. I don't know about any of y'all.
Yeah, I got extremely sick at least once. I went my whole couple years, and I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna get it. But then all of a sudden, they were like, oh yeah, you got it. So it's like, oh okay.
Wait, where was it because your job made you get it?
Yeah, but I didn't think that would change anything. I mean, I still got sick. Like, it didn't really like change anything.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, I didn't see a difference really.
I never took the thing. I falsified my vaccine card.
There you go.
Yeah, I got one of the. Apparently, there was some guy up in not New York. It was Charlotte, who was selling a bunch of fake ones. So I was like, "Yo, let me get one of them." And he said, "Cool, falsify it with your signature, and I'll write mine down." And bada bing, bada boom.
Game over. I rocks with you on it. I think it did. Like, we're probably going to see in a couple of years, you know, people who have gotten the C-19 jab, you might be liable for compensation.
That'd be nice.
Oh, like one of those things. Yeah. I mean, they still have it updating every now and then. So
Anytime the government tells you you have to take something, I'm doing the exact opposite.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
And plus, most of the people who go through those things don't back check to see if you have it anyway, so it don't matter.
Yeah, well, my job was like we were considered essential workers, and our job
right.
was like, well, you can get it if you want, but you don't have to. But we will pay you $50. I'm like, wow, so I get $50 for trying something experimental. I'm good.
Yeah.
I was also considered a essential worker. You know what I worked at? Lowe's. I was real fucking essential running that customer service line.
Yeah, with nobody in it, nobody coming because
yeah, ain't nobody coming.
The government said stay home.
Yeah,
unless you have to get out.
It was real goofy because all I did was mess with the carts and stand outside in the rain because nobody was coming in the store. So I was like, "Fuck it, just walk around."
I mean, if there was some changing in my DNA, I mean, I'll probably be dead by the time I notice. So, I mean,
yeah, I was gonna say
if it did it, then
after I'll be a mutant or something.
Well, I know right after all that shit went down, I know a lot of places weren't taking like blood transfusions from people who had got the jab.
Yeah. And then people were also competing on whichever vaccine they got from either.
Oh yeah, depending on where you got your vaccine
Yeah,
from.
like which one did you get that one? And it was like Johnson and Johnson. It was like messing up people. They're having long time effects from it, so it kind of fucked with them pretty bad.
All I know is my dad got one round of that shit, and he fucking ended up having blood clots in the back of his leg and in his lung. And luckily, they caught it.
Yeah, because another thing too, I think because it's such a new thing that's on the market. I mean, considering people if they have like diabetes or high blood pressure or those of the elderly, I don't think people were really considering that. And they just wanted to have it quick and easy to not have the sickness, but it did really mess with a lot of people in different ways that they weren't looking at, their background, their history of health and stuff. So I think that in that way it was kind of messed up. Because I had some friends who did have some really bad reactions to it. Probably even worse than just having the flu.
Yeah, because they have to shoot you up with a supposedly a small dosage of that shit, of the actual virus. Now there's a channel on Rumble called Died Suddenly, and they talk about all the fucking blood clots, and like you see these blood clots that they remove from people that have died from the jab, and this shit looks like fucking worms. Like it looks crazy. Like you had people that are the young athletic people dying of heart attacks after getting that shit.
Damn, that poor baby.
Baby crying in the background.
That's all I hear.
All right, lady.
Really hear you. Where's Lo at? Is she in the back? She asked for a link.
All right,
earlier.
ladies and gentlemen, we have our guest here from Straight Out of God, Woman of God.
Straight Out of God.
I don't know how to really explain it. We have Lo from Lo Angels, and we also have Universal. You can't have Lo without Universal, so here we go. Welcome to the stage, Lo.
Did you say Low from LOL Angels? It's riding high with Low, Napstar.
I mean, LOL Angels ain't dead.
Well, LOL Angels.
That's not what I'm known for, dang.
It is what you're known for.
Not to me.
According to other shows that you may be also a part of, I think you are known for that. If I ask anybody, hey, do you watch Low? They're gonna be like, oh, that religious girl.
Oh, that Ruby. Yeah, that's Ruby. Oh, I remember her. That's Ruby's friend. That's what they're gonna say.
Exactly. That's Ruby's Christian.
I mean, you can say that, yes, for like the Thorpe and Ruby verse, but people who just like know me from my channel,
Yeah. So,
right.
Lo, let me ask you this question. So which part of the Bible do you because you've read the Bible and you quote it every day. So how do you determine which parts of the Bible are meant to be taken like literally, and like what parts of the Bible do you see are like allegorical or poetic or symbolic? Because like when I hear you sometimes talk about it, there are some things you're like, oh yeah, I don't think he means literally like this. You know
Right.
what I
Like,
mean?
there's some verses in there, like, oh, if you lust with your eyes, you should take out your right eye, things like that. Of course, those are,
Right.
I think, a little over exaggerated. I don't think God means for you to literally take off your right arm or your right eye. But
Right.
the pieces, I mean, I take everything that I read from the Bible with just like, I can, like, the only word I can think of is just like openness. Like, can I apply it to my life? Is it making my life better? And majority, I would say 99% of the time, like 100% of the time, I would say it usually does. And I can say, obviously, I haven't gotten to every single, chapter and verse in the Bible. So I can't, argue back and forth, well, oh, this contradicts this verse from, this chapter and whatever. But the verses that I have read and I applied to my life, like that's what I guess that, I just use in a day to day.
So with the lust question, would that be how would you interpret that into like today's society? Obviously you want to be cutting out your eye. So how do you interpret that?
So the verse basically says, I want to look up the exact word for word. And also I told you I do have a video for you. I'm
Right.
gonna
I know.
in 1 second, but hold on, let me look up this verse so I can say it word by word and then I'll explain it to you.
Okay. Shout out to Universal. I didn't know she was on. Salute to chat. No, man, you wouldn't be dead. It would worse. It's worse than death, and all affected, even if not jabbed.
Dang, what she think's gonna happen? Your skin's gonna melt?
I mean, when I'm in the ground, I mean, it's up to the worms, bro. Like,
When I'm
it's up
in
to
the
nature.
ground.
When I'm buried, like, it's up to nature to do with my DNA what it will. So I
It's
don't
probably
really.
it's probably just gonna turn you into dog food.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Native American, so maybe it does something different. You guys are more connected, according to the mythos. You guys are more connected to with like nature and stuff than anyone else.
Oh, for sure. I'm gonna grow.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You're gonna turn
Go
into
ahead,
a
Lo.
bald eagle or something.
I got the verse, and the verse is from Matthew 5:29, and it says,
Okay.
"If thy right eye offends thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not for thy whole body should be cast into hell." So basically, if your right eye causes you to sin, tear it out and throw it away, right?
Mhm.
And you, what was your question again?
How would you interpret that to?
Like,
today's
okay, like obviously, like when it comes to like lustfulness, I feel like a lot of people do have issues with that. And so how I would interpret this verse if I seen it, like I said, I wouldn't take it literally, like I'm not gonna go and pluck out my right eye.
Yeah,
But
no, yeah, I know.
to me, like it's telling me that I need to reinterpret or reevaluate what I'm seeing through my eyes and what I'm believing, and to like focus obviously on, if we're just using the aspect of lust, obviously not try to focus on lustful things. So take yourself out of the equation. So if you're around lots of women, then don't be around lots of women. Or if you are looking at a woman in a grocery store, try to go fucking, I'm not going to say like, oh, different times or anything like that, but it's really just like, determination and discipline and self-control. Like, that's what I feel like it is. It's like you have to give yourself discipline to get past this shit. And it's basically telling you that it's like, if you don't get rid of your one thing that's causing you to sin, like it's better for you to like sacrifice you looking at women lustfully and sinning than for your whole body basically to perish in the fire, is what it's saying. So I mean, I don't really know. Like I don't know how I would say, because I don't necessarily have that many lustful issues. And like if I do, like it's really just focusing my focus on God and like, you know, rebuking that negative energy, realizing that the world is deviant. Half of these things that, you know, the world is trying to normalize isn't normal. So it's pretty easy for me, honestly. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. And what do you kind of what do you mean by lustful urges? Like, what do you mean? Like,
But
because the only thing I always fucking think about when people say I don't
like
have lustful, like, I mean,
I
you
don't
could think of
have
ice.
like, okay, of course I have like, I might have like a thought pop into my head, but I immediately like go to thinking about something else. Or let's just to say, oh, if I was to feel some sort of type of sensation or wanting to do something, it's basically the same thing. I would distract myself with something else. So let's say prayer, or if I didn't feel like praying, hop on the game really quick, or, you know, it's just little shit like that. Like, and I don't know, like now that like once you really do have like stop having sex for months at a time, like you see kind of how like primal every person is, and like all they care about and all they think about is sex. So it's like it's very easy. I don't know. I to me it's very easy, but to some people it's very, very hard.
Lo, do you think that statement where you said people are constantly obsessed with sex reminds you of anyone?
EAE.
Okay.
My main gooner, you know.
Making sure we're on topic. Making sure we're on
Yeah,
topic.
no, we're on topic. But let me pull up this video for you really quick. And this girl, I actually have not, I found her on Facebook years and years ago. I got this saved from 2023 in my phone. So
Damn.
give me a
You
second to
brought the
pull it.
evidence. You brought your hardcore evidence.
No, that's how you know, guys. I've been on this journey for more than 2 years. This is from August 23rd, 2023. And obviously
I
this
believe
is
you. I don't doubt your I don't doubt your journey.
I'm trying to see how I can pull it up. I'm just gonna send it.
Share screen.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get it. It's on my phone. I'm trying to get it on my laptop though.
Oh. It's almost as if.
But no, I mean everything that you know. I think that. Oh fuck! How am I gonna do this? It's a 5-minute video. Should I do?
Yeah, you can share screen. I think it'll.
Okay, I should be able. I'm trying to airdrop it to my laptop right now. So I'm waiting for that, see if that works. But no, I think that all this shit that you guys were like talking about today was very interesting. And, you know, I think some of the things that Speak was speaking on were pretty accurate. You know, he might not talk about religion a lot, but he knows something. Bro, you guys know my iPhone 8 is struggling over here. Okay.
Which one is it?
The iPhone 8.
How does that even look anymore? I don't even know what that looks like.
It has a button still. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this because it's not letting me airdrop this for some reason. So I'm gonna go, let's see if it's just in my photos on my laptop. Oh, I got another video too that I do want to show you, but I can pull that one up at a different. Oh my gosh, I forgot how many videos I have in here. Oh my gosh, no, actually, I got a decent amount of videos to go with like the ice wall, fucking Antarctica, God, obviously the firmament. When I used to be into aliens and I still did believe in space, I had a lot of those videos. I don't know if they're still in there though. Okay, this video should be about right here. Yep. Okay, it's on my computer. Good shit. And pull that up.
Low as low libido. Low libido.
About that. Something like that.
I mean, you kind of do. Not gonna lie.
I know I definitely do. I definitely do for sure. But I don't give a fuck.
I don't think that's something a woman can.
Yeah, a woman could. I don't think it's called libido. I think it's called something else. Estrogen. That's what it's called. Estrogen. Where's
Yeah.
the language? It's a
Okay.
section.
Let's see if I can pull it up on here.
No,
Bro.
estrogen chemicals. Okay.
What is this girl's name on TikTok? Okay, I'm just gonna have to go to TikTok and literally look up this bitch because it's not letting me pull this video up, and that's annoying.
Oh, it's a TikTok chick. Okay.
I see. Oh God.
No, it's not one of them TikTok chicks.
Where does this passage come from? If you can name this passage, here you go. Money long, check. Pussy good, check. Mama straight, check. Right
fuck
now
is
I'm feeling blessed. Oh wait, that's from Glorilla. My bad. I thought
That's
that was
That's a Glorilla song. How do you know that? You listen to Glorilla.
That was not from the Bible. I'm sorry, y'all.
That was
Glorilla.
It has to be her.
Napstar. Listen to Glorilla. That's crazy.
Now all I gotta do is find the video.
Sex drive is libido in both genders.
No.
Okay, so yeah, I called it right. All right.
Okay.
So you guys go ahead and put the conversation, please.
Oh no, we were talking about how Napstar listens to Glorilla.
Yeah, I thought that was a verse from the Bible, but it was just a Glorilla.
The Bible and Glorilla. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mix up the Genesis 3:18 with this Nicki Minaj track. I'm
That's
sorry.
Austin 3:16.
I thought it was it said, and I quote, my anaconda don't oh wait, that's a
Wait, that's Nicki Minaj, the infamous hip hop artist from the early 2000 and something.
Okay, I'm getting close. I think I'm in 2024. So.
I remember getting on the bus one time, and there was a guy, a monk. Well, he was kind of a priest, but they were like, he was wearing the robe and everything, and he kept looking at me, and he was giving out these little cards that had Jesus on it.
Oh, okay, yeah, those are those prosperity preachers.
Oh, is that what they are?
I think so.
They have like the cards, and then there's like Jesus on there, but then in the back it has something on there.
Not gonna lie, a lot of preachers have something like that on them.
And the reason why I think he kept looking at me was because I had an Iron Maiden T-shirt, the heavy metal band, and it was the number of the beast on there. Then it had the.
I found it.
About Tom.
All right.
Isn't there another quote from the Bible or something of that nature that when they were bullying somebody, there was a group of kids that was bullying somebody, and isn't it one of Jesus' disciples that they were bullying, and then he ended up didn't the kids get eaten by dogs or something?
What?
Speak, am I wrong? I know there was a verse where it talks about bullying.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah,
hold on, let me find this shit. I know this is here because I
better
don't
know personally what you're talking about.
Yeah, you better type that into Chat GPT or something.
Is it bullying in the Bible?
Bullying. And
'Cause
then
it
all of a
was
sudden the kids getting eaten by dogs.
And obviously, if this video that I pulled up doesn't give you all the information that I need or that you guys need, the comment that I can press from the video will take us to another video that she made. And I did watch that one. I haven't watched it recently, but I remember it was about the same shit. So I'm sure she'll talk about some shit. And I also, I got some crazy, hold on, where are these at? Have you guys ever heard about, what's this shit called? Like basically like it's kind of like you know how like people say like we only use like 10-20% of our brains, whatever.
No, that is a myth. I've researched into that. It is.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
But no, I'm just bringing that up to like try to articulate what I'm about to say. But so it's like, okay, and then they say, oh, we only use 10%, and if we could use more, we basically could, like, you know, use telekinesis and do a whole bunch of mind shit, right? I'm sure everyone has heard that shit. But basically, the FBI, I'm pretty sure, or no, the CIA released documents because, you know, they have to release all of everything. Most people don't look the shit up because they don't really care. But I have actually each and every document that they that basically goes to say that our minds, you know, definitely do have a type of like higher conscious where we can do like basically those things that superheroes and shit can do. So like telekinesis, I can't think of fucking other super or abilities or anything like that. But I want to share these photos with you because they're actually pretty interesting to read and to try to like understand. But I don't know. That was a bad way of explaining. I know that probably didn't make any fucking sense. I would have to show you the pictures, but that's like they're literally like 8 pictures of the document and then a couple pictures of like drawn graphics to try to like make it more understandable, I guess. But
Okay,
anyway,
play the
go ahead.
TikTok video.
Okay. So, but this is obviously she's answering this question. Why is it such a big secret? She's talking about the ice wall. Why can't people know the ice wall is the end?
All right, so you asked why is it such a big secret and why can't people know that the ice wall is the end of the earth? There's one simple answer: to disprove God.
Yeah.
See, because atheists need a religion too. For example, God said that the earth does not move, it stands still. But
okay.
NASA and scientists say that the earth is moving thousands of miles per hour. God tells us that he put the stars, the moon, and the sun inside of the firmament with us. But scientists comes and say that the sun and the moon is outer space. God speaks about wandering stars. He doesn't speak about planets. I'm pretty sure when God said that he created the earth, he would have also said he created Mars, Saturn, Jupiter. All of that is a bunch of lies. They ain't never been outside of the firmament of the earth. Nobody could leave the firmament of the earth. A lot of people like to think outside of the box. So they believe that there's other stuff out here outside of the firmament. Like they've been saying, like there's more land past the ice wall and a whole lot of other stuff. But in reality, there's nothing past the ice wall except the firmament. And they know that because this is how God said he created the earth. He put a tent around us to dwell in, a firmament. And then he created 2 lights, a greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night. See, they telling us that they went outer space to land on the moon. First of all, the moon ain't even outer space. It's inside the firmament with us. Outer space don't even exist. They are creating those videos inside of water with fake CGI. That's why astronauts practice in water. They got to practice their role, right? And not only that, you couldn't land on the moon if you wanted to because the moon is luminary. It's not a solid object. Y'all really think these people don't know the truth? They show it all the time in TV shows, in movies. Don't a lot of y'all believe in The Simpsons? Oh, how did The Simpsons predict this? That's because it's the elites ruling everything. They know exactly what's happening. They know exactly what's really out here. They just don't want us to know what's actually out here. For example, The Simpsons talked about the firmament before in a show. There's no way out. Just like God told us in his word. The Antarctica 360 ice wall is around the whole earth because that's where it ends. And y'all need to understand, the earth is made up mostly of water. Water has to be contained. Like, let's be for real. The United Nations logo is a flat earth logo. And every time it's Earth Day, Google posts this. Literally a flat earth image of the firmament. There's subliminal messages throughout different movies. Even pilots use a flat earth map to navigate the world. Hold on, because I already know what y'all gonna say. How come when I'm in a plane and I'm flying in a straight line, I end up in the same place where I started? Let me tell you why. So as we know, the compass only recognizes north. See north.
You want me to pause it?
Hold on, yeah, please pause
Wait.
it. It's so hard to take this woman seriously because she sounds like my cousin Tyrell. I don't really know. I know what she's saying, basically she's trying to use the Bible to prove that the firmament is. She's going with the dome theory, right? She's
Mhm.
going with big dome. She's going with the big dome, the snow globe theory, right? The weird thing is the fact that I don't think anyone has any sort of like some excuse me, like what Speak said. We don't really have any proof or any ability to prove that people actually left the dome or left the firmament or went past it.
Right.
Not to mention there isn't any. I don't know. I don't think there's any sort of indicator that a dome like firmament exists because we would have hit it by now.
And if you're referencing,
Like, go ahead, Napster. I'm sorry.
and if you're referencing pop culture as like the justification, I think that's a little bit of
Yeah, using The Simpsons
kind
to
of
prove your theory is kind of
Game
crazy.
of Thrones. I mean, you have to look who's writing these shows. I mean, who are they? What is their interpretation of all of this? Because I mean, obviously the Simpsons have predicted things, but I mean, those are all I would say those are just coincidences or what have you. I mean, I don't know exactly what creators' agenda is, right? Even with Game
Right.
of Thrones, right? What perspective are they seeing the interpretations of different
Well, I don't know
religions?
when it comes to like those, like the shows and shit, but I can say when it comes to like the moon and shit, not only like I don't know if you guys have seen the moon landing pictures, but there's multiple pictures where obviously you see the flag moving. There's no wind in space, so how the fuck is it moving? Secondly, there's a crosshair over or like overlapping something that's supposed to be in the image when the crosshair is not even, you know what I mean? You know what I mean when I mean crosshair, the fucking cross on a fucking image, whatever. It's overlapping something that's in the photo. And if you've ever seen any astronaut, none of them will ever put their hand on the Bible and swear to God that they actually went to the moon. So I think that's a fact to me that at least shows that, oh, if none of these astronauts are literally like they'll say, oh yeah, we've been to the moon, but as soon as you pull out the Bible and say, well, can you put your right hand on the Bible and swear to it? They never will ever.
Would that be just an interpret? I mean, I wouldn't either, just because I don't believe in the. I'm not a wholehearted, believer. Like I haven't read the Bible, so what if it's just a thing where it's like, yeah, I'm not connected to any of this in the. I'm not connected to the text, right?
Right. But do you think that every single person who has supposedly went up into space wasn't or was an atheist? One of those people or two of those people had to believe in God or something. Like, or some people, I feel like even if they didn't, would they really care enough? Like, it's just as simple as, oh, if you don't believe in God, then why do you care about putting your right hand on the Bible and swearing to it? Like, I don't know. I think personally why she's describing it with like obviously the Antarctic wall in the Bible is because everything that they say is true. So like she brought up NASA and all of the scientists saying all of these things are really out there. It contradicts the Bible, but that goes back to the whole point of they are trying to stray us as far from the truth as they can. So of course they want us to think that there's an outer space. Of course they want us to think that we can land on the moon. Of course they want us to think like whatever. And like I said, even if the earth isn't flat, God did say that there's a firmament around it. So even if you want to say, oh well, the atmosphere could be space and whatever, there's still a firmament. We still can't leave it. And I don't know. Obviously, none of this is, like you said, can be proven 100%, but these are just my opinions. But anyways, I'll go ahead and play it.
So you said oh, go ahead. Yeah, play it. Keep going.
The north only points towards the center. Hint, the North Pole. The North Pole. Any other direction is only based off the direction of north. How can a compass point south on a globe if they are saying that south is downwards? That's because east and west are curved lines that's constantly readjusting to align with north. All right, so like you said, how come when I'm flying in a straight line, I end up in the same place where I started? Well, you see, that only happens with east and west. So if you're saying that you circled the whole world and ended up in the same place that you started, that's because you was only going east and west. But see, let me tell you, traveling south is a whole different ballgame. You see, because south is any direction leaving the center. which the center is the North Pole, north. So if you traveling extremely far away from the north, heading south, guess where you will end up reaching? The Antarctica ice wall. And they do not want y'all reaching the Antarctica ice wall, finding the truth. You will get killed if you ever try to even go near the Antarctica ice wall because they know the truth and they want to continue to hide it from us. Why you think on a compass it only allows you to go east and west, but as soon as you try to go south, it will start messing up and trying to make you go right back towards the north. And the compass will start to trip until you go east or west. That's because they don't want you traveling south. So they telling you and letting you know, you on the wrong path. The compass is letting you know, don't go south. See, because there ain't more land, that's where the firmament ends. You see, because when God says something, it never comes back void. When I said, this far you may come and no farther, here is where your proud waves halt. When God says the Antarctica ice wall is the farthest place you can go and no farther, he meant that.
Hold on,
And that's
hold on.
why
Can
in
you
Romans
pause
3
this
and
for a
4,
second?
he said, let
Yeah,
him be
just
the
Lowe's, can you pause it for a second? Universal, since you're still here, on a scale from 1 to 10, this woman. I gotta get this out of here right quick. On a scale from 1 to 10.
Bro, I gotta go.
I'm sorry, Lo. I'm telling you, it's kind of hard to I don't know if she's spitting
Can
facts or
we
not.
ever just focus on words and conversations and
It's
not
kind of
words?
hard to when she sounds like me, man.
Well, BB says her boobie is about to pop out, y'all. So that's another level of playing.
You see how all these people you see how all these people having a hard time taking this woman seriously.
I love.
She could be spitting facts right now.
I'm sorry that I'm actually listening to her words.
You said 6. Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
truth and every man a liar. My God.
Oh, and it's just about to be over. Fuck.
So what was the question? Why is it such a big script? What does it say? Big secret?
Big secret.
Let me see if I can post this comment.
All right, so you.
I don't think I can.
I think the reason why it's a big secret is because the ice wall does not exist. I do not believe in an ice wall.
I don't know if I necessarily believe in ice wall either. I just thought there were some points that she said in there that made sense, like the compass point, because you really can't go south on a compass. That fucking makes sense. And the United Nation and pilots using a flat Earth map, like it kind of, I don't know, it just kind of makes sense.
I mean, they use a globe. I mean, they use a globe too. You can't. The reason they use a flat Earth map is for convenience sake. Like, imagine bringing a globe everywhere you go.
I mean, I guess, but is it really for convenience sake, or is it because the Earth is flat?
I mean, you have fun navigating the South Carolina without a GPS and using a globe instead of a normal map.
Yeah, but I couldn't even use a flat map or a globe to get around. That's my point. What?
Oh, that's terrible.
So would you? So you do use a GPS though, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean the GPS actually has a global tracking system. So, how do you think longitude and latitude works?
I have no fucking idea.
Can
I don't know.
ask,
Go ahead.
Can I ask you what when I ask speak about gravity? Yeah, you can go south with the compass. You
But
can.
it starts to go wacky, and it doesn't just go like, you know how like it'll stay straight on east or west, and it won't move unless like you're moving with it. But when it's south, it literally does go crazy. Like, yeah, it will point to south, but it's like not staying still how it would on east and west.
Do you think that has anything to do with you getting closer to the equator?
Right. Because there have been people who
I mean, what about the people like way past the equator? They still got the same compasses.
I'm stumped on this one. I don't really know how to.
Wouldn't you use longitude and latitude to actually identify your area then?
Yeah.
You wouldn't necessarily be using it because that's how it was back then. I mean, you would write down
Yeah,
literally.
don't you think it is a little weird that like you can only go so far into Antarctica, or like you got to have certain classification or whatever to go even to like the, I don't know how far. I know that they have like, research buildings in Antarctica, obviously for the weather and climate and everything like that. But you can't go past a certain point. Like you can look that up. Like,
Well, yeah, we know that. That's because the government has Jesus's dead corpse freezing in there. Not to mention, Google has a lot of their they have a lot of their servers in Antarctica, so you kind of can't go over there.
yeah, but just how people, how like those millionaires went down into that submarine ship. If millionaires wanted to go over to Antarctica, they got the money to do that shit, but they physically can't because you're not allowed.
I mean, how they don't? They just don't tell anybody.
If they're doing it, they're doing some pedo shit. Because what the fuck you doing over in Antarctica?
Who the heck is clapping cheeks in the middle of icy nowhere?
They got fucking heated buildings. What do you mean?
No, you literally can't. I mean, the terrain and everything is so bad that you wouldn't survive out there. So there
Yeah.
are people that do research out there, but they stay for like a month. I mean,
And then they go home. Not to
Right.
mention they live in those high-tech trailer things.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that are heated and shit. But even if so, like I feel like you would think somewhere out there, people would have ventured or tried to venture to past Antarctica. You don't ever hear stories like that.
What do you mean past? If you went
Or not
past
past Antarctica, but like going into Antarctica and exploring it, right? You never hear stories.
They did that. They did that already.
Where? When?
Before. Oh God, what was it? It was before World War II. It was during World War One, I believe.
Okay, if we're not believing shit from the Bible, why the fuck are we believing information from World War II before?
I do believe history, but
Are you talking about Admiral Byrd's voyage?
Yes.
Yeah, but if we're not believing it,
Admiral, we know that crap wasn't fake because number one, the man lived. He was a living person.
I mean, yeah, you can say that, but Jesus was a living person, and that's a fact.
I'm not denying anything in the Bible. I just think the interpretation of the firmament and ice wall specifically are wrong.
I can somewhat agree with the ice wall, but I don't think that the firmament is wrong. I think
I think the firmament is just the atmosphere, like the stratosphere, the disosphere, all that other stuff. I said the Dyson sphere.
Well, yeah, we can like agree to disagree on like what it like technically is.
Yeah,
but
that's what I mean.
There's a firmament, regardless if it's the atmosphere, if it's made out of glass, if it's made out of some fucking shit that we can't even comprehend in our minds. It's there.
It's made out of spatial matter or some bullshit.
Can you explain gravity? I did ask speak about gravity.
I mean, gravity's real. Like, I'm not saying gravity is obviously not fucking real, and
gravity is a simulation.
I can't explain it to you. I mean, we can look up the definition from who was it? Isaac Newton, who figured out gravity. Fucking and see what his shit says. Because don't get me wrong, like I believe in science 100%, but I think that all of those things, when it comes to like gravity and fucking like Newton's laws and whatever, that is just what was already here. Like that was a part of God's plan and his ecosystem, and people figured out little hints and they put their own words on it, like gravity and like I said, like motion and whatever. Like it's literally just like that was put here just how we were put here. That's the best way I can explain it. Like it's nothing, I would say like it's something, I don't know actually. That's about a question to ask. I don't know what gravity is. Gravity is what keeps our feet to the ground, okay?
No, I see where you're going. And Sinnerage does shout out to Sinnerage, by the way. He says, I think the Christian religion and science can exist in the same space. Nothing in science disproves God. Right. And I think that that's always the contention is that, well, science will triumph over everything. Science gets shit wrong all the time. And usually science, it doesn't necessarily disprove religious things. It mostly is used towards, as far as like, what I've seen is like mostly race and to justify racism in some senses. Because I think I think it was, who was bringing that up the last time? I think it was no, the fuck was that book called? Oh, it was Universal. He was talking about that one book about saying there's a low IQ and science proves this and science proves that, but science does get shit wrong all the time. That's why it's always evolving. Science is continuously getting shit wrong and
Oh,
getting
you're
shit.
talking about the bell curve.
The bell curve, that's what it was. So science is always getting shit wrong. That's why it's always evolving every now and then. I mean, look what happened with COVID. I mean, who knows if that shit changed my DNA or not?
Yeah,
You know?
we could have a mutant X gene for all we know.
Right. My schlong could be end up getting bigger in the next 10 years, but then I wouldn't know.
You
that
won't
it
be
was
able to
from
use
COVID.
it.
Yeah, because I wouldn't know. It was like, hey, did you get that vaccine?
Welcome to your daily life.
Huh?
What'd you say?
Hello, did you crash out?
Oh, sorry. No, that was a video that I was trying to find.
I was going to say it was a joke. That she was going to crash out on us.
Yeah, I
That
thought she was
was
gonna be like,
my voice.
fuck you, you don't. Yeah, I was about to. I was
No,
ready
that
for
wasn't
it.
even my voice. But no, this video it goes with the conversation, not like the current conversation, just the conversation overall. But it basically kind of just proves a little bit more of like how you said that guy that like not discovered, but went out and made discoveries in Antarctica, and that he was like a real person. But basically this video just goes to prove all of the things that are still on Earth that are from the Bible, that they speak about in the Bible, that you can still go and see today in this world, about certain shit. And it's only a minute and 34 seconds long. So hold on.
Yeah, share it. I also want to pull up a video that talks a little bit about maps back then and how navigators used, the early flat earthers were navigators, and how those maps have kind of changed into what we see today.
Not gonna lie,
Obviously,
early flat Earth maps were wild.
they were there. I was watching this really good video from someone explaining. I was like, holy shit. And there was only like three. People used to think that there was only 3 big plates at one point as far as land goes, and there was
Nah,
nothing
bro, there
else.
was like 8. Nah, bro, there's like 8 of them.
8 of them? Okay, but I might have watched a different video.
Nah, because you got to include all those goofy little imaginary continents that used to exist, like Atlantis and the continent.
Oh,
of
okay,
Nubia and
okay.
all those other shit.
Was that Lowe's Goon tab?
Probably. She probably turned Pornhub up.
Shout out to BB. BB, it's been a while.
Shout out to BB.
It always goes back to the schlong.
Is that true?
Oh,
man,
why do they all have dreadlocks?
listen,
Is this
there's so
only about
much-
dreadlocks?
Man, listen, there's so
I hope that the 2 videos that I'm just pulling up are black people with dreads. Damn.
Lo, you
They
watch
look-
a surprisingly large amount of black TikTok.
I mean, I am, black.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just a lot of people being like, Lowe's gonna get a white guy. Lowe's gonna get a white guy, and then I see shit like this, and I'm like,
Little do you guys know, I get repulsed. No offense to the white men out there.
oh,
I could see you changing your ways.
Oh, very easy. Very easy. But this is only a minute 30, so let's see this.
All right,
real
let's see.
kind of like Sir but fat.
so much proof to prove that the Bible is really real. In the Bible, it talks about how God met Moses on Mount Sinai in a fire. Until this day, Mount Sinai is still burnt to the top. You got the rock that God told Moses to split in half to make water come out. That's still there till this day. And inside of this rock, they said that there's erosion, proving that water was literally flowing out of that rock at one point. And not to mention that rock is literally like 60 feet tall. They found chariots in the Red Sea where God parted the Red Sea and allowed the Israelites to cross through and make the waves crash over the Pharaoh and the people that was chasing them. In the Bible, when God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, he made it rain burning sulfur. And they found 100% pure sulfur in the exact spot that Sodom and Gomorrah was. And supposedly it can't be found nowhere else in the world. You got Lot's wife who turned to a pillar of salt because she disobeyed God while Sodom and Gomorrah was getting destroyed. And she's supposedly still there until this day. You got Noah's Ark that they found in the exact spot that the Bible said that it landed at. And when they measured it, it was the exact measurements that God told Noah to build the ark. Not to mention they found blood that had dripped through the cracks of the ground and landed on the Ark of the Covenant in the exact place that Jesus Christ got crucified at. And when they tested the blood, they said that the blood only had 24 chromosomes. And every human on this earth has 46 chromosomes, which means whoever blood this was only had one parent and got all his traits from his mother. And there's only one person that we ever known to walk this earth that didn't have an earthly father, which was Jesus Christ. And the crazy part is when they tested the blood, they said that the blood was still alive because it still covers our sins to this day. And that's why God said that man will be without excuse on the day of judgment as to why they didn't give their life to Christ, because there's too much evidence out here. Get right with Jesus Christ. Man, listen, there's so much proof to prove that the Bible is really real. And
Yeah, no, when I seen that video, like, I feel like this alone, like, he's literally showing you guys, like, shit that's landmarks that you guys can go to. Go hike up a mountain and see this shit. Like,
I mean, we're 24 chromosomes. It's crazy.
when did you hear them? Because actually, then that's what I'm saying. Like, when they said, okay, people like to bring up scientific facts and like, oh, let's bring out actual proven things, right? They proved that Jesus Christ was a person. They proved that he only had 24 chromosomes. How can you only have one parent? Okay, like that alone should like give everyone, and the blood was alive. Like, I just feel like each and every little thing that, you know, you see when it does come to the Bible, it really does open up your eyes, and it shows you that like these things still apply in today's life. And Cena Rage says, no, they have not. No, they have not. To what? None of that has ever happened. To what?
So what?
That, and no, you can go over where I don't know where that stone was split at, but that's a literal landmark. I have seen videos of people walking up to that landmark, so that's number one. And I have read that they did find erosion from water in that rock. Oh, he's saying found Jesus's DNA. They did have blood from the Ark of the Covenant. What is Cena Rage talking about?
Now there is other physical proof of you know, what is it, Moses parting the Red Sea, because at the same time there was an earthquake on the island of Crete, and if you trace where the Red Sea was split, it goes directly to the island of Crete. It's off the coast of Greece.
Okay, and so did they find Jesus's blood, right? It says, yes, analysts of the Shrewd, I think I said, of Turin has identified the presence of blood, specifically human blood, on the cloth. Multiple studies, including one by STIRP, Shroud of Turin Research Project, has detected blood using various tests, including Sorit band detection, EDX, protease tests, and protein tests. Additionally, researchers have identified, I don't know how to say that word, in areas which serum halos appeared, and hemochromogen tests have also been positive for blood. One study even identified a red blood cell on the cloth.
Yeah, I was watching this today. Getting ready for this episode. I watched some of it. It's a scientist and another dude who's like probably as horny for Jesus as you are. He literally, hold on, let me just play the first few minutes. You should watch this shit, because I think you would be like, believe that, Lo?
I do believe that, yeah.
Oh,
Matthew, Mark,
okay.
Luke, and John.
So what would you rate him at a 1 out of 10? What would you rate this guy?
Fuck off, Napstar.
His Jesus Riz. Come on, you know you want his. I think he literally jizzes in his pants when he finds out. So is that DNA? Is that really DNA from Jesus? Watch. Just what's your interpretation of that? Speak.
I think the Shroud of Turin is a bunch of bullshit, but that's just me personally.
What makes you think it's a bunch of BS?
Well, first of all, they don't know what Jesus's line is, because there's a false line, and then there's the true line. So they don't know if this was really the sheet that covered him in his death. They're just assuming shit.
Even from Mark saying this.
Well, so yeah, but you would think a cloth survived that long? A piece of cloth.
So what if though they did say that was the cloth, right? And then they did find some pieces of blood on there. They took it, tested it, and seen that it only had 24 chromosomes in it, like that video said. What would you say then?
Show me the proof. Show me. I mean, okay, if they can find that, then where's Jesus' bloodline? Where's his bloodline reside? Who had his blood?
I think they're gonna get to that in that video, aren't they, Napstar?
Is it that they don't have everything of Jesus's stuff in one particular country. It's always like spread out.
Jesus do be traveling.
Because, like, I mean, if he was mostly in one place, wouldn't you
Well,
have everything
he
there?
wasn't mostly in one place. He traveled from fucking where is that shit at? Where's the Jordan River at? And fucking why can't I think of a map right now?
The Jordan.
Yeah, where's the Jordan River at? What I know it's in.
Talking about in the Middle East.
Yeah, wherever it's at in the Middle East, but he traveled from the Middle East to Europe, or not Europe, fucking Egypt. And I think he went back somewhere in the Middle East, obviously back to Nazareth, to Israel. So he traveled, yeah, for sure. But I think when it came down to obviously after his death, there was probably, I guess, quote unquote, a lot of important, yeah, thank you, Cena Rage, Syria. I can fucking think. I think that there was probably a lot of quote unquote important people that probably withheld all of his things. And it probably just, scattered around the world. I don't really know. That's off just the top of my head. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Middle East.
Thoughts on that, Lo?
I mean, I don't really have any thoughts on it, but it kind of would just make sense that he does have like
blood type, a rare blood type.
Rarest blood type, I guess. Like he is the most specialist person. So.
Oh God, That's such a corny answer. I was like, she's gonna say some. Oh, he does have a weird power. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Are you familiar with any of those, Lo?
Mm-mm.
What about you, Speak?
Do what now?
Are you familiar with any of those?
Any of those what?
What they
I
were
don't
talking
think
about?
I've heard them. Just the idea of or the shroud coming from France, or what
One
was
of the disciples. One of the disciples had it.
Yeah.
Having healing powers.
What?
Not that the disciple has healing powers. That the
clock. Let me rewind it. Hold on.
You did. Yeah, go ahead. It would be way easier.
Let's see.
No, it's like what?
Where do you get that description from?
I mean, just thinking about him, obviously he had a beard. That's said in the Bible. Like that's number one. His hair was like wool. It obviously doesn't describe what length it was, but I'm guessing it wasn't just some like buzz cut type shit. The people back then grew their hair out long. And with the nose, I kind of just came to conclusion with that. So
that shroud doesn't look like a man with woolly hair.
They didn't show any type of texture at all, though. It just shows like the hair.
It looks like long, straight hair.
It looks like long, straight hair to you?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Let's go back to that image real quick. Bring it back just a little bit.
Let me see. That?
Yeah, it looks like long, straight hair to me. So I'm thinking it's this dude that got tortured.
Well, me personally, I still don't think it could. Like, yes, it does look like straight hair, but I feel like with a blanket or whatever, a covering being placed over you, anything, regardless curly hair or straight hair, it's gonna look flat if it's sketched into or it's etched into a piece of cloth. You know what I mean? No matter if it's curly or not, like it's being pressed down by the cloth, so of course it's gonna look straight.
So you don't subscribe to him being a black man?
No, I do. I don't think that he's like our black.
Well, what kind of black is he?
What do you mean by our black?
He was born in the Middle East, so more closer to their skin color, darker than me, but not as dark as.
What you're trying to say he's an Arab? Because
I'm not gonna say he's an Arab because I don't know how. Like obviously back in Jesus's times, like what am I thinking of? Like what the race shit were, but if he was closest to anything, he probably would be closest to an Arab person or a Middle East person for sure.
So basically, it does say in the Bible that during the time when Mary was carrying Jesus and King Herod was on the warpath to kill the firstborns of all these Hebrews because he was trying to take out Jesus, Mary and Joseph escaped into Egypt with people that looked like them. And I'm pretty sure at that time they didn't look like no fucking Arabs.
Well, maybe not with the hair texture, but color skin wise, like you have to think all those people in the Middle East, they're all about damn near, I'm not going to say they're all about damn near the same color because they're not, but from Egypt going over from Syria to Egypt, I would imagine that they have the same skin color.
But you know, from Jerusalem to Egypt is on foot is only like a 40-day journey. And
yeah, so exactly.
Them calling it the Middle East is them trying to disassociate it from being part of Africa.
Right. So that being said, though, that's still pretty close enough. And even if, like I said, he's not lighter than me. So even if they were like black doesn't matter. He's not white.
Yeah, but he ain't no fucking Arab either.
I mean, yeah.
Look, at one point, the quote unquote Middle East was full of black people. Like, this is just a recent that you have freaking a bunch of Arabs in northern Africa and spread all throughout the quote unquote Middle East. Like I said, Middle East is just a title they gave it to say this just to say it's not part of Africa, but it is.
Right. Well, let's just go back to the fact of like, okay, yes, he had to go to Egypt to fool Herod and, you know, be with people that looked like him. I feel like Egypt people today definitely aren't the Egypt people that were, I feel like, back in the day. I don't know, because they're still pretty dark. So I guess, like, yes, he could be black, but it wouldn't be what we consider like, oh, African American. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's the same thing. But he definitely, like, okay, we can agree that he's not Middle Eastern. He's definitely not an Arab. He was Jewish. That's a fact. But what color were Jews? We don't know.
This dude comes in here with the most random shit.
Check the cord. All right.
Is he saying that to me?
Yeah, he wants to clap your cheeks, I guess.
You good? Napstar, you're on mute, sir.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was on mute. Did you know about this place?
No, I haven't. I would actually love to go in there. Obviously, they just said it's not for public use, but somehow, some way, I'd smanoodle my way in that bitch.
Well, you can sign a document saying you're not gonna fuck up the.
Yeah, but they probably only have that for like people who can either pay for it, scientists, fucking researchers, people like that.
So why they keeping the general public out of there?
Because they got important shit in there that they don't want people to read.
Exactly.
And the general public are very degenerate and they would fuck up every single book in that place. So I agree. Don't let the general public in there.
No, they want to know just like everybody else. What are they hiding? If there's nothing to hide, why can't the general public come check it out?
I mean, yeah, but it's obviously not completely off limits because they wouldn't have put it in this video if it was.
That's like the Vatican archives. Like, if there's nothing to hide, why is it so damn guarded? What do you got down there?
They know the truths of the world and obviously why, or that. I mean, I don't know. I don't like to say, you know, they do know because obviously nothing in this world is absolutely true, even the shit that you can see. But from what I know, obviously anything in secret is not a good thing. I don't care what no one says. If you have to do it in secret, it's a bad thing. You shouldn't be doing it. So
do you think the texts would convince more people, or would it just continue to be like, oh, yeah, it's just kind of like random stuff from everyone's journeys?
I think it would convince more people and give more people insight of who Jesus actually was and his disciples and how the world was back then and how, you know, fucking, like, what's the word? I don't want to say religious, but just like how connected we're actually supposed to be with our Lord and Creator. Like,
okay. And so, Lo, do you think Let me ask you this question, because you reminded me of, again, back to the whole putting your hand on the Bible thing. So if you would put your hand on the Bible though, right? Even though you do say that you don't like do the other things like putting in like going to church and getting like all that type of stuff. Do you
Mhm.
feel like your fulfillment of being a believer is just by reading the Bible?
No, it's absolutely so much more than that. Like, you have to have a community of people. You have to obviously have your faith. You have to fast, pray. It's more than just reading the Bible, and obviously, searching for who God is, who his actual self is, unlearning all of the nasty habits that you've caught growing up and shit. And I would put my hand on the Bible, like, and even though I know it's not, because I can admit, like, yeah, the Bible is obviously man-made. I do believe the stuff in there, but I do also believe that there was things added in there, taken out to, play into this agenda that they want to play in the world. So if I ever was to put my hand on the Bible and swear, obviously I would be doing it with the intentions that, Joshua, that you guys, we call him Jesus, but his real name actually is Joshua. Like, with that intent in my mind, and him actually, like, me declaring my life up to him, even if the Bible isn't completely 100% accurate, he would know who I'm praising, basically, and praying to.
So is going to church like an obstacle that helps you understand more? That would at least help you understand more if it's somebody like me who, I mean, like I said, go ahead.
I would say it's a good option for people who want to get closer to God. You definitely have to look for a good church because, like I said,
Right.
everything is man-made. So when it comes to like religions and things like that, churches can just be in it for the money, or
Right. It's been so corrupted, right?
yeah,
Right.
it's very, very corrupted. So you would definitely have to choose and discern the right church. But ultimately, I don't think it's a deciding factor. I just think having that community of other believers and other, people that have the same faith as you or same faith as you and believe in the same God as you is very, very like essential for sure.
Okay. All right. That makes sense, because I was a little confused on when you were mentioning that there's a give and take. Like you can read the Bible and the passages. Connect that.
No, when it just comes to the church, though, believe me, I know how wicked and corrupted that could be. So it's really just on one person's own discernment and what they discover theirself. Because, even if I would say, even if you didn't read the Bible, some of the teachings of the Bible is very just like in people's everyday use of life. Like people, like I've said before, like I was naturally a nice, lovey person before I even started reading the Bible or believing in God. Those can be natural things, but I think ultimately, like, I don't know, I forget what my point was.
Because I thought you mentioned before that you were kind of like all over the place, and then when you found the Bible, you kind of straightened up a little, or you kind of gave up some things, um,
Mhm.
as far as your journey has gone, and that's why I was like, oh, okay. So, but then when you mentioned that, see, I'm the opposite. My grandparents, they made me go to church and do Sunday school and shit. What I never knew what the hell was going on. Um, we'd go to the Sunday school and everything. Like I didn't understand it.
Right.
So, but I was never reading it. So like, well, like what you were doing, you were reading it, but you weren't going to church. Like I was the opposite. I was going to church, having to dress up and shit, and
Yeah.
this old guy would be going on for hours reading these books and stuff, and then we sang, you know. But that's when we knew we would be going home. But that's what
Right.
I'm saying. Like, there's a give and take to each. I guess that kind of journey in a religious sense or whatnot.
Yeah, for sure. But I also feel like with children, it is a parent's duty to teach their children the right ways and to teach them what,
Mhm.
they know is to be true. But ultimately, that kid is going to grow up into a adult one day. So, like parents, or we're just using you for this example, like you were a child going to church with your parents, you didn't understand it. And I felt like maybe that would have been like if you were given an option and like probably been told more by your parents, like, hey, we're going to church for this reason, like, you know, this is why we're doing it because we have this faith. I feel like it would have been a little bit more understandable to you. But to me, it kind of just sounds like, because a lot of people do, a lot of parents do, they force their kids to go to, you know, church and whatever. And that is, even though I didn't get to grow up on church, and like I do like feel a little late on my journey, I'm glad that it happened that way, because like how you just said, like if I was a kid and I was going to church, I probably wouldn't understand any of it, and it probably would have made me shy away from it more than, you know, me not going to church at all and figuring out Jesus on my own.
Now, do you think that, from your perspective, that the reason why people make, you know, like you were mentioning, like if they were saying to me, if my parent or my grandparents are saying that if you don't go to church, you're going to hell, you know, very black and white. Do you think that's the right way to get?
That's wrong of them for sure.
Right. And do you think more people are getting that sense of fear from or nowadays than it was back then?
Definitely not, because I think that obviously, as you see, like the war that is going on within like each and every religion, not just, you know, Christianity or believing in the Bible or believing in God, you know, we've taken God or a creator, or, you know, however you want to say it, out of our natural lives. Like you really only hear, you know, about God when it has to like benefit someone. Oh, thank you for this award. Or in school when you're saying the Pledge of Allegiance and shit like that. Like people, I would think naturally nowadays, like it's just gotten so many generations after generations of people caring less and less about, you know, their soul and what's actually going on behind the scenes, like spirituality wise.
Right.
So it's kind of just gone. That's why I think that is. And fuck you, EAE. Never in my life could I ever have a 12-man orgy, let alone a 2-man orgy. Let alone a 1-man orgy.
Did, man. What the fuck? Lolo did 12-man orgies before she found the Bible. God is good.
The God is very good, but
Man.
listen, God had my back even when I was acting a little bit of a fool. I didn't get too out of control. Shit.
Universal Jones says, sadly, they don't even do the Pledge of Allegiance anymore. Yeah, I mean,
are you actually so serious?
Yeah, I think it's kids don't even have to stand nowadays or put their hand over the heart nowadays.
Are you're being for real?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No. See, so like before I even knew that they took that out of schools, that's what I'm saying. Each year, each generation, it gets less and less and less of God in the community, in our society. Like that's a real problem. That's actually very crazy. That just shook me. I'm gasped right now.
I mean, if you really think about the Pledge of Allegiance, it doesn't really have anything to do with God. They just kind of threw that in there.
It doesn't, and I know it doesn't at all, and it doesn't glorify him by any means, but just the simple fact of they put God's name in it, you know, at least to somewhat, even if it wasn't the right God, they're trying to show that initiation of like, oh, we're putting in the effort to keep you know, church within our communities and our schools and our whatever, our country. But the fact that they literally took that out altogether is kind of crazy. Like, what are they going to take the Pledge of Allegiance or the Star Spangled Banner? I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with God, so they'll probably keep that. But I mean, next thing you know, they're going to take in God we trust off of the bills, off of $5 bills, whatever. Like,
well, they should, because that's sacrilegious anyway.
it is, and they should 100%. And you know, I definitely agree with that. But it's just like, I don't know, compared to like how you said, like Napstar, your grandparents were taking you to church. My mom or my grandma, obviously she's Catholic. She took my mother to church. Before that, obviously my grandmother's parents were Catholics. That's how she's a Catholic. But I would say ever since like around my parents' age, all the way up until now, it's just been less and less of God in people's lives.
Napstar's ancestors worshiped nature, earth, and the animals. Then the white man brought the Bible and erased his people. No, actually, see, EAE's such a dumbass. This actually isn't accurate, because it was definitely black and white. A lot of other communities, tribes, or whatnot, they've actually conformed to a lot of religious-based faiths, especially here in the Southwest, where the Spanish did turn a lot of, but the Spanish impacted a lot of our communities to where people do incorporate a lot of the Catholic faith with our own traditional beliefs. So it's not like they were wiped out or anything. It's in prayer, right? Or we acknowledge God or acknowledge Jesus in a prayer that is said in an indigenous language. So people do pray. When people pray, for example, in an indigenous language, they also acknowledge that Jesus is a part of their being. So it's not that people were wiped out for not believing in God. As a tool of survival, they acknowledge God.
I was
Because
about to
in
say
those
they were
times-
probably wiped out because they did believe in God. Like, what the fuck?
Well, it wasn't.
They were wiped out because of fucking having no immunity to white man diseases. That's what
I
killed
mean,
the majority
yeah,
of the murders.
but I think that when it comes to like the evilness of this world, like if people are actually praying to the white God or a white God, praying to the right God, you know, a white God, fucking, I don't know what's wrong with me. If people were actually, so let's just say the Indians were, you know, praying to Jesus Christ, but they had like just a different name to him. Like if obviously European people came over here, Christopher fucking Columbus's ass and shit was over here raping people and ravaging and doing all this shit, they obviously are for the evil shit, right? In life. So you would think if they encounter people who are truly in tune with themselves and our creator, why would they not kill them off? Like,
Well, it was because it didn't match the beliefs. Obviously, didn't match what they were bringing over. I mean,
yeah, they were bringing the devil over. That's why.
so Napstar. I mean, yeah, he says he thinks his ancestors worshiped the Bible while fighting the cowboys. Actually, we didn't fight cowboys on this side. You're thinking more of the other side of the continent. Yeah.
That's the Plains Indians, dummy.
Yeah. When you think he loves that. He watches John Wayne and thinks he's John Wayne. It's called Conquering. Yeah, after all that, it incorporated Jesus in the system. They had to play along, get along. They lost the game. Okay. Yeah. I've spent most of my years like researching a lot of stuff and like arguing with people, and it doesn't really get me anywhere. So you can
Yeah.
believe all that, but it gets
I was
tiring.
about to say, and like either which way, even the shit that I'm saying, like none of us knows what happened, literally. Like let's say up to even 50, none of us are 50 years old. None of us knows really what happened fucking even 50 years ago. So like, why do we even argue about this shit? Like, does everyone really believe that history books are 100% real? Like, come on now, like. They lie about everything on this earth. You think they're gonna put the truth in history books? Like, even documented shit is fake, guys. Come on now. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, that's why I never try to force my beliefs or my opinions about Jesus or the Bible on anyone, because everyone can either be, you know, no one can be proven right or wrong. Like, you can say that, oh, I have this document from 1919 or something, but that's from 1919, which you weren't even born in 1990. Like, what?
So I will share this though. A lot of our beliefs that go back to that is more on our on moral traditions, on oral histories. So knowing your existence, knowing how to be in the world is all through our oral history. It's said by elders. It is passed down through generations. So it's not like as complex as writing things down. You kind of learn from different things that are around you, and that's how.
And
The different-
EAE, I would love for you to go out in space and prove everyone right. Prove NASA right that space is real. Prove me wrong that I'm a flat earther. Like, you can say that the burden of proof is too, extremely high for me to accept anything else. But in reality, just how like I can't prove anything about the Bible, but I still believe in it. You can't go up into space and pull a fucking comet or a asteroid down and come show me real life proof. Where is it at?
Well, that has to do with distance, though, because those are like light years away.
But regardless, like everyone, and he says, but she accepts without question. you guys are accepting everything that NASA says, what they put on the news, fucking what they put on Facebook, what they put on Google without question. So what, like, it's literally vice versa. Like exactly what you're saying to me is exactly what your information entails too.
Yeah,
But
because some scientists told them that they believe it. Like, come on. It's the exact same thing as her having faith in something that's unseen.
right. Like that's why it's like there's no point in arguing, or even with people who also believe in Jesus, because everyone's going to have their different perceptions on life and on how the world works and what there really is and what is really true. So regardless, I could be right, I could be wrong. You could be right, you could be wrong. So what about it?
He says there are literally people living in space stations right now looking at around Earth. They're up there for months.
Okay, and okay, EAE, are you up there with them in that space shuttle, knowing that they're really in space, or are they in a rocket ship that's probably somewhere on Earth that has some type of gravity thing going on, and they've been in that little spot for months on months to keep up the ante that space is real? Like, let's be honest, bro. Like, what?
I don't think he realizes how high upper atmosphere is. Like, bro, you can be in the upper atmosphere and not technically be in space. Like, it don't make no sense. Oh, there's people living up in space. You don't know that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Evolution happened, large fossil record and DNA evidence to support it were apes.
No.
Okay, and what about the evidence that we just showed that Jesus was real? That, like, it's like it both are contradictory to each other. So which one of us are real, or which one of us is true, or is saying the truth? Like, we can't figure it out, EAE, because we weren't there and we never will be. You can believe those scientists, you can believe the evolution theory if you would like, but regardless, you didn't personally transform from an ape to a human to EAE. Like, I don't understand. But Adam and Eve were missed. There was no original sin. This Jesus died for nothing, even if he was real. I don't get what he's saying.
Yeah, he's a heathen.
He is a heathen, but at the same time, like, I still love EAE regardless, but we can just care to disagree. Like, but I know for a fact, regardless, if people want to think what I say is the truth or not, I can say, for one thing, that is the truth. Nobody will know the truth. That's the only truth that will ever be real. No one will ever know the real truth. There you go. I think we can leave it at that.
You have to look at the source. The evidence you present was probably produced by the Christian Science Institute.
And what are you reading the credits from? NASA? What the fuck? Like I literally want EAE to pull out a scientist, come up on cam, be a scientist, and prove me all of these things. Like, because unless you're a scientist or unless you're an astronaut literally doing these physical things, like, what?
Homo erectus died for your sin.
I mean, you guys know how I feel. Like, you guys can play about Jesus all fucking day long, but all I know is I could never blaspheme. I could never, but that's just me.
Yeah, I always wanted to get to when I do meet folks who do have this understanding of their existence or what they want to believe in. Because it's for me, it's like whatever you feel comfortable that gives you what would you say it? That gives you an existence in the world, or a meaning, and whatever you connect to that helps give you that meaning, that's what you believe. I mean, whether or not these other things are real or not, I don't think it really matters to someone that where we are right now as far as our own self. I mean, the purpose, yeah, there you go, Universal Jones. The purpose. If something gives you purpose, whatever that is, then that is how you can live your life. I don't believe that there is one over the other. God may be real, but religion is what the fuck?
Demonstrably false. And that's 100%. Like, I can agree with EAE on that.
Demonstrably false.
Demonstrably.
Yeah, that's why I don't believe in religion. And like, you could even say that with the Bible. But I think that we can all agree that there has to be a creator to this world, because like I said or you had asked me, Napstar, like, do I believe in science and, you know, God? And I definitely do, because obviously God created this earth, and those things can be taken down and broken apart to create up science and how it's all, you know, defined by. Like, I get that. But I think that we can all agree by the preciseness of this world, us being here, you know, us like, however, EAE thinks we're in space. If we're floating in space, if we're in a dome, the odds of us being here shows you that there should be a creator. No one's just like, we're not just going to pop up and have animals and different races and fucking like, I don't know. I feel like some people literally just want to stay blind to it, and it's fine. But it's like, I don't know.
I see what you mean. But I think EAE. I think this is where I kind of the problems of like today is like you're saying that the Bible is strictly religion, that you have to be a religious person to read the Bible, which you definitely don't have to be a religious person to. I mean, like I said, I find things that I've read when I was growing up interesting, but that wasn't what my life is based off of. You know, it's just like any other thing that I see, that I
100%.
read. Quran is religion. It's called evolution. So
I
I
mean, I
mean,
agree with those things, but it's like, obviously, I mean, it's just like, I have told you guys before, I've damn near, you know, when it comes to like personality traits, have been, you know, that happy-go-lucky person, that faithful fucking whatever, you know, the things that they try to teach you in the Bible. So even before I believed in the Bible, I still had all of those characteristics. And like, even if it wasn't true, like, what I people act like believing in the Bible is like the worst thing in the world. Like, what is wrong with, you know, caring for other people, fucking not judging others, you know, whatever. We can go down the list all day long, right? But like, even if God, that wasn't the true God, like, I'm trying to live my life in a way that glorifies our creator, whoever that may be. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you want to call that religion of me trying to like be a better person and following by something that like absolutely helps me and betters my life, and not even just that, without the Bible, I have literally had like prayers answered. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be in a minute. It doesn't have to be the next day. It doesn't have to be a month from now. It could be a year from now, whatever. But I've literally had answers prayed where it's like, yes, some people can say, oh, well, that was yourself manifesting, or that was the universe, whatever. But there was certain shit in my life that not even I could do, especially with my own strength. So it's like, how can you explain that? Like, it would never make sense to me. Like, people who are in car crashes that were supposed to die, you're going to say that was by coincidence that you just didn't die because you had your seatbelt on? No, there was someone looking over you, or you coming back to life when you did die, someone having a heart attack. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty easy to believe in God, but people want to take the hard way of life and, you know, make it more difficult for themselves.
people say they believe in God but are not religious, yet they read exclusively from the Bible but never picked up a
Bhagavad Gita or a Quran or any other religious text. And that's fine. Like, I definitely probably should do more research into other religions, but it's like, if I don't want to be religious, why would I look into other religions? And just because I believe in the Bible doesn't mean that I'm a Christian. Christians took the Bible and made it into their religion, right? But the Bible has been being written before Jesus was even a thing, obviously. So I think that the Bible was probably around before religion was, but that's just my opinion.
There was a guy who was
And I'm
locked
sorry,
up.
Universal, for saying like so much. I'll mute the fuck up.
There was a guy who was locked up in prison for a while, and he didn't know how to read. But when he started to learn how to read, he read the Bible, and he was confused on what it was about. But he then said how he saw the Bible is that it's just a book of quotes from different people, and it didn't have a sort of a a beginning, middle, and end. He just thought it was just a book of quotes that he can relate to, that were really good. Jesus, why so angry? Spoiler alert. Death was. No, you don't have to mute up. And shout out to Universal. If you're still out there, you can pull up. I was Lolo status a decade ago. Lolo is a New Testament person and thinks God is love and rainbows.
See, that's the thing. The New Testament, yes, obviously I believe in both the Old Testament and the New Testament. But no, the same God that was in the Old Testament is the same God today. He is very merciful. He is very loving. He is very giving rainbows to promise us that he will never flood us again. But at the same time, he very much has wrath. He very much is a jealous God. He very much is keeping account on everything and all the sins that we do. So let's be honest. Yes, the Old Testament God is the same God today, murdered children by millions. And if you read that and don't take it out of context, those millions of children that he murdered were not a part of his chosen people. I'm sorry if that offends anybody. Like,
Lo, so I found the quote about the kids. So it's in Kings or 2 Kings 2023 to 2025. So it says he went up from there to Bethel, and while he was going up on the way, some small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go up, you bald head, go up, you bald head." 24. And he turned around, and when he saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. And 2 she-bears came out of the woods and tore 42 of the boys. From there, he went to the Mount Carmel, and from there he returned to Samaria.
Samaria.
Samaria. So there's some interpretations of that. They changed it to where they didn't get murdered by bears. They changed that.
Right. And
so
also EAE, they're not ops in God's eyes, and it's not okay. But at the same time, those are our definitions of what we think is okay and not. But if God, obviously, he didn't just kill his we can use the word ops, his ops children, he also killed his own children, his chosen children. Like, let's be honest. But also, why do we have enough entitlement in this world to think that we don't deserve death? That's what I want to know. So yes, it is okay, because we have fucked around for too many fucking centuries. We've disrespected him long enough. We've been doing dirty, vile, nasty fucking things to each other, murdering each other. So if he decides, hey, I need to fucking purge a couple motherfuckers or millions of people, I mean, shit. I don't know what to say. And it doesn't make it any better, but that's everyone's perception. You don't think when I first started reading the Bible and I started reading some of the shit, I didn't think in my head like, damn, that's fucked up that he did that. But once you read it more and more and understand that our understanding isn't what his is, and he will ultimately know what's better for us in our lives, then, and you also know that there's an eternity afterlife, then none of that shit really matters. So a newborn child, first of all, doesn't deserve death because of something that his parents did. Secondly, if a newborn died, it would be going to heaven because, well, I don't know that. It was the child made out of wedlock. I don't know. But at the same time, it doesn't depend on that either. It depends on, whether you have your faith in Jesus or not. I don't know when it comes to children, but I do know that they will go to heaven because they're mostly innocent. So regardless what you guys want to think about on earth, these 70, 80 years that we might live, there's a whole eternity that we have yet to live after we die. So, I know fucked up shit happens on earth, but, not rainbows and fucking candy can fall from the fucking sky every day and us have the most perfect life. If so, why would we need free will? Why would we need a God to guide us on our way? Why would we need his strength?
So when you first started reading and your interpretations, Did you and from when you first started reading to now, did you think there were a lot more contradictions when you first started reading the Bible, or now that, or do you think there's more contradictions now that you're sort of versed in it? Like what EAE's
I think
poking at.
there's a little bit more contradictions nowadays, but that's also just because, like, everybody knows about the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch is not in the Bible. Why is that? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
alone,
what Gary, yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So that alone shows you that they can take anything out of it that they want to, or add anything in that they want to. So it's like, the more you read, it can get more and more contradictory. But that's why it's like, I don't know. You got to have that's why you have to really take that journey within that spiritual side of yourself. So yes, like, I do believe in the Bible, but don't get it twisted that I don't spend time within myself, within my head, trying to figure out who I am, who I'm actually talking to, and getting, more and more connected with my true creator. And that's ultimately going to help me in the long run, because I'm going to get more discernment, more patience, more understanding, and all of those things help you to not pick and choose, but to just discern what information you're reading is right.
Right.
Like,
And as you get older, you learn more and more about where these people were writing from, or their interpretations of certain things. Would you agree that then it also would change sort of your perspective from when you're
You said
now,
what?
like, would it change your perspective now being 23, 24, and now when you get into your 30s, right? Do you
I
think
think that a lot of things that I probably perceive now will definitely change in my 30s, because you do, like, they say, like, wisdom comes with age. I definitely believe that. Like, you have more life experience, you get to see more, you get to interact with more people, have more fucking testimonies, you get to wake up each day. So it's like a whole brand new thing, and years of learning. So something that I might perceive in the Bible now that, I might think it means this, it really could mean something else in 10 years. Like, so yeah, I think that they could definitely change. It comes with time and experience and just your life.
Do you think that would you say that things that are popular nowadays, like having kids at a certain age, or all the other grown-up standards, would that get in the way of in the future than what you believe now?
Will you, like, re-ask it or reword it, because I didn't understand what you meant?
So you say, when you said what you always say is like, well, God is this and God is that, like, I'm celibate, blah blah blah. Do you think that's still going to stick with you in the next, like, 10 years because of how people are, saying that, oh, you have to have kids by your 30s or something like that?
My actual answer is no. I don't think that it's going to stick with me, but to combat that, I only say that because we do live in our flesh, and the devil is always constantly knocking at your door. So yes, my mind or my emotions, my physical emotions will, want a relationship or want something different, or to speed up my own process and my own journey. But
I see.
I hope and I pray that within 10 years or 15, 20 years, even if my body wants to do it, I'm still smart enough within my mind to have self-control. So that's what
Okay, I see. Okay, I see what you mean. So, damn, you just opened up a whole okay, how do I? So there is room for sin, in a sense,
if you allow it, yes.
if you allowed it. Okay. And does that, because, like, that's, so there is room for sin, but does that come with age, or you're lessening your principles, or what exactly does that, like?
Well, when you mean, is there room for sin, what do you mean by that?
So you said eventually I will have to lower my guard.
Well, no, I'm saying eventually my guard will be lowered. It's not I will, like, me personally, I'm going to lower my own guard. Just over time, you get comfortable with things, you get in the swing of things, and your body's always going to be your body. Just like how a man, quote unquote, naturally has the urge to just go fuck 5 women. Obviously, I'm going to have natural urges also. So of course my body's going to want to be in some type of situation or go and do the things that, you know, I was used to years and years back, or what my flesh is
Right.
telling me to go do. But when it comes to my mindset always needs to be sharp enough to discern that, hey, this is the devil, not the real you wanting this.
So it's like you're I'm trying to figure out ways to word it, but I know that so it's like a constant back and forth with your internal belief. There's like, am I doing the right thing in the eyes of God versus is this the devil telling me to do this?
I do have those thoughts a lot, for sure.
Okay. And then like what you mentioned before, like like in realness, like how do you, and what, I guess, what is the process like that you not get rid of those urges, but alleviate them to, I mean, I don't know how
I
to
mean, I
fucking
told
word it.
you, like, earlier, I will just kind of distract my mind. So go fucking play the game, go smoke a blunt, go pray, go take a walk, go fucking draw, paint, any of my little
Right.
hobbies, you know, anything. It's really just taking your mind off of it. And I feel like anybody can do that, because if you think about it, even think outside of sex. Say you're hungry, right? If you sit there,
Gluttony, yeah, okay.
yeah, but I'm not even bringing up sin, period. I'm bringing just an example. And so say you're hungry and you're sitting there and you're constantly thinking about how hungry you are. You're going to continue to want food, and you're going to more than most likely indulge in that because that's all that's on your mind. But let's
Right.
say you're hungry, but then you go off and say you're just at work and then you had to do something for the next hour. But that task kept you focused on that task. For that next hour, I guarantee you're not thinking about how hungry you are, though. So it's really like things like that. You can take those and apply that to sex, I guess. Like, if you're thinking about that shit, go do something else. Go think about something else.
Okay, so it's all I guess those are like situations, right? If there's an ability to, or if there's a option that where you're in your situation that you can prevent something that you know is wrong happening, you act on it, right? You try
Wait,
to take the best option, right? You try to take.
repeat,
Go ahead.
repeat your question, please. I'm sorry.
No, like for instance, like you just said that uh instead of being hungry all the time, you're gonna go do something for an hour, like getting to work, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're always constantly getting the better option or trying to find an option out of something that you know. Like, so if I'm trying to go bone this chick, then I'm gonna be like, well, you know, I should not be doing this right now because it's 12 o'clock at night. I should just read a book, right?
Hmm. Are you
Oh,
asking, like, is that what you should do? Or what are you asking?
I guess those lust urges. Oh, wait, EAE says, so when Lo is horny, it's little devil making her want
It's
dick
the literal devil.
instead of billions of years of biological evolution and hormones. Seems logical.
And you know, you are
Okay.
right. Don't get me
Yeah,
wrong.
EAE, yeah.
There's
Yeah.
you know, things in the human body that may, or you know, that want you to have certain things, and obviously you have sexual urges because of your hormones inside your bodies, yes. But whether I act on that or not, and whether I let those impulses control me, is what I'm talking about with the devil. Like, if he's constantly sitting there prying and praying, and like I'm saying, it's not, you know, you did bring up gluttony, but we can just bring up any sin. Like with sex, yes, of course that's going to cross your mind. That is a human nature, you know what I mean? But if you
Right.
act on that, that's where the devil comes in and plays the part. Like,
And
that's what people realize.
are you crucified even if you act on it? Like, what would be the repercussions, honestly?
Wait, you said
If
if you
you
were crucified.
if you do, yeah, it means are you the most horrible person if you do act on those urges, even if it's like just like with eating, you're not gonna eat pizza every day, but every now and then you're gonna dive into pizza. You're just like, well, you know what? I gotta have pizza, so it's you do
Right.
it.
And no, I don't think that, you falling into sin is the worst or, crucifying thing that could possibly happen to you. It's the deliberacy afterwards. Because once you figure out, hey, this doesn't make me feel good, or I have conviction over this thing, or you just simply don't care and you can feel that, that's when it becomes crucifiable, in my personal opinion. It's all about the deliberacy. Like with anything, it's like, okay, how in the court of law, something can be an accident and they'll judge that as an accident. But as soon as they realize, oh, you had malicious intent behind it, they're going to extend that whatever that case on you, right? So it's the same thing with that.
So
Like,
there's levels to the shit. So there's levels to it then.
Yes, exactly. Because God even says you're going to fall 7 times. When it comes to sin, like, you will never win. But you have to realize that with my strength, you will be able to eventually overcome, most of those things. He knows that even the most holiest person on this earth is still gonna, unintentionally sin because of like what the world has to offer around us. But as long as he realizes, hey, I just did that, I have to repent for that, change my ways about that, then ultimately, like, you're on the right path.
Let me ask you this question: what's to blame for that?
What do you mean?
What's to blame on the influence of sins in today's society? Like, what do you think? Is it like
Everything.
culture, like
Technology, culture?
Because I mean, sinning back then definitely looks different in today's context because
it's
back then,
everything. It's boredom. It's fucking, when I mean boredom, it's like generations of obviously, like you said, sin looked a little bit different back then. Even though, if we're being honest, like, shit, if we go back to the Old Testament, God was telling you that they were doing the same shit we're doing today, doing gay shit, fucking, burning people, doing all these shits, whatever. So I personally don't think that sin was any different. But I feel like people nowadays, like back then, it was like they still had God around, but they just defied him and they didn't care. Today, it's like people don't even know whether God is real or not, so they don't bring those into account.
Right. So the erasure of a lot of those core principles, right, that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not gonna go out and start having sex with everybody because I still hold to those core principles of like I should be married and all this other stuff.
I'm reading some EAE's. EAE says, God said, thou shalt not kill. Then he kills billions. So did God commit a sin, or is he immune to his own rules? Obviously, I can't give you a 100% accurate question, but I think that he would be immune to his own rules because he ultimately knows better than us. And if he tells us not to kill, it's for our own good. And if he had to kill, it was also for our own good. Does that make sense?
Because he does it, it's
no,
okay.
It's not even just because it's because if he's doing it for our own good, he obviously is seeing something that we're not seeing. So if he had to go kill billions of people, what if those billions of people would have been our downfall? You know what I mean? Like, if he wouldn't have killed them. So maybe we're just not having that higher understanding like he has.
God said, marry before sex and don't commit adultery. The proceeded to seed of Joseph's wives. The rules don't apply to him, apparently.
I mean, he is God, so why would the rules apply to him? Let's be honest. What? But at the same time, it's like, I feel like he said, God said, marry don't commit adultery, then proceeds to seed up. First of all, God never committed that. He never committed adultery. He never had sex with Mary. Mary was a virgin for even after fucking giving birth to Jesus. Like, what are you talking about? And that is the reason, because it's like some things he has to give even himself a little leeway to. If Jesus wasn't here, we would have all still been in this wicked ways of doing all the nasty things that we were doing back in the day. Obviously, I'm not going to say after Noah's Ark, because, Noah's Ark was supposed to be like the new age of things, but he had to do something for us to be saved. And if that was putting his seed within a virgin woman, then like I don't understand what the and that's a disrespect to her husband. God literally gave Joseph a dream that, hey, this is my son, and since you believe in me and you are a servant of me, this will also be your son. And he was happily obliged to take that up for him. Anyone that is a servant of God doesn't find that as disrespectful. They find that as, being a servant. It's an act. Like, I'm helping my creator with something when he literally gives us life every day, and that is going to help us in our salvation in the end. So it's like, I don't know. And Universal, what the fuck? And if everything was perfect, EAE, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't know what consciousness is. We wouldn't know what this earth thing is. If he wanted to do that, he could just go do that. But he wanted to give us a choice. He wanted us to choose to love him, not be forced to love him. But anyways, I don't know.
Why couldn't God just blink his eyes and make everything perfect? Why is he blind by rules and facts if he's God? Yeah, I think, and that's the struggle of I think that's also the the other side of the point is that here's an all-might being, but there's contradictions and flaws, and with those flaws, eventually they get you killed because someone snitches. And who was that snitch? That was Judas. I think the concept of God is a hypothesis that should be in the table. However, all these stories attribute to it are just clearly fake and man-made. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, like I said, there's always this. It's all up in your interpretation of how you read the text. That's why I asked Lo, which text do you find that are very symbolic, and in the texts that are actually have relation to your own life. Which ones do you actually take literally and seriously versus something that is a life lesson? But yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Because like, kind of like how EAE, sometimes you could be really nice on certain panels, and then all of a sudden you're kind of sending screenshots of women in awkward positions and being a gooner, and just being weird. So I don't know. It's just you're an interesting guy, EA, and I think whether or not you're real or an AI, that hopefully you find some meaning to your life as well. If we're, man, my browser history, shit. EAE, if you pay me, let's see, $50, I'll show you my browsing history. How about that? Lowe's browser history is insane also, but she pays for forgiveness afterwards. Keep it real. Yeah, I mean, there's been a few times where the browsing history's been a little not suitable for common eyes, so but you look back on it and you look at your browser history, you're like, damn, I'm gonna delete that because it's just embarrassing. The things that you sort of look at back then and to now, And I know every man does it. You know, if you haven't looked at your browsing history and know that things that have I guess caused you to sin, you look back and you're like, dang, that was so basic. Why was I looking at that? And then you kind of change. So you already got reparations with casinos. I'm not giving you $1. My ancestors were slaves. Fair enough. If you want to play Oppression Olympics, I mean, I don't get anything from casinos, so just to let you know that. Low busts a nut and cries and begs Jesus for forgiveness. That's a kind of weird. So Universal, where did Garion go? Did he go to CTs or did he go to that one guy's what's his name? Unorthodox guy? Did he go to his panel? He's over at Orthodox guy. Oh, I kind of thought so. Yeah, that's cool because I think that's probably more of his speed. It's a weird to beg for forgiveness. Just bust a nut and enjoy life. Yeah, yeah. There could be some things that you should probably do too. Like maybe it's been a while since you've done that. I'd recommend it so that you can kind of get over this arc of low. Um, Speaking of fucking sinners, and hellish dudes, what's up, Low Cow Kings? What's up, 44? Hi, BB. Thank you for sticking around. Um, you're doing your thing over here, Nab. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yo, Dancing with the Sun, what's going on, bro? What the fuck is going on? That's a good question. What the fuck is going on? Um, BB, I'm surprised you're saying hi to 44 to Locale. I'm glad that you all are able to communicate, so that's cool. Um so Dancing with the Sun, we've been talking about some conspiracy theories, UFOs. We were talking about some of the Bible stuff, some of the Bible texts, different interpretations. Is the earth flat? Is the earth round? Did we land on the moon? Did we not land on the moon? Um, what is gravity? Is there gravity? What is gravity? So, Dancing on the Sun, you've missed quite a lot, but if you want to hop on panel, we were discussing if there is such a thing as, uh, well, if Jesus exists and if there are ancestors of or not ancestors, if there's people who are related to Jesus. And there was this little documentary on it, searching for the strand of his DNA, because there's a cloth that Jesus was wrapped in that contains some of his, supposedly some of his DNA or his blood. Think about how big the universe is. Yeah, we did talk about a little bit of the universe, um, and its expansion. And so we had a little bit of discussion on that. BB says, oh, wait. Nap, what are your thoughts on pre-human fossils like Homo erectus, planted by the devil or actual artifacts? I think because of the archaeological artifacts, I mean, I think those are, there were some creatures that lived before us, obviously. And they still do live with us, like birds, different types of reptiles. So I think it's possible. BB says, I don't like him just being a welcoming presence to your on your channel. Thank you, BB. I appreciate that. Can I join? Can you join what? Presents. She don't even say hi to me. Hi Doge, I miss you. I miss you too, boo. Heel dancing or hello dancing. I've had a couple of beers. I don't want to panel up. Here's my opinion on aliens. Yeah, we were talking about UFOs. Um, and also some of the testimonies from people actually seeing flying aircraft and dancing on the sun. I don't know if you knew that there was actually a website that you can look at the different documentations of people that have seen sort of the extraterrestrial sightings like UFOs. Um, but most of them were just like lights, and they always have the blurry vision or their flares. So it's always hard to get a perfect picture of these things. Can I join your panel? Maybe. LOL dancing on the sun. If we contact another life form we can communicate with, it has to be something related to us. Huh. If we contact another life form we can communicate with, it has to be something related to us. Okay, yeah. I mean, how about this dancing in the sun? Do you think it's a little bit of our ego as human beings to think that we're the most advanced or that we are the only people or the only living existing beings in the whole universe? Nap, what are your thoughts on Triceratops fossils existing with T Rex teeth found in them when animals supposedly didn't eat meat before the fall of man, according to the Bible? Uh, that's a good question for Lo. I Triceratops are one of my favorite dinosaurs. I didn't know that there was a. I didn't know they found T Rex teeth in them. So that's an interesting tidbit. Lil Cal King says, okay. The stars are too far apart, bro. A life form not related to us would be impossible to communicate with. Yeah, that's true. Kind of on the space arc. A lot of the things that we see from our satellites, anyways, are probably 10,000 years old. I mean, those things probably don't even exist anymore just because of how um, UV light works and how we get those photos from um, to today from then. Lo's not going to answer it. She'll say the dinosaurs are fake like space is. Only the Bible is real. I think Lo.
He's on one tonight, ain't he?
Yeah, he's really, EAE. I mean, I'll tell you this: if you get on panel and talk, I think we wouldn't be surprised on how you sound or what your beliefs are. So I mean, you're always welcome up here, man. Like, I hope that we could build your trust that we won't whatever your fear is of why you don't want to hop on panel and debate with Lo. She's so wrong on so many things, but she's so hot and I want to eat her butt. See, here we go. It's kind of like a loop. I mean, you were doing all right. You were arguing with her. And then now we're going back to just she's hot and I want to eat her butt.
See, he's a habitual line crosser.
Earth might be hell and we are on it. Yep. Lookout Kings, are you religious at all?
Give me 1 second.
All right. Let me now 44, if you hop on, answer the questions. EAE eating ass is illegal in some states. True. True. You definitely don't want to be sinning eating ass and then end up with a really bad sickness if you aren't doing it by the holy will. She's not the first girl I've obsessed over since my last girlfriend 5 years ago. Not gonna lie. Now, EAE, that sentence, one word sticks out to me. Obsessed. She's the first girl I've obsessed over. My last girlfriend 5 years ago. Not gonna lie. So, were you obsessing over 5 years on this particular girlfriend? And you got bored and found love? I'll happily go to jail for eating Lowe's ass. Okay.
EAE, I'm gonna need you to get outside and touch grass, bro.
Dancing on the Sun says, I'm going to stay out of this conversation. Yeah. All right. So we got, let's see. We broke up and I became a monk, and then Lo appeared. All right, all right, 44. What's up?
What's up, man? So Earth might be hell. Like you ever think about that? Earth might be hell and that we're in it, or we're in a black hole. Like it just makes sense. There's nothing out there. They're not finding anything. We might be in hell. You know, might look how
So-
bad Earth is. Look how bad shit can get on Earth, right? Just
Sorry,
we suffer.
Okay, sorry. I had to take a phone call. Stop. No, I actually just got the super saddest phone call, actually, and I'm kind of sad now.
Oh.
But it's okay. I just wanted to say, because I do have to get out of here soon. It's about to be 11:30 for me, but I do appreciate you, Napstar. I think we've had great conversations today. Absolutely, you know, I love any of these topics that has to do with God, Jesus, anything like that. EAE, fuck you, but I also love you. I hope you have a great day. Great
They'll go to
night.
jail for you.
Yeah, I'd go to jail for EAE too any day. Speak, shout out to you, of course. Thanks for coming up here and speaking with us. Also, 44, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
And I hope everything's well. And you know, I love you guys.
Positive. You're positive.
Wait.
Give yourself a good evening.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll talk to you guys later tomorrow or something.
All right. Sounds good. Hope everything's all right.
Thanks.
Peace out.
Peace.
So, do you think that where were we at before this whole
About hell on
yeah.
Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
And
where were
just-
we before
was-
being placed on Earth?
We were outside. I don't know where we could be. Maybe a different Earth.
Okay.
Maybe we were in heaven. Who knows? Maybe you know what? Maybe heaven is real and that's where we're supposed to be, but we get sent down, and heaven is like the default place for everybody. And you get sent down to hell, which is Earth. It just makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're just slowly we are suffering. We
Right.
develop these pains, you know, as we get older.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how it is, you know.
What how did you come up with that sort of analyzation or
Because of how
that line
fucked
of
up
thinking?
Earth is.
So
It
what
makes sense.
anything else in readings?
Yeah,
anything
and
else
then
you-
and there's no escaping hell. You know, once you're in hell, there is no escaping it.
Mhm.
You try to leave Earth. There's nothing good out there. You can't go anywhere. Any other planet that you try to go on, it's even worse. There's no light. It's all dark. It's all just. It's no good. Nothing seems good out there. This is the best place that we could be, and it's not the best, but it is what it is. That's the
Right. So
theory.
do you think
Yeah.
there could be some redemption in where we are now? Like people who
No,
find
no,
just
no.
like what Willow was talking about, they're finding themselves in the Bible to deal with a lot of the shit that's going on. Do you think that that is also a way of that we kind of cope with this sort of what we're existing
Unfortunately,
in?
I don't think we can redeem our souls. I think
Mhm.
we're just gonna be in the same cycle. There is no redeeming. Like whatever the hell you did in one of your lives or in heaven,
Mhm.
you
Right.
must have fucked up. You ain't no saint. That's why you're here. You know,
Oh, I
I don't know
see.
what you
I
did. I
see.
don't know what you did, but you're here. I'm
So
no saint.
everyone, so everyone that is here is supposed to be here, but not in a good in a good way, in a good sense, right?
Yeah. Even the ones who are born, some of them, they did something horrible, horrible, like beyond horrible. So they come out deformed
Oh,
as
damn.
as punishment. Yeah.
So not only are they here because it's already bad, but they're
hmm And
even
then
if you now that
eventually,
you're deformed and down.
and then eventually, you get cancer, which is another form of punishment.
Mhm.
There is no escaping it. You can leave Earth, but cancer's still going to follow you because the galaxy, space has radiation. There is no getting away from getting cancer. You can go fucking, find another planet, and let's say that planet is habitable. Cancer will follow you. Radiation is all over the universe, so there is no escaping cancer. You know, you're gonna get punished one way or another.
Right.
If you're lucky enough to live 200 years, you're gonna get cancer one of them years. It's just how it is. You know.
Interesting theory, but life isn't all bad.
Well, until you get cancer.
I don't know. I'm sitting outside and the earth seems fine to me.
Just like I said, eventually you will get cancer. Like for example, let me throw a little theory at you. So let's say you live 75 years cancer free, okay?
Mhm.
The longer you live, the higher chance that you're gonna get cancer eventually, right? Um, it's just like, why would you want to live 200 years if
Mhm.
you were lucky enough to live the first 100 years cancer free? You know,
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm on the most depressing arc. No, I'm not. I'm just depressed. No, I'm just kidding. No, no, no.
Maybe he needs
I
a
don't.
hug or needs to get laid. What is your
My body count?
yeah, what is no. What is your
No.
thoughts on the whole lust that you shouldn't be getting laid until you're married? That you shouldn't be lusting for
Uh,
women, right?
well, it just makes sense. Fucking pound as many fucking women as you can before what the hell? You're gonna die.
You're in hell
Fuck.
already, right? I mean, might as well get
Yeah. And why are
sexually
you gonna wait?
transmitted
Why are you gonna wait
disease.
till you said get married, right?
Yeah.
Why the hell are you gonna wait till you get married when you might die before then, huh?
Mm-hmm. All right, so
There's no
you're
point.
more like a fuck it type of dude, right? Like,
Now, you're doing it the right way. We don't have to do EAEs fucking going to jail for eating somebody's ass,
uh-huh.
um, but yeah, I mean, like, do it the normal way. It's not that
Yeah.
hard to get laid. It really isn't. Hit the gym. No, for reals. Hit the gym, get a six pack, just fucking fix your hair up a little bit if you
Mm-hmm.
have hair. Chili force, if you can hear me. Sorry. Yeah, just do what you can, make yourself look good, know how to talk, and yeah, you don't have to fucking be eating somebody's ass and go to jail for it. EA. All right, sorry, I'll stop.
No, you're good. You're good.
All right.
Um, what is it? 44. When I was your age, what does it say? When I was your age, I was effing too much to think about death.
Uh, you're gonna think about it if you do it too much. You got lucky.
You sound depressed.
I
You
do.
sound horribly depressed.
Yeah, I'm not depressed. I'm just chilling with my favorite guy, Napstar.
Who's going to jail for eating ass?
EAE. I can already imagine him fucking get down and the fucking.
What the fuck? God told me to do this to you. What the hell? So BB says you sound horribly depressed. Are you depressed? What's going on?
I'm just no, I'm just chilling, man. Just chilling. Tired. Tired of being on hell. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just chilling.
I'm calling the police.
I'm slowly losing my 6-pack.
So you're not a
What?
religious person, or you never read have you read the Bible and
No,
anything like that?
no. I'm not religious. And there is a lot of religious people who pretend they're Christians or whatever, and then fucking commit
Mhm.
all the sins that Christians could commit. You know, it just makes
Right.
sense to me. How are you gonna say you're Christian but fucking commit sin after sin after sin after sin? Like,
Okay.
what the hell? You know? But I'm not religious.
44, is it an ass worth breaking the law to eat? That's a good question. Shout out to Sinner. Is there?
No, I don't think so. I mean, well,
Hmm.
no, there isn't. You don't have to break the law to eat ass, you know?
So do you do you think aliens eat ass?
No.
No.
I've so let me tell you.
Oh, shout out to BB. That was good. Oh
Uh,
yes.
yep. I wish I never met
Oh
BB.
fuck. I mean fuck. BB's good. She's good.
Yeah,
She had that one.
comedian,
She had
comedian
that one in
BB over
the.
there.
She had that one in the
Yeah,
barrel. She was waiting to say
yeah.
it. I knew it.
Super Shy's a hater. She likes to talk shit about everybody.
So do you think what are your thoughts on the UFOs? I don't know if you were here earlier watching.
I just
We
got
did go
here.
over some we
I just
did
got
go over
back
some.
from my stand up comedy show that I did over in down the road there. But go ahead.
So we were watching some UFO footages and
Mm-hmm.
some people who documented UFOs. Got
Yeah.
some testimonies from people. Do you believe in? Do you believe?
I believe in Joe Hendry. Yes. Look, UFOs are real. Because I was seeing something the other day, and these ancient people drew these UFOs in these caves, right?
Mhm.
And I don't think
Right.
those people are going to lie. Back then, at least, they're not gonna. I don't see a reason why they would lie. You know, because now people are seeing it. They've always seen it. You know, it's always been around. So we haven't explored. They're not aliens from another planet. They might be in the ocean just because the ocean is not explored. So
Right. Right. There
yeah,
was
so there's a high chance they might be in there.
yeah, there was someone saying that it's ironic that a lot of countries that are very rural
Yeah.
and our islands that they see the most sightings because I did pull up a map that shows
Mhm.
like a world map that showed all the different sightings that they had across the world, and a lot of them did come up in very rural areas or on islands. So that sort of makes sense, and it's close to water, which is a big use, use of a resource here. So makes
Yeah, a
sense.
resource. Yeah.
Do you think
Do you believe what? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I have to because it's just like, man, what's
What
the
else
danger of
to?
not believing? You know, like what's the danger of not
Uh,
believing you believe? You
I
know,
tell you what the dangers are. You look too deep into it, and all of a sudden, no one can find you. It's like you just took off without telling anybody.
I'm very surface level, very surface level
Yeah.
believer. I mean, um, I'm not getting into too like fucking starting to look at documents and
So,
interviewing people.
so here's the thing that's gonna happen, and it's clear,
Mhm.
with the UFOs. So I don't want to get too much into politics, but what Trump is doing with the UFOs, it's pretty obvious. First, he's gonna cut because they're gonna push back. They're gonna prevent it. You know how they always like to keep it secret. So it
Yeah.
looks like he's going to just cut the entire government, the size of the government, to reduce their power. So when
Mm.
he can go in there and actually figure out what's going on, they don't have enough resources to stop him because
Yeah.
he took a lot of the power away from all these agencies. So that
Mhm.
seems like what he's gonna do. He's taking the power away and decreasing their power, and then he's gonna go in there and get all the information that he needs.
Okay.
This makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially at the Pentagon, he's getting his people in there. Yeah, but
Dancing on the Sun says, "Okay, I dated a chick I met playing Pokemon Go before the pandemic, and she
and she'd
ID'd
like to be lesbian.
as being
She's ID'd as
but we used
lesbian.
to
But
hook up. Her
mhm.
box was so clean, it tasted good. Okay, I confess for her, I'd do anything for
now
her."
that now
That's
that
my
just sounds
standard.
depressing. That's just depressing.
Went to play Pokemon Go before the pandemic, and she ID'd as lesbian, but we used to hook up. Her box was so clean. Well, that was probably because there was some other box. She was getting cleaned out by another person. So I mean,
Another
there's really nothing.
BBC.
No, because if she ID'd
Uh,
as the L, then I mean, there was no one else that was doing things like that. I mean, it's a little
so why was she a
self-explanatory.
lesbian? So what's your take on lesbians? So
I mean, it's Pokemon Go, so I mean, I don't know what the range from straight to other types of, you know,
yeah.
telling the truth makes you feel better.
So I have a truth to tell everybody right now. You know what the truth is? We finally did a co-host. Remember, I always wanted to do co-host, me and you. Here we are,
Yeah, but
co-host.
I already had people up here. I was,
No, it counts. It counts because it's just us right now. So it
and there's
counts.
no commentary. Like everything that I wanted to discuss was earlier in the episode.
Damn. Well, fuck it. You're trying to take the moment away. All right, relax. This is our moment. Okay, we finally did it. After how many years?
I don't think it's been a year yet.
Oh shit.
So speaking of Super Shy, do you think she believes in UFOs or conspiracy theories?
She don't believe in shit.
Hmm.
She believes the gays should go to concentration camps. She
And why is
believes
that?
she's just very. She don't like nobody. She likes to talk shit, and she doesn't like feminine men. If you say some shit, and you start complaining, she'll be like, "Then get the fuck out." The fuck, how the fuck, everything she'll complain about, or like if she doesn't eat food, she's like she doesn't enjoy food.
So what stage of hell is she at? Do you think that
I
she was
think
brought
she
here that
no, I
she
think she's fucked up already. I'm surprised she's not missing two fucking legs. Um,
Right. Right.
yeah, she's been committing a lot of sins.
Mhm.
A lot of sins. Uh, so I always send her like fat people eating food because it'll piss her off, and then I'll be like, "That shit's fire."
Right.
Yeah, she just talks shit. She's never nice.
Mhm.
She's not a nice person. She's not.
If you two were the last two people on Earth, would
She called me a
you?
fucking Volkswagen the other day.
What does that mean? What does
That
Volkswagen mean?
that means that Um, fuck, like I'm a nerd and shit. I don't know. I ain't fine shit. I'm ugly. I don't know. I didn't ask
So
you.
is that why you're depressed? Is because you got into an argument with her?
No, no,
That's why you're depressed,
no,
isn't it? That's why you're
no,
here.
no,
That's why you're fucking
no.
you're telling us your sob story like fuck, super shy. Shouldn't have sent a dick pic or something.
No, what the hell? No, I don't
Did
do
you
that
send
shit.
her something that she didn't want unsolicited and
No,
you already
no. But what was
did she
funny? So
break
I
up
have a
with you?
friend. I have a friend. His name is Pony Baloney. He's very
Mhm.
obese. Obese.
Mhm.
He looks like he has Down syndrome. And I sent her a picture. I was like, rate him, and she was like, that's this one ugly motherfucker.
Yeah,
I
you told me this already.
I didn't. I'm just. I don't know.
You
I just
sent a
tired.
picture in a VC one time.
I did. Damn.
Yeah, you sent his picture, and I was like, "Who the fuck
Oh,
is that?" And you're like, "Yo, it's some fat dude." I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but you just
No, I
talk
just
to
sound
me,
like
dude.
this because yeah, it was all everything that you know. It's just the character at the end of the day, and I'll bring it out once in a while. I just
Mhm.
once, but for the most part, I don't really have energy to bring that character out anymore. I just chilling, you know. My channel is dead. Well, my channel is not dead. I just don't care for it anymore. But
What was your latest video? Did you release another
it was
video, or is it still the one?
no, it was just that Grace Thorpe one. It didn't do bad, but it
Mhm.
didn't do good. It did about little under 500 views. The
Mhm.
one before that did 0.6 thousand views. Um, then I uploaded something to Instagram yesterday, and we
Mhm.
did 76,000 views on the reel. So
Wait, you did a
that,
reel and that
yeah,
got more views?
I posted a reel, and that shit was 76,000 views.
What was the
Um,
reel on?
about you know, it was a hate video. Have you seen the video where the gay, fat, gay, pathetic kids? Have you seen that one?
No.
So it's like the video is about declaring war on the gay faggots, the kids.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
The
whoa. Okay.
that well, you asked. I'm only
No,
telling
but
you.
you don't gotta say the full F word. Come on.
All right, my bad, guys. Can that be okay? Can that be like a policy against you, or like a violation, or?
I don't know.
Uh,
But anyways, you were saying
so yeah, um, it was pretty much like hatred. It was a hatred reel. It was like shit talking. And it did pretty good numbers. Um,
Mhm.
I don't have the energy anymore these days. That's why I sound depressed. Yeah, not depressed though, by no means. No.
Mm.
Are you depressed?
No, life is pretty good right now.
Yeah. Is
So
BB still in the chat?
I don't know if BB's still here. BB, are you still here? I
Because
mean,
if
BB,
you
you're more
are,
than welcome. Yeah, BB, you're more than welcome to come up.
I would like to officially apologize to BB for what
Okay.
happened in the past. I'm sorry. I apologize, and I was in the wrong.
All right. BB, if you're listening, um, he's apologizing.
I was on
So,
a good one back then. Shit, I was like, I kept escalating shit for no reason.
yeah, BB
Like,
says thank you. BB says thank you. So
um,
now don't. I'll tell you this.
what?
Don't read too much into what BB. She
Her
might
thank
still
you.
have. Yeah, I mean, she'll probably say
No,
thank you, but don't
I
think that
know.
she's gonna let you off that easy. She'll still have her guard up. I know that for sure. You know, it's just how the world works.
I don't think I'll be that same person anymore. I just don't see it happening.
Mhm.
I've said it multiple times. I want, let's try it again. Let's try to build up local kings. Let's do the promotion. Like I was talking to you and Prawn the other. I'm
Oh
not
yeah, Prawn was
really.
in the chat earlier.
When
He didn't. I don't think he came up though. So
he went to go eat some dinner with Darius. They went to a restaurant and shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, call it a date or whatever. I don't know.
A date, a prawn date.
Yeah, Darius said he was gonna buy prawn food. They got in the car and they left.
Really?
Yeah, they're gonna be like a couple of hours. I mean, I would just go to McDonald's, get a couple of Big Macs, come back, and bada boom, bada bang. But
Do you think? Do you think gluttony is a sin?
what's that? What's
It's like when you eating more than you should. I think
no?
that's what it
I love
means.
eating.
Let's see. Gluttony is overconsumption, habitual greed, or
Hey,
excessive
look.
eating. It's an excessive eating.
Look. Let me tell you. Have you ever look? Because when I hear overeating, this is what I think of, and people do this. They
Mhm.
order. They go to McDonald's. They're like, "Give me 2 Big Macs. I'll get 3/4 pounders. Give me the fish fillet and give me 2 of those. I'll get a medium,
Right.
2 medium fries, a large Coke, and give me a frappe." And they'll go
Uh,
home and eat that shit. And people actually order that. The ones who order that are. Have you seen those people on My 600 Pound Life?
right. Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
getting at.
that's how they eat. Those are the people.
Mhm.
But like, if you're like if you're like a little overweight, but not looking like that, you're not eating like that. You're just eating a little. It's just over time, you know.
Mhm.
But yeah.
So
Hmm.
it's not a bad thing to eat as much as you want. You just have consequences, right?
Yeah, consequences. Just be prepared to not be able to fucking move and shit. Yeah,
Hmm.
that was funny to you.
Yeah, that's funny.
I'm a
Because I mean,
comedian.
others would say that it's yeah, you shouldn't be eating more than you shouldn't be.
Yeah, definitely shy. Shy does not love eating.
Hmm.
No, she loves a nice body, though. I'll tell you that.
She what?
She loves a nice body.
What do you mean?
Yeah, she likes. So she's quick to talk shit, but like she always wants. That's all she ever talks about is, oh, this guy is hot. This guy is hot.
Hmm.
She will only talk to people who look good. You know, they have an appealing body. You know,
Hmm.
which is if you eat a lot, you ain't gonna have that. You know,
Right.
just how it is. I
So is
love
that
food.
where? So is that where you fell short? Is that you didn't have a good body,
No, I have a good body. It's just
and she rejected you?
no, she didn't. Well, we're friends. There ain't no rejecting. You can't reject a friend, can you?
Mm,
We're friends. We're
maybe.
friends. We talk every day from morning to night. Sometimes 17 plus hours. I don't know. We're good friends.
So how long have you been friends with this person? Oh shit! Here we go. Hold on.
What?
Hold on. Let me drop the fucking link.
What's going on?
Hold up.
What's going
I'll
on?
explain later. Hold on. Fuck yes. All right, let me
Wait. You know this guy too?
shh. All you gotta do is click on the link and it'll bring you up to log in. Oh shit, I think BB knows who this is. God damn it. BB knows everybody. I can't get away from it.
It's that fat guy that doesn't like me.
No. No.
Okay. All right. Who is it then? Do I know him?
You'll see, watch. I'll explain it in a bit if Star pulls up. Because I did mention
Yeah.
earlier in the
Uh huh.
stream
Uh huh.
that I did have a special guest, and
But well, I'm here.
it was actually her.
Oh.
Um, because I met them in another chat, and I'm on my sort of like this conspiracy arc. Well, not really
Yeah.
conspiracy, but the whole.
And how's your art going? How's your channel going? How's you got a thriving community? How's the bunker? Is that going good?
Hold on.
I'll hold on. All right.
Hey,
Hello,
what's
hello.
up?
What's up? Thank you
What's
so
up,
much
man?
for. Thank you so much for pulling up.
Joining the show.
Yeah, joining the show.
We're happy
No
to have you here.
problem.
We got into so much shit earlier, and
You
Oh,
missed it.
I'm
but
sorry I missed it.
no, you're good
No,
because
it's all right. You can always just go back later. Watch it.
Yeah, true.
no, actually, because we had a really good conversation about it. But what I'm interested is in some of these things that you were talking about earlier. I also wanted to have some follow-up questions for you
Okay.
because I did research a little bit on some things, especially on the woman that what was the video? She was she does a lot of research UFO. She has
There's
a
a
book
lot
out.
of there's
She
a
has a
lot
book
of
out.
them.
She's like this white lady, kind of curly hair. She's like earlier one during the
Is she old?
yeah, she did an article.
Oh, there's so many.
I
There
think her last
could be
name's Keen.
Barbara Lamb. I have a book. I forgot what the book's
You right?
title was. No, I read this book about this
Oh,
lady
you
that
read
got
it.
abducted in New York City, and
Mm-hmm.
like a bunch of people seeing it.
Does anyone here follow Secure Team 10? No, you guys aren't. You guys don't watch that channel. He covers all the UFOs. That's all he
I
uploads.
think so. I don't think
It's
so.
a good channel. He's got about 2 million subscribers.
Oh, that's
Top
cool.
tier content.
Wait, what is it?
Secure Team 10. Yeah. Talks about Mars, follows, everything alien related.
Secure
Good.
Team 10.
Yeah,
Have
you
to
did
look
you find
that
it?
up.
I think that's how you say it.
Oh, he's more about like NASA and alien cover up. NASA's distracting to hide this. Proof that there is not man-made shocking crop circle evidence.
Yeah.
There is leaked UFO. Hold on, let me pull this up.
It's good content.
So BB says, hope the snakes are doing good, Star.
Yeah, they're doing good. Thank you. We got a bunch of eggs now.
Wow.
Are you gonna
Wait,
sell them or?
what kind of snakes or
Ball pythons.
ball pythons?
Yeah, we got about 40 right now, I think.
Damn.
Holy no way. That
Holy
is
cow.
wild.
I got a
Shit.
shit ton.
That's
It's a lot of
crazy.
work.
What do you feed them?
Rats.
Food.
Rats? Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the most of them eat like frozen thawed. I get them delivered in the mail. But a couple of them will only eat live. So that's what I was doing tonight. I had to meet up with a lady, get some live rats, and give them to them.
Mm-hmm.
I drank the milkshake way too fast. Oh shit! I'm on stream now.
Hey, we were just talking about you. How was your date? Your dinner?
It was good. It was
Sorry.
good. We'll see if there'll be number
Yeah.
two.
Yeah.
Nice. So
He just
Prawn,
came back from his date with Darius.
I had one and I only fed it live food.
Yeah, some will only eat live.
Damn, what? Nap, you've been live for almost 5 hours now. Good job.
I know.
Yeah.
And
The
then
hours.
Star pulled up because Star was gonna be my guest in the beginning when we were talking about the UFO stuff.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I
Oh
know.
no,
I
you're
had to,
good. No, you're good.
I had to fill in the spot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we did have the conversation. We had a really good conversation because
Yeah.
it led to Jesus. It led to
Oh yeah.
flat Earth. It led to
And how Earth is hell and shit.
Yeah.
are we
I think
alone in the
maybe
universe?
the core of Earth could be hell.
How's
I
your
don't know.
milkshake, Prawn? Prawn?
It was delicious.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm
Like,
trying to look for this
I drink it too
video.
fast.
Oh, did you know that there is an actual website of different that you could see the different sightings that people had?
Like MUFON?
What's that?
MUFON? Mutual UFO investigators.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Can I
I
propose
go.
something or mention something about UFOs? Because I
Yeah, go
definitely
ahead.
can believe that there's UFOs. Don't necessarily know if they're aliens, just because I bet there's some like crazy like
Yeah.
military shit that they have
That's
flying
true.
around
That's
that no
true.
one knows about. Also,
That's
Uh-huh.
something I was wondering too when I seen a UFO.
Oh yeah, so if you want to talk a little bit about that,
Okay.
yeah, and then how you kind of like became, because when we talked, you had a lot of like interesting information. So I was like, holy shit.
Can I just ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
How did you guys meet? You and Napstar?
You don't want to know. You don't
You
want to
don't
know.
want
Don't
to
tell him
know.
that. Tell him that. Don't tell him that yet. That's a different lore for another day.
Right?
No, fair
It's
enough.
another topic.
I'm
But
curious.
as far as this,
Good or bad?
interesting.
Because you said, I was asking you, you were like, we'll wait till she comes up here. And yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, because
to
she
ask.
was the one that I wanted to have on earlier.
I
That's what I
mean,
was talking
I
about.
don't care about saying it. Do you care?
He doesn't.
We were just in the same
care.
Discord. We were just in the same Discord.
Oh,
Let's just say
okay.
Yeah.
that.
See, it wasn't that big of a deal. Relax.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. I'm just saying, like,
No.
we were in the same Discord, and then I shared my experience.
Yeah.
And especially
So,
because of the
yeah.
region I'm at, it got very
Mm.
popular. And then she recommended some. Oh, it was also mentioned the fire in the sky. Was that
Yeah,
the thing
fire
you're
in the
talking?
sky. Yeah.
Yeah, because another guy,
That's
Speak,
cool.
was
Mm-hmm.
up here, and he said that he watched that. He's like, you
Yeah,
should
I
watch
didn't.
it because it's crazy. And I was like, so I
it's
still got.
so. Yeah, you
Well,
gotta.
you guys can. Yeah, you can continue your
Well,
speech.
sorry, cutting us up. I brought much to say, good job, Nap, on the long stream. Keep it up. Keep the numbers going. I'm going live also. So peace out.
All right, later.
Yeah. Let me join you, Prawn.
So go ahead and yeah. So
Stay
Okay.
you
here.
want to share?
So should I start the story?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So it was 2011. I had just turned 15. I got my permit,
Damn.
and my stepdad let me drive the car around the block to go to my friend's house. And it was about like it was after school. It was like around 4 p.m. And I drive the car around the block, and she lives in like it's not apartments, but it's like duplexes. It's like a bunch of them. So I pull around, park in her right in front of her duplex, and there is a small disc, silver disc with orange lights all around it and a dome, and it was hovering 1 foot above her roof. And I was like, what the fuck? I was just sitting there in my car looking at it. And then I look around to see if anyone else sees it. And then it shoots up into the air. And that was it. And I went in my friend's house, didn't say shit because I don't want to say nothing. It was crazy. I was like, maybe I was hallucinating, but like it was about like maybe like 3 minutes. I was staring at it. But there's this military like area by that apartment complex that has tanks and like military trucks. I'm not sure like what it is. So I don't know what that could have been, you know? They could have been testing something. So yeah, that's the first story.
So do you think that was more than likely the what you saw, or do you believe truly that it was just
I don't know. I just
okay?
said for 50-50. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did anyone else see what you saw, or was it
No,
just
no one was around.
okay?
They were in my friends were inside the house. No one was outside.
And then from that, you haven't seen anything since? Have you been back there?
No, I seen well, it was during sleep paralysis though. So
Oh dang!
yeah.
Wow.
And That was in 2017. Like when
Okay.
I first got sober, actually.
Okay.
And everything, like I've seen stuff during drugs, but the only thing I will talk about is things I've seen while I was sober.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So what were
So
some of the other ones? Some of the other things that happened.
the thing that happened in 2017, so I was probably maybe like 5 months sober,
Okay.
and I just had my baby, and he was sleeping with me. We were living in like a studio apartment,
Mm-hmm.
and he was sleeping with right next to me in the bed, and my husband was on the couch in front of us, and the TV was on. So
Mm-hmm.
the studio apartment was lit up. And I wake up and like I'm looking around and my body can't move, only my eyes.
Right.
And so I can see in front of me like this. I swear to God, it sounds crazy, but it looked like a tall gray alien. He was kneeling in front of my husband, like holding like a ball of light. I don't know, it
Uh-huh.
looked like a ball of white light. And I fought out of my sleep paralysis because I knew my baby was next to me, and I know how to fight out my sleep paralysis because I do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I ran after it, and then I knocked out, and then I woke up. That's it. Like it was morning time. Woke up, knocked out. Like that was it. I looked, and it looked at me straight in the eyes. I had like giant black eyes.
So was it anything that has been described in popular media
Oh
or
yeah,
anything you see? It is
yeah,
definitely they
yeah,
definitely look like that with the whole uh
yeah.
glowing or have you ever seen that Simpsons episode where there's that green alien that walks out? Have you
I
seen that
don't think
Simpsons
so.
episode? Oh, okay. It looks like a green glow in the dark, like weird looking thing. So
Like my heart's racing talking about it. I don't talk about it much.
okay, I appreciate that. Like you
What?
sharing that,
What
yeah.
happened?
Huh?
What?
What were you guys talking about?
Oh shit.
No, she just explained. Damn, she just explained.
I went to get some water. Hey, you don't have to talk about it if you want to. I just came
No, I
back
can
in your
I
heart.
can say it again, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah, yeah.
I can
Go
always
ahead.
go back. I can go back. Don't worry about
Okay.
it.
All right. But anyways, I seen a sleep paralysis demon. That's what I was talking about. I
Yeah.
don't know
Oh,
what the fuck it was.
that's real. I've experienced one of those.
Yeah, what did you see?
Demon, but I just knew I couldn't move.
Yeah, same here.
And so what I
Oh,
did, I
I
just closed
fought
my eye.
out of it though.
I just closed my eyes and went back to sleep. And I woke up and
That's what
it
I
was
should
gone.
have did.
so what do you think? Not being able to move is that just like the body going into shock, or like a mental
Yeah.
thing?
Have you ever
Or
been through sleep paralysis?
no,
It's not.
no.
No, it's like it's not pleasant.
It's horrible. It's like you're panicking.
Yeah, it must
And
have.
my
Yeah,
baby, my like newborn baby was laying right next to me, and that's how I was fought out of it, ran after that thing, and it looked at me straight in the eyes, and then I was knocked out, woke up the next day in my bed.
yeah. Stephen Hawking's must have felt that all day, every day.
Right. Exactly.
Probably. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it, man. He's just
I
always
would have
digging
just ended. I
deeper.
would have just committed suicide. Why live like that?
Oh, whoa! Slow in Minecraft. Come on.
I mean, it's legal. It in Japan or Korea, somewhere over there. It's a legal thing where they help you do it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's definitely your description is definitely what people see in like the
Yeah.
common alien look where it's
Yeah,
like green.
it was kneeling though, so I didn't really get a good. I would probably say it was maybe 4 or 5 feet, and it was
Mhm.
gray with big almond black eyes.
Oh, okay. And then you said it was holding a ball of light.
Yeah, it
right?
was like hovering above its hands, like an inch above its hands. He was kneeling, it was kneeling over my husband, and he seen me get up out of my bed, looked me right in the eyes like that, and then I was out, woke up the next day.
Was that
Yeah.
was in your place?
Yeah, it was in an old studio
Mm.
apartment we lived in.
And you were near any like because remember you said that you were near an Air Force base,
No,
but
this was at my brother-in-law's. It was his guest house in the backyard.
oh shit.
Yeah.
You're
Did you
surprised, Matt?
tell him?
No, no. I
Oh,
told
I see, I
told
see.
my husband, but yeah, they would. My brother-in-law probably would have took me right to church and gave me an exorcism.
Wait, so you were alone when this happened?
No one else seen it, but my baby was right next to me sleeping,
Oh, okay, okay.
and my husband was on the couch in front of us because it was a studio apartment.
Right. Oh,
Yeah.
damn. Yeah, those are super small.
So
Okay.
no one's seen it except me.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
What do you think the ball was?
I have no idea. I don't know.
It's a magic ball.
Right? It looked like a something in Dragon Ball Z, you know?
Right,
The
right.
spirit bomb or whatever.
Wow. So after all that happened, what like nothing you didn't feel any different for the like next few days
I
or anything
started
like
going
that?
to church a lot.
You started what?
Going to church.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think okay, so this kind of ties into um what 44 was saying. So do you think
Yeah.
that there are demons that are there that in that sense that are probably trying to what do they say possess
I don't.
or
Yeah.
maybe try to show you something that was not meant for you or something that's maybe why you just passed out
Yeah. I have no
afterwards or
idea. I have no idea.
so were you when you went to church was there any reasoning behind it or was it because of that?
No, I wanted to find God because I was just out of my addiction too.
Right, right.
Yeah. I just wanted to find something bigger than myself.
Understand.
Yeah.
There was another person up here. She was talking about that type of stuff too.
Low, you know Low?
Who?
You know who Low is? Crooked
Mm-mm.
Low or whatever.
I don't think she knows with Low.
Okay.
So when we were talking about that, I was trying to sort of connect the dots a little bit on how we view things that are beings or something that is bigger, like what you mentioned, that are bigger than us, that we can't have anything unexplainable happen. And when they do happen, people don't like to believe, like they don't
Yeah.
want to. You tell your side of the story, it's like, what you did, what happened?
Yeah. Like I don't know
Yeah,
I don't know what the fuck those were. Like I
but you've
mean,
had
I'm
the experience. Yeah,
50-50 on it, you know.
right. So are you one of the like would you say that or how as far as like on a scale of 1 to 10 that experience made you think about that yeah that we could possibly be we could be visited by other
Oh,
things
10.
that we can experience. Okay.
But I think they might be interdimensional more than from other planets.
Oh, okay. So it's not necessarily just in our line of existence as far as like the universe, but it
Yeah.
could be another whole other dimension.
Oh yeah. Because what can put me out like that, you know?
Right, right.
That was weird.
And that sort of type of what people will call is like this magical or whatever it might be, like the ball being
Yeah,
like
the
this,
ball, yeah.
being this sort of like I don't know,
Whatever.
magical or unexplainable thing.
Oh, I
Yeah.
forgot my mic was low.
Did you say whatever?
No, No, I was talking. No, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. I was texting somebody and
Okay.
I forgot the
Right,
mic was
right,
on.
right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, it's whatever. But
I was
for
talking to Prawn about something stupid.
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Something else did happen though.
Okay.
Okay, so me and all my friends, it was 2010. We all skipped homecoming, and it was at that same friend's house where I seen that UFO
Uh-huh.
during high school. And it was nighttime, but it was like four of us. We were all smoking weed on the back porch, and we seen this giant white thing just run across the field in the backyard. And like it looked, either it was a naked crackhead, which I don't think it was, or something different. But we all saw it. We screamed and ran inside, and that was where I seen the UFO. I don't know if an alien escaped the freaking military thing. I don't know.
I mean, crackheads are probably, they run around a lot, so
I know. Yeah. But yeah, that's all I could think of.
so no one else saw those. No one else saw that either.
No, me and three friends seen that thing run across the
Oh,
backyard.
snap. Okay.
Yeah, we were all smoking, seeing it, screamed, all four of us girls, and ran into her bedroom.
Hmm.
We're on the back porch. It was like a screened-in back porch.
I see.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, bro.
Did they what was their interpretation? Yeah, crackheads do be the problem.
Yeah.
I don't like crackheads.
Is it extraterrestrial or crackhead?
I don't. It looked abnormal. I'm gonna say that, and they thought so too. And I told another friend about the UFO thing. I said it had orange light. She lives like a block away from that area, and she was like, she could have been lying, but she said I seen orange lights in the woods right by there the other night before that. So I don't know if she was lying, but she could have been lying.
Tweakers can be weird in the dark, sis. Well, you know Cineridge? You know Cineridge, right?
Yeah, innocent urge. Yes, they can be weird.
Yeah, tweakers can be weird in the dark. That's for
You're
sure.
a long time viewer of Napstar.
Yeah, Cineridge is. Yeah, Cineridge is. Yeah.
What are you drinking there? Mango flavor?
This one's watermelon.
Oh,
I don't really
I
like
used
it.
to
I like
drink.
the lemon better.
I used to drink a lot before back in the day.
Yeah.
Before back in the day, when you were what, 12? What? You mean back in the day? Let's see. I want to show you this map here because it was pretty. I actually found all this like just today. So you might have already seen it, but can you see that? So
Holy fuck!
What's
so
that?
these are all the reported well here in the US sightings of different
Florida's lit up as fuck. That's
yeah, we
where I'm
got
from.
Florida. So the green is like recent. So if you look at
That's where I'm from. Central Florida, right there.
Central Florida, so you have like
County.
Have you the
one
details,
sighting on
photos?
the
What's this
610
website called?
Yeah, what's this website?
nuforc.org.
Okay. Because
Because you can
reported to MUFON. They have the same map, just like this.
Where is
Nice.
there no sightings at? Where do the aliens not want to go?
Mexico, it looks like.
Looks like most of some parts of Africa they don't want to mess with. Yeah, we ain't messing with those guys.
Ain't nothing there.
Unless you're like in South Africa where there's a lot of like
Cities and
cities
the
and
wealthy.
bougie stuff.
They,
Yeah.
like they don't want to mess with the huts. So there's huts. That's it. Ain't
You
nothing else there.
should look at the MUFON map. It's MUFON
And the Middle
dot
East,
com.
that says a lot.
MUFON.
Yeah, MUFON.
MUFON. Okay.
MUFON.com. They got a map, and that's where everyone reports their sightings.
Oh, okay. Report a
Yeah.
UFO.
And
Holy
then
smokes.
if you go to Infowars, they have a website. They have a page dedicated to the aliens.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
My
I think so.
husband's obsessed with Infowars.
Infowars. Let's see. Become a MUFON enhance.
This is like a GTA website right here.
So where does the map?
haven't been on there since I filed my report.
Oh, this is like you can report a UFO.
Yeah.
I've only seen a UFO one time, and it had red lights on it. A red
What
light.
did
It
you
looked like a balloon.
see? A balloon?
It looked like
Let
a
me try to
balloon at
take
first,
to this website. Hold on.
and
Go ahead.
then it went fast. It was like a red balloon. That's what it looked like, but it was a
Huh.
UFO.
Was it at night?
It was daytime.
Oh, that's cool. Even better.
And that was where? California?
Yeah, I was looking in the sky like I normally do, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I
Then
saw
what
it.
happened?
And then it just zapped. It left quick.
Yeah, always look up.
It didn't look like how everyone says they look. It had a
Yeah.
red light on it.
Yeah, mine was very textbook. Probably military. Who knows?
So when you said that UFOs could be more or less just the object, not aliens.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, because
Okay.
mine was so small. The one I seen.
Ain't no one gonna survive the
It's
speed that
like
it
what?
goes at.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell can fit in that thing? Like,
Oh,
I
okay, I
don't
see.
know. It was so small.
So do you think that then there also has to be like a home base then, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Because then if people are like just how like we send probes to fucking space and stuff to kind of observe what's going on out there,
Mhm.
but we probably have like tech that is so far, you know, lame,
Yeah.
and they probably have like advanced shit that can like go to warp speed, and like no doubt that could probably be what all these different types of lights and different things that we're able to see.
And there's all these underground. They said there's underground bases, and that we're working with the aliens and.
NASCAR, what do you think? Let's go and do a collaboration. Let's go and investigate these underground bases, or what?
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
explain a little bit about the
Y'all gonna get
bases.
shot though.
It's all right. I'm a good talker.
Y'all
I can
gonna
talk.
get shot.
I can talk my way out of that.
Try and even go to Area 51. You try and you go right to the gates. They'll draw weapons on you.
No, I could do the
Yeah.
talking. He'll just stand there. I'm a good talker. I'm a
Vlog
good
it.
talker.
So what is the underground? What did you mean by the underground?
Oh, I've just seen people talk about like ex-military people.
Yeah.
Documentaries about people
Cold.
seeing aliens underground working with humans.
Oh, okay. I think
Yeah.
I think I've seen that one. I think I know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
there's a lot of them.
They're like growing shit like food and helping
Oh,
harvest and shit like that.
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen
Making
that.
hybrids.
You got to see it in person now because it's hard to know if it's real with AI now. So
Yeah. The people like from the 80s, like back in the military, like a lot of them are speaking out now.
Yeah. That's what I was watching this one documentary about some of the old timers saying what they saw, what they
old
documented.
timers.
Yeah, people who were even in
That's rude.
there was one people in like Japan when they were doing something out there
Yeah, I want to
too,
go to
and
Japan one day.
Me
documented some things. Yeah. Interesting. So there is I'm still can't find this map on this MUFON. I think you have to join their cult.
You
I have to
might.
join, yeah, per annual.
I haven't looked at the map in a while, but I knew they did have a map.
You have to join their cult so to get access to that map.
I don't think you have to pay for it. I think it's free. It's free.
I'll join. I'll join the
Yeah,
cult.
it's free. But like you can call them, and if you
Mhm.
if you have actual evidence of a UFO landing, they'll come
Yeah.
out and investigate it.
What?
And there's a MUFON in every state. So there's MUFON Florida, MUFON whatever California.
No way.
Yeah, they got
Hold
a
on, hold
MUFON
on,
for
hold
every
on.
state.
Move on.
Yes, way.
Let me see. Let me see this shit. Easy.
Uh,
Oh, they have a chapter. Okay, find your local chapter.
Mhm.
Holy shit,
Yeah.
Arizona! Oh my god, there's a
Oh, I
Tucson,
bet.
Phoenix.
There's tons
all excited.
out there in the desert.
This chick definitely looks like a fucking UFO person. Let me share my screen. This is crazy. I was they were going over the Phoenix lights and everything. I was watching that. We were watching that because
How many drinks have you had already?
Me?
Yeah.
3.
Okay. You feeling buzzed?
Nah.
Okay.
I'm a heavyweight. Deb, oh yeah, she definitely looks like a.
deep water
She looks like
alien residence.
she looks like a crackhead.
She looks like a cult. Yeah, cult thing.
Yeah, she's the one in Phoenix. Oh shit, she's out in Tempe.
You want to
Is
talk to
Dang.
her?
she the leader of their MUFON?
I think so. The alien
Alien.
colonization of Earth waterways.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah. And see now that's
Wow.
real. Water. Yeah.
Yeah, they're in the water. That's what everyone's saying.
50,
Just
50
don't leave.
years
We
of
can
the
fucking go
SC.
down there.
Oh, those
Okay,
guys are
they
from
just
the
lost.
History
They
Channel.
lost. Yeah, they lost credibility.
What happened? Oh, by the people.
Yeah, History Channel's
Oh well,
full of
there's
shit.
Travis Walton. He was at the bottom.
What do you guys rate
Travis
that guy
Walton?
right there
There's
with the
Travis
mustache?
Walton.
What do you rate him, Napstar?
I
He
rate
looks
him
like he's a
10.
believer.
He has seen some shit.
He
Really?
looks crazy.
Travis Walton. That's the
Yeah.
guy from Fire in the Sky.
Really? Oh, he's the one that got
Yeah.
probed?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's him.
probed where? What the hell?
Well, I
What?
don't know. I don't know if he got probed, but
That's the one he claims he got probed. They
but
probably, yeah,
Where?
they did some work on him. They,
like he was missing for like 5 days and like ended up in a different county, and his friends all took the lie detector tests and said
Yeah.
they seen him get abducted. Crazy shit.
so he was telling the truth in the lie detector test?
Well, his friends that seen the spaceship take him up all took lie detector tests because they thought that someone murdered him. So they all took lie detector tests and they all passed and said no, there was this object that took him up in the sky.
Yeah.
Fire in the sky.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Oh, he isn't from Arizona. Holy shit. So let me share this screen real quick.
I thought it was New Mexico, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, what's the difference?
Yeah.
UFO experiencers are often visited alone. Travis Walton was apparently taken by a UFO for 5 days after it was seen up close by 6 of his friends.
Right.
Dang.
It's all cartoonish.
Police, debunkers, and journalists to discredit their account of
Oh man, look at this guy. He looks very
events.
What?
Any of his
Ugly
coworkers
or what?
did
He
to a
looks like
hoax,
Walter
and all
White.
7 tell the same story
Okay.
today.
That's his friends.
The men's testimony is considered some of the best evidence for extraterrestrial visitation to date,
Wow.
and Walton's fantastical experiences during his abduction, since dramatized in film and television, are now deeply embedded in the public imagination.
Ugh. I don't like that.
In 1975, 22-year-old Travis Walton of Snowflake, Arizona, was working as a logger on a 7-man crew under the
Snowflake,
supervision
that's in
of
the
his
middle of
longtime
nowhere.
friend, Mike Rogers, a contractor with the U.S. Forest Service.
That's Phoenix right there. Like an hour away from Phoenix.
Walton and Rogers, as well as Alan Dallas, John Goulet, Dwayne Smith, Kenneth Peterson, and Steve Pierce, were contracted to thin the trees around Turkey Springs in the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest, northeast of Phoenix. On Wednesday, November 5th, the sun set around 6 p.m., and shortly after, the men shut down and piled into Roger's truck for the drive back home. Along the way, they saw a bright light peeking through the trees to their right, and worried it was a fire or a plane crash. As Rogers drove closer and stopped the truck, the men were able to see the source of the light through a thinner patch of trees. Hovering just under 30 meters away was what the loggers called a classic flying saucer, like two gigantic pie pans placed lip to lip, with a dome on top. They guessed it to be between 15 to 20 feet in diameter, and about 8 to 10 feet tall. The object glowed with a golden light that poured out from uniform panels around the body, divided by strips of dull silver. It was perfectly still and made no sound at all. By his own admission, Walton had long been drawn to risky situations, and says that he was seized with the urgency to get a closer look at the UFO before it flew away, so he ran up behind a pile of logging debris. As his coworkers shouted at him to get back in the truck, Walton approached within 2 meters or 6 feet of the UFO before it emitted a cacophony of mechanical sounds and began to wobble erratically on its axis. Before Walton could escape, a bright blue-green beam of light shot from the underside of the object with a sharp cracking or popping sound.
Whoa!
The beam hit Walton in the head and chest, and he immediately felt the effects of high-voltage electrocution, including full-body paralysis, before being knocked unconscious and sent flying backwards.
Yep.
His coworkers saw Walton soar through the air and land about 10 feet from where he'd been standing. His coworkers flew into a panic and immediately drove away, but when they realized that the saucer was not following them, Rogers stopped the truck.
Feels like I'm in school right now.
Through the trees, he thought he saw the outline of a golden disc streak away into the sky, and made the decision to return for Travis. When the men arrived at the site, however, they found no trace of either Walton or the UFO, so they drove to the nearest phone booth and contacted police. Deputy Ellison of the Navajo County Sheriff's Department was the first to respond to the call and speak with Rogers and the men. Soon after, Sheriff Marlon Gillespie and Under-Sheriff Ken Coplin arrived and drove 3 of the loggers out to search the area. Though they found nothing, Sheriff Gillespie felt that the men were being sincere, and he too had seen a large glowing UFO in the county a few years earlier. Gillespie began a search of the forest at sunrise with a team of more than 50 people from the Forest Service, the county search and rescue team, and local volunteers. All of the loggers joined in the effort but Steve, who was still in a mild state of shock. Rogers said that during the search, he saw an evasive man in a Forest Service uniform scanning the area with a Geiger counter. He only ever detected background radiation until he tested the men's hard hats, and the needle jumped to 4 times the level of background radiation. The man just stared at the loggers before walking off, ignoring their request to test the truck. After 2 days, the search grew to include air support, and word got out to the media. Soon after, William Spalding, an investigator from the Phoenix-based group Ground Saucer Watch, visited the site and reported unusual electromagnetic readings, as well as residual traces of ozone. The search widened again on November 9th, the 4th day of Walton's absence, and police, members of the public, and even members of Walton's own family increasingly suspected that the men had simply fabricated the story in order to conceal a homicide or fatal accident.
Dang, so they were thinking they killed
All
him.
6 loggers were questioned extensively, and on November 10th, they underwent polygraph testing by Cy Gilson, the polygraph examiner from the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Some of the men didn't trust Gilson, and Alan Dallas was so agitated by his questioning that it rendered his charts unreadable. Despite this, however, Gilson wrote in his report that he felt that all the men were being truthful. Gilson was so confident in his analysis, which afforded him a rare opportunity to test 6 different accounts of the same event, that he claimed that he had proved that the men had seen what they believed to be a UFO. Around midnight that night, roughly 5 days and 6 hours after his disappearance,
go.
Walton regained consciousness lying face down on the side of a road outside of Heber, Arizona. He looked up to see a white light switch off on the bottom of a highly reflective, silvery saucer-shaped UFO hovering just above the road in front of him. Walton had only a few seconds to guess that the object was roughly 40 feet in diameter and 14 feet tall. Then, in an instant, it shot directly up into the sky without any sound at all and disappeared from sight. Walton stumbled to a payphone and called his brother-in-law, who, along with his brother Dwayne, drove out to pick him up. Believing that he had only been gone a few hours, Walton was shocked to be told that 5 days had passed since he was knocked unconscious. He was able to recall little more than an hour of what had happened in this time, though the memories were still too traumatic to recall completely. Though he didn't appear to be injured, his eyes were red and stayed that way for a while. After failing to sleep, he met with his mother and sister before being taken to Dwayne's home in Phoenix to see a doctor. The next 2 days, Walton underwent medical examinations and confirmed that he'd lost over 10 pounds since his disappearance. Travis also spoke with Sheriff Gillespie the day after his return.
I mean, 5 days.
Walton claimed that his first
without
memory
eating?
after his
I mean,
encounter with the
5
UFO
fucking
was slowly
days.
regaining consciousness and feeling an intense pain, as though he'd been burned all over his body. After opening his eyes, he saw a bright rectangular light above him. He then noticed that he was on a raised table in a triangular-shaped metallic room, which he thought was in a hospital. Walton tried to move and speak, but couldn't. He noticed an unusual object 4 to 5 inches thick, seemingly made of a dark gray metal or shiny plastic,
Ugh.
curved along the length of his abdomen.
These fuckers.
As he slowly regained his vision and mobility, he realized that he was surrounded by 3 figures that he took to be doctors, until he looked into 2 huge luminous brown eyes.
Ugh.
Was that kind of similar to what you saw or no?
Very.
Very
Yes,
similar?
very.
Okay.
But they were big black eyes.
Disturbed by the eerie gaze, Walton leapt off the table and threatened the 3 beings with a glass-like cylinder that he found nearby. The beings were just under 1.5 meters, or 5 feet tall, with pale white skin, large bald heads, and large brown eyes. All were wearing seamless orange jumpsuits. The object on Walton's abdomen fell to the floor, emitting a green light. Despite a barrage of questions from Walton, the beings never responded or interacted with one another. Eventually, they backed away and left the room. Walton then exited the room from the opposite side. He walked down a curved hallway, past an open door, then entered a second one, which led him into a spherical room, empty but for a high-backed metallic chair in the center, and what appeared to be the outline of 3 closed doors along the walls. As he approached the chair, the room darkened and a pattern of stars appeared around the room, as in a planetarium.
What the hell?
Crazy, yeah.
The effect diminished as he stepped back, and returned again when he got closer.
Weird shit.
After examining the screen and many buttons on the arms of the chair, he tried pushing some, to little effect. He then sat in the chair, which was a little too small for him. He pushed a lever and the stars began rotating around the room. Not knowing what he was doing, and feeling dizzied by the rotating effect, Walton stood up to look for an exit. Shortly after, Walton heard a noise come from the doorway, and turned to see a muscular, human-looking male in a blue jumpsuit and helmet.
What the hell?
Walton stated that the man's only peculiar features were his eyes, which were a golden hazel color. Though Walton asked him many questions, the man only smiled slightly, but never spoke. He took Walton by the arm and led him through a hallway, and into a bare, small room, where they waited for 2 minutes before another door slid open. This led them to a ramp leading down into an enormous hangar-like room, with a rounded roof that curved down to the floor. Walton noted that the structure that he exited was distinctly larger than the UFO he'd seen in the forest, though it was similar in shape. He also noticed a few other saucer-shaped objects on the floor of the large room. The man led Travis across the large room and down a hallway, past another set of automatic sliding doors, and into a room with 3 more human-looking beings. 2 men similar in build and appearance to Walton's escort, and a woman with straight hair past her shoulders. All had blemish-free skin and the same strange golden hazel eyes. They wore the same blue uniform but without the helmet. Though Walton resisted, the beings took him by the arm and laid him down on a table and placed a type of breathing mask over his mouth. This was Walton's last memory before passing out and waking up on the highway. For years, Walton was hounded by the press and public to speak on his experiences, and forced to defend himself from accusations of fraud or mental instability. However, medical tests showed no signs of trauma to Walton's head, and no trace of drugs in his blood or urine. Regardless, Walton became the target of repeated and malicious smears, recklessly disseminated by the media. In Walton's words, enduring the public's reaction was a hell which nearly overshadows the experience itself. To clear his name, Walton requested a polygraph, but said he wanted to avoid crowds and reporters. Gillespie and Walton agreed to arrange a confidential polygraph with Gilson, but when Walton received a call from a reporter asking about the test, Travis skipped the appointment. The National Enquirer then sponsored a confidential test from a private firm, which Walton agreed to. However, his distress in recounting the events, as well as the examiner's discredited practices, rendered the results inconclusive. Soon after, Professor James Harder, Director of Research for the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, or APRO, performed regressive hypnosis on Walton. The session marked the first time that Walton was able to verbalize his experiences without being overwhelmed by emotion, but he did not remember any new details. A couple of months later, Walton and his brother Dwayne each passed another polygraph. Nevertheless, the initial test was leaked to the press and hurt Walton's credibility with the public.
He passed.
Debunkers have levied a number of explanations for the loggers' stories, but most assume that there was fraud at hand.
Fraud? How?
Philip Klass was the most persistent in trying to discredit the men, positing that
Was he getting paid by any of this, like to do like interviews or anything like that?
No. I mean, he did write a book,
Okay.
and there was a movie. I don't know if he got paid for the movie, though. He wasn't in the movie or nothing. But
Interesting.
I mean, five of his friends passed the polygraph test while he was gone. So
that they'd staged the event to get a 10% payout from their logging contract.
Oh, okay. Dang.
This despite the fact that the payout would have only amounted to under $400 per conspirator, and the fact that Rogers defaulted on the contract, which ended up costing him more overall. Despite offering to pay for any polygraph tests that the men could pass, Klass delayed indefinitely when they accepted his offer. In 1993, Rogers and Walton revisited the scene of the encounter and noticed that the nearby trees appeared to have grown exceptionally fast in the previous 18 years. Walton returned to visit the site with director Jennifer Stein in the summer of 2014 as part of a feature-length documentary on the case.
Oh, okay. So
Walton and Stein, as well as scientists from Frontier Analysis Limited, examined the growth rings of cut trees in the area and discovered that in the 15 years after 1975, the rings were 4 to 5 times thicker than in any previous year. These trees produced wood fiber at over 36 times the rate of the recent average. A complete core sampling showed that this effect was only on the side of the trees facing the UFO and diminished with distance. It's been shown that radiation can cause excessive plant and tree growth, as seen at Chernobyl, for example. In 2017, scientists Phyllis and Bruce Buttinger of Frontier Analysis Limited completed testing of soil samples taken from the site. Their analysis found elevated amounts of iron, calcium, magnesium, and potassium compared to the off-site control soils. Walton took 2 more polygraph tests in 1993 with Cy Gilson, and 2 more in 2008, all of which he passed. In 2009, he appeared on the TV show The Moment of Truth, which employed an outdated and unvalidated methodology. Although Walton passed many relevant questions, he was ultimately judged to be lying. Over all the years since their experience, Walton and the other loggers passed 16 different polygraphs of increasingly rigorous
bitches.
methodologies.
Damn,
The only 2 that Walton didn't pass conclusively used discredited methods.
What? Then what was what?
To establish the facts of the case,
Oh, okay. That's
Walton
what I
wrote a book
read.
on his encounter titled The Walton Experience, published in 1978, and later republished as Fire in the Sky.
There it is.
Yeah.
Since
and
then,
a
the event has
movie.
been a favorite on UFO and paranormal shows. The case was profiled in a 1991 documentary, Visitors from the Unknown, and in a 1993 episode of Sightings. Around the same time, Walton accepted an offer from writer and producer Tracy Torme to turn his story into a movie after being assured that it would remain true to the facts. However, in the final version, released as Fire in the Sky in 1993, Walton's experiences aboard the craft were almost nothing like he claimed.
Oh.
5 of the loggers were reunited to retell their stories, some of them for the first time on camera, for a 2012 episode of Sci-Fi's Paranormal Witness. All of them remained deeply affected by the incident. Cy Gilson and Sheriff Gillespie were also interviewed. Stein's documentary was released in 2015 and featured interviews with many of the same figures, as well as Deputy Ellison. Walton has become somewhat of a reluctant hero in the UFO community, making occasional appearances at conferences and other functions. Nevertheless, he insists that the event remains a negative one in his life, and that he wishes he had never left the truck the night of his abduction. Walton also expressed that he now feels that the ray that struck him was accidental and likely fatal, and that he was taken so that the crew of the UFO could revive him and correct the damage.
Yeah.
From the silver saucers to the short, bald beings, there are many details in Walton's story that would seem to indicate the involvement of extraterrestrial entities. The brown-eyed beings are similar, though not identical to the grays of UFO lore, and waking up on a medical table is a common element of alien abduction narratives. But the abduction phenomenon has much older historical roots that reach back long before it was ever thought to be due to aliens. In 1759, for example, a Swedish farmer's son named Jacob Jacobson, another young 20-something man on the return journey of a work trip, strayed upon a strange red mansion in a place it hadn't been before, and wandered inside. Jacobson met a number of short, mostly silent beings inside, as well as an attractive human-looking woman, before somehow being transported back outside.
Yeah, she's attractive. Yep.
When Jacobson returned home, he was notified that he'd been gone for 4 days, though like Walton, he remembered less than an hour of that time.
Jeez.
It may be that both men were taken by the same kinds of entities, whether fairies, aliens, or something else entirely. The Travis Walton incident is now a classic of UFO lore. Though it's rooted in the testimony of the loggers, it is also supported by the physical effects on Walton and on the trees around the UFO. Many, including Walton himself, believe that he was taken aboard an extraterrestrial spacecraft and healed by alien beings. Whether they saved his life or not, they certainly left their mark.
Maybe he's now he's an alien that he's undercover.
Could be. I don't know. It's crazy shit. But yeah, he's like one of the most well-known people in the community.
Yeah. If an alien grabbed me, I'd keep it to myself. These guys are strong. Yeah.
They are.
They are. It takes a lot to admit that you were taken advantage of, especially if
Yeah.
you don't know what exactly it is.
I've always wanted to do hypnosis, but I'm scared. I'm scared to do it.
What do you have to do that? Just they make you look at something and you.
No, I don't know what they just have tricks to put you to sleep, and then you can go back in your memories from what you don't remember,
Mhm.
and you can see all of it, and then they speak it out usually. Like Betty and Barney Hill, they were like the first abductees back in the 50s, and all of their hypnosis appointments were all recorded, and you can hear it all and watch them.
I think I might have watched. I think it might have been and watched that one.
Yeah.
So when did you first encounter this story? When did you first start to be intrigued with the whole what's
Um
going on?
After I seen the UFO, I seen it in 2011, so around 2014 I kind of went down the rabbit hole.
Right. Did you
Yeah.
find anybody? Did you make anybody like, or meet any new friends that are actually like?
I didn't talk to no one. No.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
With
no.
similar experiences or no?
No. I mean, I read a bunch of people. I read a bunch of stories of people that
Hmm.
had the same experience, very similar. There's like hundreds of
Right.
stories.
Right.
Yeah.
But someone actually getting abducted by one.
Oh yeah. I mean, there are a ton of stories about people getting abducted. I mean, a lot of it, like, people have to go to hypnosis to figure it out because it's called like lost time.
Lost time.
Lost
Yeah.
time.
What's
Like,
Where
that
they
about?
don't, yeah, like how he thought he was only gone for an hour, but he was
Uh-huh.
gone for 5 days. So, like, yeah, a lot of people have to go through hypnosis, but yeah.
So what? What was I gonna say? Do you Damn, I just spaced out what I was gonna say.
It's all right. Take your time.
Yeah.
It happens,
I
man.
had it. I had it. Do you think that when he passed out, or no? So in the movie, that's a movie or is it a documentary? Fire in the
There is
Sky.
a documentary and a movie
Okay.
and a
So
book.
did he get? If he got launched up there, they definitely did something to him then.
Yeah, if it was 5 days, especially, yeah.
Hmm.
They could
Do
have
they get?
just studied him, or maybe they did fuck him up like he thinks they did, and they had to repair him. They fucked him up by accident.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
ended up fucking something about his psyche because now he's not the same. I
Yeah,
wonder if it.
no.
I wonder if they asked him, his friends, if he even is the same than before he got abducted. Because I would imagine after being in so much of that trauma or whatever
Yeah,
that he wouldn't be the same.
in the book and movie, like when he came back, like he couldn't talk to anyone. Like he was scared. Like in the movie, it shows him like hiding under a table
Hmm.
when they had a bunch of people over. Like he couldn't be around people. But I don't
So it took a while for him to kind of get back into
know. Yeah.
civilization, I guess you could say.
Yeah. It would for anyone, I guess. Seeing all that shit.
Hmm. So, what would you rate his credibility or his experience?
For me, I think it would be an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
10, like an 8.
Yeah, an 8.
Okay. Cool. Pretty believable then, I guess.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, a lot of people do, but you know, who knows?
So do you think that is actually like when they capture you, do you think it's an actual like those what they say about probing and all that stuff?
No.
Okay.
I think they're maybe taking stuff from your body, maybe examining things
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. And some people say like they give them messages about like take care of the earth. Like, have you heard of the sighting in Africa and Zimbabwe?
No.
The school in Zimbabwe, like I don't know how many kids. It had to be like 20 or something kids on this playground. UFO lands in Zimbabwe back in the 90s.
Uh-huh.
And these aliens come out and like tell them take care of planet Earth. There's a bunch of documentaries about it.
Oh shit. Okay, I found the hold on.
Yeah. Tons of them.
They actually
That's
do
the
the
most credible UFO sighting.
is it aerial school?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Aerial school.
You know what's weird is that 1994. So that's
That's
like
when I
my
was
birthday.
born.
Yeah, me too. So that's I'm like all this shit has happened in the year of 19 in the
Mhm.
90s or either at least 94.
Yeah.
So it's pretty crazy. Even when they did the Phoenix lights, that
Yeah.
was actually on my birthday. Yeah,
1996, was it?
96. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
In September of 1994, more
That's
than
crazy.
60 children at the Ariel Primary School in Zimbabwe witnessed a strange silver object land outside the playground and were approached by small black beings with large entrancing eyes. The children's stories alarmed their teachers and aroused the curiosity of the BBC and the esteemed Harvard psychiatrist John E. Mack.
Johnny Mack.
While the common elements
What a
in the
name.
children's stories suggest that the object and the beings were physically real, the many divergent details and the kids' highly personal reactions suggest that there are many subjective elements to UFO and entity encounters that we don't yet understand. The Ariel Primary School is a private institution in the agricultural community of Rua, 22 kilometers outside of Harare, the capital city of Zimbabwe. The school was founded by area farmers in 1991, and by 1994, it had more than 200 students from grades 1 to 7, or from 6 to 12 years old. The students were a racially diverse group, though most of them were from wealthier farming families. Friday, September 16th was a clear and warm sunny day. During the regular 10:30 a.m. recess, all of the teachers were attending a staff meeting inside the school, and only one adult was outdoors, operating a tuck shop or snack store on the playground. Shortly after recess began, the tuck shop attendant, Allison Kirkman, volunteer and mother to one of the Ariel students, said that a bunch of kids ran into the shop and told her about a little black man on the playground.
Whoa.
That's racist.
Whoa,
Kirkman thought
that's
that the
fucked
kids were
up.
trying to trick her
Pause.
and refused to.
No, what the heck?
It wasn't like that though. I don't know why they said that. They were great.
Sorry to those out there in the audience that might take offense. This is their video.
I don't know why they
Please don't
Nap,
cancel me.
I'm gonna get out of here, Nap. All right.
All right. Good night.
Peace out.
The shop.
Yeah.
Shortly after, dozens of children rushed into the school, screaming about a landed craft outside the schoolyard, and little black men with big black eyes.
No, they were great.
The teachers could tell that the kids were deeply frightened, but they could not believe what they were saying.
Watch out for
The
the
school's
jukebox
headmaster,
story.
Colin Mackey, sat the
That's
students
what
down and had them each produce a drawing of
That's
the
the
things
one.
they saw, as well as a written account
They're
of their
gonna make it look
experiences.
good.
These efforts committed the children's earliest memories to record and created crucial documentation for later investigators. Shortly after classes ended and the kids were sent home for the weekend, teachers saw several parents searching the ground at the edge of the schoolyard with their children. The yard was virtually empty, with minimal grass, no trees or bushes, and only a few play structures near the classrooms. The children said that the beings appeared beyond the fence at the furthest point from the school, not a place where the children typically played. Beyond this fence was a field covered in brush and short trees. There was nothing there that could have been mistaken for a UFO or entity, and no indication that anything had been there at all. The following Monday, the school was inundated with letters from parents asking what had happened to their children on Friday that made them so frightened and upset. Several students were traumatized and did not return to school for several days after the event. That week, Tim Leach, senior correspondent with the BBC, visited the school, and other African news outlets picked up the story as well, including South African and Zimbabwean state television channels. Leach spoke with the children and had them tell their stories for the first time on video. He found that they were all genuinely shaken and was convinced that they believed what they were saying. Leach later claimed that despite all his experience as a war reporter, it was the aerial school incident that frightened him most. Cynthia Hind, a MUFON field investigator and editor of UFO Afra News, was the first ufologist on the case. Gunter Hofer, an electronics enthusiast and acquaintance of Hind's, accompanied her and swept the yard with a Geiger counter, a metal detector, and a magnetometer, with no unusual finds. The team also sent ground samples to the University of Zimbabwe, which returned with no significant anomalies. Whatever the children saw, if anything, were then only memories. After reviewing their drawings and first written accounts, Hind interviewed 62 of the witnesses grades 3 and up, and spoke with the school's teachers and administrators. Dr. John E. Mack, the noted Harvard Medical School psychiatrist and ufologist, was visiting Africa at the time to explore the abduction phenomenon there, and visited Ariel's school. He spent 2 days talking with the kids, accompanied by his assistant and a South African TV camera operator who filmed some of the interviews. Hind and Mack found that the witnesses' stories conflicted on many details, but converged on a few key claims. Most students had agreed that a round, elliptical-shaped silver-colored object appeared among some trees just beyond the boundary of the schoolyard. The object had a lustrous surface and a bright white or golden glow. Most of the students only saw the object on the ground, but some claimed to have seen it flying over top of the schoolyard before landing. The object glowed brightly from its landing place, attracting the kids' attention, so they ran towards the fence to investigate. At this point, 1 or 2 small black beings approximately 1 meter tall emerged from the object.
BBC News.
Some kids said that one paced back and forth on the ground, and others said that they saw one on the object doing the same thing. The being on the ground then began to move towards the students. The beings were mostly black, with pale faces, and huge elongated black eyes that were angled inwards.
It was black clothes.
Very few
They
of the
weren't
students
black.
reported any other details about the beings' faces, though at least one saw a nose and mouth. 12-year-old Liesel and 8-year-old Emily remember the being hovering over the ground rather than walking, though others described it taking steps. Emily said that the 2 beings hopped alongside her and Liesel, as if to imitate the girls skipping on the playground, though their feet never touched the ground. After covering a short distance, the figure or figures stopped and stared at the children, who all felt compelled to stare back in return. Emily said that the 2 beings she saw appeared in front of her instantaneously. At this point, some of the students began to feel that the beings were communicating with them telepathically, and a few students felt a rush of wind blow by. Several children saw visions of environmental catastrophe.
Yeah.
Liesel said that she saw a vision of Earth after all trees had been cleared, and there was no air left to breathe, and received a nonverbal warning about humans destroying the planet. Another student saw visions of polluted oceans. Emily saw a quick succession of still images showing scenes of the environment in crisis, and was urged to use technology more responsibly. Another student, Emma, received a similar message about humanity's destructive use of technology, and given the imperative that we mustn't get too technologed. 11-year-old Salma was holding Emma's hand during the encounter, and yet she has no memory of any communication at all, though she felt that the being was gazing into her soul, as she put it. Both Salma and Emily have stated that they felt that time was distorted for the duration of the encounter. Salma said that although she tried to run to the protection of her younger siblings, she was unable to break eye contact with the being. After several minutes of staring at the children, perhaps as many as 15, the encounter abruptly ended, and the intruders disappeared. At least one student said that he saw the beings climb back inside the object and fly away again, but most said that the beings in the UFO simply vanished on the spot. Emily claimed that they disappeared the instant that the bell rang for the end of recess, and her sense of reality immediately returned to normal. Though many of the students agreed on these details, there was a considerable amount of variation in their stories, and some outright contradiction. Some students reported seeing the black entities, but not the silver object. Other students described the object in vivid detail, but had no recollection of the entities. Some students nearby to the action even said that they saw nothing at all. Multiple students attested to seeing a cluster of objects flying in the air, while others were adamant that they saw only one. As Hein noted, although most of the students identified the object as some sort of vessel or craft, they could not agree on its appearance. Students variously drew windows, doors, lights, cockpits, landing gear, and many combinations of the above. 2 boys said that it had stripes of black and green, others that there was a platform around the outside. One child drew it red. Most agreed, however, that it was generally elliptical in shape. There were also several different accounts of how the object arrived on the ground. Several noted that they saw flashes of bright, colorful lights above their heads before the sighting, and at least 2 students claimed to have heard loud noises in the sky. One student even described a flute-like sound. Another student claimed to have witnessed the object and several auxiliaries flying along some electricity wires beside the schoolyard before landing in the field. He said that they flew over him with flashing red lights, disappearing and reappearing elsewhere in the sky several times before landing. Other students drew the object flying overhead in their illustrations as well. There was generally more agreement on the appearance of the euphonauts, but accounts varied here as well. Some described the figures as having long black hair, while other students claimed to have seen no hair at all. One student described the beings as looking like little plump humans, with long straight hair, though Emily saw beings with long necks and spindly limbs. Some students claimed that the beings wore skin-tight garments or shiny suits, and others thought that they were naked, with black skin. One child claimed that the figures looked just like a shadow. Another young girl said that there were 3 beings, in black, red, and white. While most teachers admitted to being initially skeptical of the children's stories, they later came to realize how profound the experience had been for the witnesses. The Ariel School headmaster acknowledged that he believed that the children saw something, but suggested that some of their recollections were products of their imaginations. However, other teachers were more sympathetic to the children's claims. It was difficult for them to accept that the children's imaginations had caused them all to conjure up such a strange experience, and to react so dramatically. The teachers were generally convinced that the students could not have faked their hysteria when running into the school that morning, and that no one could have forced dozens of children to play along with the same hoax. Hind agreed. Mack was also convinced that the students had shared an authentic experience, and that it was unlikely, if not impossible, that they had all staged a hoax.
Here, these are people of sound mind, by and large, telling me something that's very... They know that I might think they're crazy, and so they're a little concerned about telling me, and they're very full of questioning themselves and doubt, and the whole quality of the way they talk about it is the way a person talks about experience that happened to them.
On the morning of the kids' encounter, a woman who owned a farm near the school saw a bright orange ball of light outside her chicken coop. The day before, a mother and her son reported seeing a craft ahead of their car around the same time that 3 aerial students saw an object shaped like a cigarette above the schoolyard. And the day before that, thousands of people across Eastern Africa saw massive lights in the sky. Many of these sightings were probably due to a meteor shower in the area, but Hind received calls and letters from numerous people asserting that they had seen a fireball with a tail of sparks and smaller lights. Like many UFO and entity encounters, the aerial school incident appears to have been part of a broader wave of sightings. Hind and Mack's research on the aerial incident was never published as a formal report. Hind shared some details on the case in UFO Afro News in 1995, and more in her 1996 book, UFOs Over Africa. Mack was killed by a drunk driver in 2004, before publishing any of his work on the incident.
Government.
Dang.
After his death, Mack's family created the John E. Mack Institute, which hired filmmaker Randall Nickerson to produce a film based on Mack's involvement with the case.
Dang.
Nickerson went on to find Tim Leach, as well as several of the aerial school witnesses, then in their mid to late 20s, and arranged a reunion in Los Angeles in 2013. He has also organized a number of public appearances and media interviews to help the aerial school witnesses share their stories. Nickerson's film, Aerial Phenomenon, is now complete and seeking distribution. There is no doubt that the aerial school students saw something unusual that day, but what it was is still unclear. Nothing about the object or the entities suggested a particular origin, either on Earth or in outer space. The beings conformed in many ways to the image of the gray visitors popularized by Whitley Strieber's Communion in 1987, but differed greatly in other ways, including in the presence of hair, squat bodies, and black skin or bodysuits. Still, they were similar to other commonly encountered entities in the sense that they only stood about a meter tall. Nickerson has also claimed at a public talk that many of the children's stories were extremely bizarre and highly illogical. For example, he spoke of one student who said that he saw one of the black beings approach across the field, then vanish, and instantly reappear where it started, only to repeat the exact same approach. Perhaps the numerous discrepancies in the children's accounts were due to their failures to accurately recall what they'd seen. After all, it's well known that human memory is extremely faulty, especially when memories are formed under stressful and traumatic circumstances. Alternatively, the discrepancies in the children's accounts may reflect real differences in the things themselves, or in the children's perception of those things, rather than simply differences in their recollection of those things. Ufologist John Keel proposed that UFOs were vessels for ultra-terrestrials, or interdimensional beings, that could somehow manipulate how they appeared, or how we perceived them. Jacques Vallée made a similar argument in suggesting that UFOs are both physically real and culturally constructed, either by some mind-interfacing technological operation, or a collective act of psychic projection. These considerations have moved some ufologists to focus attention away from the strictly material aspects of the UFO phenomenon and towards their effects on witnesses. Nickerson, too, has focused on the effects that this event has had on witnesses, and his documentary offers a fuller view of the ways in which it changed them. It was a dark and frightening experience for the majority. One student said that the being looked evil, as if it wanted to come and take the kids. Many of the younger children said that they feared that the little men were coming to eat them. Liesel told Mack that when she got home that day, she felt horrible inside, describing an anxiety about humans not treating the environment with enough respect. Still, years later, many of the students contacted by Nickerson and other journalists claim that it was a powerful and transformative experience for them that initiated lifelong changes in their openness to new ideas and their general sense of purpose. For example, Salma pursued degrees in international relations and human rights law, and claims that the incident taught her to believe her own experiences, regardless of what other people thought of them. Liesel became a social support worker. She said that she has always felt a strong duty to give back and do her part since the incident. Emily began producing art, with pieces that frequently feature otherworldly beings. Mack made similar kinds of observations of abductees, or experiencers, in general. He claimed that many experiencers seek out more fulfilling, outreach-based jobs after their encounters, become better stewards of the environment, and develop a greater sense of spirituality. It's difficult to imagine that the students could have affected these changes on the basis of a mistaken sighting or an imagined incident. What is particularly striking about the Ariel School case is the sheer number of witnesses and the diversity of the student body. The fact that none of the witnesses have gone back on their claims or confessed to a hoax, even after more than 25 years, is a huge point in favor of their veracity. Witnesses such as Salma, Liesel, and Emily continue to speak about their experiences at public events and on a variety of media platforms. But while there's no doubt that the kids saw something highly unusual that day, the discrepancies in their accounts also suggest that there was a strong subjective component to their experiences. Whatever the kids at Ariel School saw that morning, it moved them on a very deep level and affected lasting changes in their lives. And maybe that was the point.
Yeah, that definitely a trip. Wow. Are you still there? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hold on just a minute. Let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah, Universal. Hold on. Can you hear me? I think you might need both. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Let's see what's going on here. Hold on. Universal says BBC News. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. I can't hear you. Can you hear me? What is going on? Let's see. Star, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you're not responding. Like for some reason, it's like being weird. Hold on, let me see what's going on with this. That is weird. Hold on. Let me see this. Guys there. All right, can you hear me? Uh-oh. Something weird is going on, Star. I don't know if you can hear me or not. All right. Shout out to Universal in the chat. Let me see if this can work here. Hold on. Unmute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you now.
I can't see. Okay, hold on.
It was being weird.
Yeah, it was. Okay, I'm back. Here we go.
So did that guy that got into an accident, there was a conspiracy around that?
Yeah, people think he was murdered.
Dang.
Yeah. It's crazy. There's a documentary on Netflix about that whole thing.
What is it called?
I don't know. I think it's. I can look. I can try and look on my TV real quick.
What
Actually,
was his name? What was his name again?
I don't remember.
Something Mac.
Hold
Mac
on.
UFO.
But he's really cool.
Oh, Johnny Mac.
Yeah, that sounds
Okay.
right. Hold on. Or just look up on Google, Netflix Zimbabwe incident.
Oh, Zimbabwe incident.
Yeah, and it'll like show you where to go.
Oh, it says he was taken out by a drunk driver.
That's what they
And
say.
he
Yeah.
was walking home alone.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He was struck and he lost conscience at the scene of the crash. Was pronounced dead.
Sad.
Why would they? So did they just? Did he just have like speaking more and more out about it?
Oh yeah. That's what I think, and a lot of people do. Everyone's taking everyone out nowadays.
Dang, Gary, just about this whole thing. Well, I guess I don't know what the politics were back in 2004. I guess it's pretty crazy that they're really not wanting things like this to be.
Yeah, especially back then. Now they're like more lenient.
Right, because
Because
now
there's so many documentaries you can watch on Netflix, YouTube. It's everywhere. Hulu.
and then people doing their own testimonials that have worked
Mm.
in the government or the military and stuff now. So it's just kind of like
Yeah, and the men in black ain't gonna show up no more.
so. I mean, like even what I was saying earlier is like even if like we found out to be true is like well there we go. Not really like a big deal anymore.
No.
It's just
Like, I think everyone, like, believes something is going on.
yeah.
Especially with those drones in New Jersey and that weird, and the orbs, all that weird
Hmm.
shit going on.
Right.
And then that thing that happened in Las Vegas where those aliens landed in those people's backyard.
Oh yeah, and they
Yeah.
there was like didn't they call the police or something?
Yeah, the police
The
came
police
and
came.
the police seen it. It's on their camera thing.
Hmm.
And they seen it land and they were scared as fuck.
Yeah, it was, I was watching another a YouTuber who was going over that, and he's like, "Dude, it's 2024. I think this is 2024." And he's like, "Dude, it's
Mhm.
2024, and you have a shitty camera phone, and you couldn't get a picture." It's like, what the
Yeah,
heck? Everyone
yeah,
has it
well,
here.
yeah, the family. It just showed his family like out there, like
Yeah,
going after the aliens. They were speaking in Spanish. I didn't know what they were saying, but like it showed them shoving through the gates. Like,
yeah. You couldn't get the actual image
yeah,
of what people were there for.
the
So,
police cam though was pretty clear.
mm,
Yeah.
dang. I have to take a look at that because I definitely I didn't even know about half the stuff. Well, I gotta. So that movie Fire in the Sky
Hmm.
is it just basically talking about how what he maybe possibly experienced on that?
Yeah, like, but he says some of it wasn't real. But like the stuff about the eyewitness testimony stuff was definitely real. But
Yeah.
some of the stuff they showed, like when he was in the UFO, was like movie magic stuff.
Oh yeah, hypothetical weird.
Yeah. Right, well, I gotta go. Good night.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing up. I
You're
appreciate it. It
welcome.
definitely gave some life.
Yeah.
Um, so we'll have to do this again, but like again when earlier in the stream.
Yeah, that'll be cool.
So whenever. But thank you so much for showing up, and I
You're
appreciate it.
welcome.
I'll
Thank you
talk to
for
you later.
having me. Night night.
All right, y'all. It's been a wild night. Thank you all for sticking through. Shout out to the chat if you're still out there. Mm, Probably hit the hay too and chillax for a bit. Good night, y'all.
I mean, I don't know for anyone else, but even though I don't want to have children, I do imagine like, oh, if I did have a child,
Be shiny.
said that. Go.
Napstar State, man. Napstar. I'll say this about Napstar. He hates down the middle. He's an objective hater. I like it.
He is.
He doesn't give a fuck about nobody. I don't think he gives a fuck about himself. Objective hater. At least you're objective.
He's literally just like 50-50. He's not on anybody's side, but he'll literally hate on whoever.
He is a premium hater. You gotta respect that.
So we can't be having him on the softball team, Lolo.
No, but he has to be there. He has to hate on everything at the game.
Yeah, you gotta be the guy that's
good umpire because he's not giving a fuck.
No, we're not meaning he's literally like a hater, but if he's like talking shit about something, like he doesn't matter.
He got a wardrobe change.
Okay.
Hello, Napstars.
What up, Ray? Unfortunately, how you doing, Napstar? Good to see you, man.
No, don't ban me, Anita Bong yet.
Napster says, what's up, Napster? Salute to you. Positivity is coming your way at the speed of light. Now,
you probably closed a couple clubs there.
Hey, Napstar, welcome. Yeah, we can see you, Napstar. You're good. Can somebody link Napstar's channel in the chat, please? It's literally not coming up when I search it. Oh my god, because it's fucking Nap Town. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Where is Napstar in the chat? Fuck you, Napstar, for your fucking username. That will forever throw me the fuck off. I will never not get them mixed up. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, baby, I'm going to have fun covering this. Yes. Oh, yeah. He makes the this guy Napstar, right?
Oh, Napstar.
Doesn't Napstar?
Naptown.
Yes. Napstar. Oh, maybe I have the names confused. Napstar, Naptown. I don't know. I got them confused. Self-copy bastards. Yeah, no. No, oh, that's a different Naps. Okay, I got it confused. Napstar, Naptown. Yeah, get cracked, yeah. Then you make a really good business.
oh, I'm back on Super Chat real quick. Napster says Bob definitely plays with himself at night to see. Oh, shut up. Deborah says, oh my.
The connection is okay. It's alright. It's like with the reflection, I'm gonna have to look back at a lot of the chats. Your zipper's down. Oops, thank you.